Imagine coming back home and out of nowhere, your soul gets dragged straight into hell. That's what happened to Daesung, and I'm going to show you how a guy who had it rough and wouldn't hurt a fly ended up ruling hell. In the first 10 days, he went without food and just hid from the monsters. With no other option, he had to eat monster flesh to keep from starving. The monsters came back and sent him running again. That's when he realized he had to fight to survive. 39 days later, he was already braver and taking down little monsters left and right. 7 years later, the kid was already level 24 and destroying monsters with a single punch. Time kept passing. He kept getting stronger and crushing way more dangerous creatures. After 79 years and 365 days, he became a supreme warrior focused on destroying the demon god. The first challenge was the Gate Guardian, a creature that almost killed him in the past, but this time it was different. After a brutal fight where the Guardian lost an arm and tried everything to bring Daesung down, the protagonist drove his sword into the creature's chest, throwing it with such absurd force that even the demon couldn't believe it. With the Guardian defeated, his companion of many years, a talking skull, warned that the demon god was still there and suggested he apologize, get on his knees and beg for mercy. Daesung didn't care about any of that. He rotted 80 years in hell because of that guy, and now it was time to collect. Hours later, his body was completely wrecked, broken and out of strength, but he made it. Daesung beating down hundreds of demons and keeping his promise to take down the demon god. He was finally at peace. Even after becoming the absolute boss of that hell, all he really wanted was to go back home. When the kid wakes up, he finds everything completely bizarre. A doctor tried to examine him and got bitten on the hand right away. After 80 years in hell, the animal instinct kicked in hard. While the doctors tried to restrain him, he found out that planet Earth has a massive hole opened up in the sky. Now there are even hunters to clean up the monsters when they show up. His childhood buddy, Chaho, who was right there with him the moment he got sucked into hell, came to pay him a visit. When his friend filled him in on everything that happened in the last 10 years, the protagonist completely lost it, because for him, it was 80 years rotting in there. But it actually makes sense it was only 10 years. If it had been 80, the protagonist would be basically a vegetable in the hospital from old age. Since his body was in terrible shape, his mom took him out for a walk to get used to Earth again, but the kid didn't get a single minute of peace. Two guys showed up to collect a loan that Gemma took out for the hospital bills. She begged for more time, but the guys didn't care at all and started beating her up right in front of Daesung. Since he could barely even move, all he could do was curse them out. The bully grabbed him by the collar, threw him on the ground and started kicking him repeatedly, using him like a ball. His mom panicked, thinking her son was going to die. The protagonist realized he had escaped hell just to fall into the hell of Earth. A mission window appeared floating. Since he was in a really bad spot, he just accepted it. Everyone around him froze and only he could move. The mission was to reach the marked location within 1 hour. The goal was to fix his body. Since his legs weren't responding, he dragged himself all the way there. The journey was brutal in his condition, but the kid used his head. The mission didn't say he had to walk, just that he had to get there. With only 35 seconds left, he threw himself into a wheelchair and pushed with pure rage. In the last second on the clock, he completed the mission. The reward was a healing potion. He didn't even think twice, and downed it in one shot. The pain disappeared and his strength got a boost. When time unpaused, the bullies were completely lost, looking for the kid. Security showed up and kicked those guys out. Daesung vanished without anyone noticing. That night at the hospital, he had one goal. He needed to get his body back in shape fast before those idiots came back. The answer came instantly. Out of nowhere, he was teleported to a bizarre dimension. There he got a bundle of missions to heal his body, 100%. There was a mission to train his punches, a mission to run 10 kilometers, a mission to do 1,000 push-ups, sweating blood to get back to 100%. 10 days passed, and the progress bar got stuck at 55%. The protagonist got furious because he was already dead tired. Then mission 10 dropped. A real fight. A portal opened up shooting lightning everywhere. A giant monster stands in front of Daesung. It roars the second it appears. The huge beast rushes straight at him and swings hard. He blocks as best he can, thinking a few more hits like that will turn his bones to powder. Pinned down by the pressure, he jumps at the monster and tries to take control of the fight. But the demon is quicker, smacking him out of the air and slamming him to the ground. Cursing, he forces himself back up, hurt all over. Getting beaten by a screaming demon like this is just humiliating. The creature doesn't let up and goes in again. It throws a non-stop combo, and Daesung barely slips past the blows until the monster spots an opening. Then it switches moves and grabs him. He groans as the thing starts crushing him. Then it hits him. Now he remembers exactly how he got caught before and how he ended up getting crushed. The raging demon squeezes even harder. But all of a sudden, faster than expected, its hand gets cut and Daesung appears with a weapon in hand. Then he realizes he forgot he could summon swords. Annoyed, the creature charges again, but the protagonist meets it head on, telling it to go back to hell. He rains down attacks on the monster, refusing to lose this time. On the terminal, the mission clears, and the implementation progress stays at 55. Morning starts to break in the real world, and the hospital is still quiet. Someone opens the room's window, and the light hits Gemma's eyes. She wakes up rubbing them, and asks who's there. A person is standing in the room. Shocked, she asks if it's Dasum. Dasum stands in the light, looking far healthier than before. With a soft smile, he says, "Mother." A little later at the hospital, a doctor checks MC over. He has Daesung do a few therapy movements while both he and his mother watch. She can hardly believe it. They said after the last test he'd need over 6 months to recover. So how is he moving normally after only 15 days? The doctor says he can't explain it. Medically, it makes no sense. Gemma nervously asks if there's any chance Daesung could be. Still unsure, she asks if that's what this is. The doctor says no, it doesn't match the usual symptoms, so she shouldn't worry about that. Relieved, she thanks God. Annoyed, Daesung tells the doctor to stop fussing over him, and the man awkwardly admits he's just shocked by this impossible recovery. Gemma says this is such a relief. Dasum feels much better now. Walking and moving his arms and legs feels normal again. Even so, he still has to get back to his original body as fast as he can. When he reaches reception, he calls out to his mother and finds her thanking the nurse, who shyly asks what she even did. She says it's nothing compared to what a mother endured through those 10 years. His mother says it really feels like a miracle. Watching them, Daesung thinks he can't even imagine how much his mother suffered all those years. The nurse comforts her while she cries. That sight hits Daesung hard, and he promises he'll protect her. Later, in the hospital bathroom, he stands in front of the mirror and says, "Pantheon." A terminal pops up, entering the Pantheon. In the next second, he's back in that other space. He asks if the system can speed things up, and the terminal says he can choose mission difficulty, easiest, easy, or medium. He decides he's finishing this all in one shot, so he gives one answer, hell. The terminal confirms the setting changed to hell, and energy and light start bursting from the sphere. Cracks spread across it until it breaks apart. A man steps out, holding a sword. Daesung scratches his ear, and jokes that it's not loud at all. The man stares back with a nasty grin. Then he finally understands what's happening, and blurts out, "Oh come on, no way, this is..." He quickly realizes, the terminal labels the target as the absolute ruler, Han Daesung, a doppelganger, and says he has to defeat it. Daesung now faces his opponent in another dimension. The boy says this must be something he got from the absolute ruler of hell. The copy charges with a greatsword. The protagonist is caught off guard, and barely blocks the strike. His eyes turn red. The original Han blocks it too. The copy pulls away, throwing up sparks that make Han shield his face. Now he's clearly getting mad. The enemy rushes again, not giving him a second to respond. It's another overhead slash, and Han is already braced for it. He blocks again, but realizes something about this fight feels wrong. The copy looks like he's enjoying it. A storm of attacks follows, forcing Han to defend every single one. But one strike finally gets through and wounds him. Frustrated, Han realizes he can't keep up with the copy's power or speed, and the longer this goes, the worse it gets for him. The copy gets ready to strike with his hand, and it looks like Han won't avoid it. With an open palm, the double unleashes a heavy blow. In the impact zone, smoke fills the air, and Han is crouched inside it.
Our hero uses the sword stuck in the ground to pull himself up, coughing.
Covered in wounds, he jokes that the fake feels more real than the original, and that's not exactly good news. His eyes glow red, as he says this fight ends right here. Then he activates a power called naturalization, wrapping it around his body. The copy gets ready to keep going. Suddenly, a blinding flash bursts out like a tiny sun. The enemy charges once more. His downward strike cuts through what turns out to be an illusion, and when it misses, he turns to find the real target. But Han appears right where the fake image was. Closing in, he asks where the copy was looking, as he plants a hand on his face. Then he drives the other Daesung's head into the ground. Keeping him pinned, he forces the copy's face to stay turned toward him. Now he grabs his greatsword for the finishing blow, while the copy throws up an arm to block, but the strike misses. The other MC slips away by twisting his neck. A black blur flashes behind the original, and it's the imposter, using his speed to create distance and reset. The boy gives a cruel smile. Then dark waves start pouring off him, as he uses a sinister power. Han is stunned. His copy can use naturalization too. Gripping the greatsword with both hands, the copy charges. They trade blows again, neither able to break the deadlock. Annoyed, Daesung tells his double to stop being such a pain, but the clash keeps going. Then something changes, and Han looks up. The copy uses that moment to slash him across the back. Furious, Han can't believe he got caught. The other Daesung drags the blade upward through his back, tearing open a huge wound. Cold sweat starts running down his face. The next instant, he's back in the hospital bathroom, shaking, drained, and barely standing. Someone is already knocking at the door. Han can't even move properly, let alone answer. A janitor on the other side asks why the bathroom is locked. Reaching into her pocket, she mutters that this is weird. She pulls out a key to the bathroom and slides it into the lock. Back in the battle, Daesung drops to one knee clutching his wound, thinking he can't go on like this. He's hurt badly, and if he loses now, everything he's done so far will mean nothing. Pressing his shoulder to slow the bleeding, he tells himself he needs some way to beat that other him in hell. Then an answer hits him. The inventory. Back in the hospital, someone calls out, "Mrs. Kim, you were told to go to the 3rd floor," and she stops at once, saying she forgot. The person tells her to hurry, and she grabs her supplies and leaves. Daesung gets lucky. Now the bathroom stays quiet and no one bothers him. Back in the fight, Han knows how bad things are, but he's finally thought of a fix. The terminal announces. A blue portal-like circle opens beside him. He reaches inside. The copy starts dragging his sword forward to attack again, but Disung tells him to wait and grins, saying the fight isn't over yet. He remembers this is an item he got from a mission reward and saved, and right now it's exactly what he needs. The terminal identifies it as a nutrition tonic that restores 20% of health and stamina. That means 5 of them should get him fully back in the fight. The copy clearly isn't planning to stand around, and attacks while Disung is drinking. He dodges at the last second and fires back with a punch to the enemy's face, knocking him away. Glancing at his wrist, he decides he's almost ready. He reaches into the inventory again, thinking he can't waste time and should go straight to full recovery, pulling out a whole handful of vials. As he drinks, the copy tries to kick him, but he still dodges while chugging the tonics. He figures that's the 3rd one down, and right then the creature is already back in front of him, attacking again. This time though, Disung has to block with his weapon. Annoyed, he counts to himself, 4, 5, then he goes right back to exchanging attacks with the monster. He can feel his strength returning, but it still isn't enough. All of a sudden, the enemy changes tactics. It grabs Disung by the throat and lifts him up, wearing a cruel grin. Then it goes for a killing strike, but the protagonist summons his inventory at that exact second. In the next moment, the sword plunges into the creature's stomach. The monster freezes. When it looks down, it sees the blade came through the inventory portal. Using the inventory as a shield, Disung turns the attack around and lands the fatal hit. At last, the enemy drops to its knees. MC calls up the inventory again, relieved that trick actually worked. He says the damn mission is finally over, and the terminal reports his body is back to normal, with the jade body at 100. It also says his body has been fully restored, and now he can use the hell system in this world too. Then something starts happening around Disung. He wonders what it is, happy to feel his power back, but the scars covering him remind him of everything he went through in hell. Finally, he tells the system to get him out. The terminal says he has unread messages, and asks if he wants to check them. Disung selects the unread messages, then hits yes. A message appears. Hell welcomes its new monarch, and says the absolute ruler has returned to Earth. While the throne stood empty, the Celestials sealed this place with the Stone of Earth. The demons captured by the Celestial Pantheon are waiting for their ruler to save them. Caught off guard, he asks if they're seriously asking him for help. With a grin, he reminds them he spent 80 years fighting just to live through those monsters, and after all that, he became the monarch. Then he throws out a rude hand sign and tells them all to screw off. Those bastards can go to hell. Shouting now, he orders the system to let him out. Somewhere else, thousands of demons stare at a sphere of energy. Sometime later, at the hospital, Disung is working out, counting to 50. He does easy push-ups. It seems his full power still hasn't come back. Then the door opens, and the doctor walks in with his mother. Both of them stop, stunned by what they see. The doctor says her son may be an awakened one, and his mother says he wasn't like the others before. He explains there were no signs back then, so he thought Disung wasn't awakened, but now that's the only explanation. His mother wonders how this could have happened to him. The doctor says that's all he can tell her, but suggests visiting the association. She thanks him for everything. The protagonist finally notices them by the door. Later in the city, he sits in the car thinking about awakened people and the association. He realizes he acted like he didn't notice before because he was focused on the mission, but now it's clear, his mother is hiding something. Looking at ruined parts of the city, he wonders what happened on Earth during the 10 years he was asleep. In a neighborhood farther out, she tells him to go in and wait, saying she'll be back through the next door. He agrees. Inside, someone is taking cash from a drawer. Daesung walks in and spots a girl crouching there, staring at her. He asks who she is. Startled, the girl can only look back in silence. His mother suddenly comes in, saying he needs to eat, then turns to the girl and asks what she's doing. She asks Jisoo where she's been, says she never answered her phone, and tells her how worried she was. Daesung is shocked when he hears that name. Then he notices the empty drawer behind her, and his mother asks in disbelief if she stole again. Jisoo hides her hands in her pockets, trying to cover it up, then walks off without even looking at them. Daesung thinks it shouldn't matter how many years passed. She used to call him Big Brother. He can't believe he failed to recognize his only little sister. She says he looks fine now, but every day had been hell for them. As she passes by, MC just stands there thinking. Their mother calls after her, asking where she's going now. Suddenly someone at the front gate starts yelling for her to open up. Daesung turns that way, serious, while his mother tenses up in fear. The men shout that if she doesn't open in 3 seconds, they'll come in anyway. They keep kicking the door and yelling at her to open it. From inside, he quietly watches it all. Out in the neighborhood, 2 thugs are kicking the gate to Daesung's house, screaming for them to open up. They yell that she really thought she could disappear without a word, while his mother desperately begs her daughter to come over. Still pounding the gate, one man says he knows she's inside and orders her to open it. The other asks if this is the place, curses that she thinks she can hide again, and wonders if they should just break in. But then Jisoo steps outside. She glares at them and says they're making way too much noise. Then she turns and walks off, leaving both men confused. The older one asks who that was, and the other says she's probably the family's daughter. With the door open, they head inside, asking if she's home. One of them likes what he sees. His mother quickly apologizes and says she couldn't contact them because her son was released from the hospital today. She says this is all the money she has right now. A second later, her wallet gets slapped away, and bills scatter everywhere. Dae-sung shouts for his mother. The thug curses at her, saying they didn't come all this way for pocket change, then hits her and throws her down. She lands on the floor, dazed. Seeing that, the protagonist snaps. At the same time, the other thug walks over and stops in shock. Feet. He kneels and asks what happened, but the beaten man can only point ahead. The other looks up at Dae-sung, confused, asking who he is. MC says he wanted to meet these two, and now they came right to his house. The thug angrily asks if he's that useless bastard who couldn't even walk, saying he isn't worth what his mother pays. As he closes in, he asks if the man knows how he survived in hell. The thug calls it nonsense, but Dae-sung grabs him by the face. He says that whenever someone gave him something, he always paid it back. Then he smashes the man's face and says 10 times over, no, hundreds. He keeps beating him, saying he'll repay it all for sure. The thug drops hard and the protagonist tells him to get up. They've still got a long way to go, but the man is already wrecked on the ground. Spotting a wooden box nearby, the other thug gets an idea. He grabs a chair and calls Dae-sung an idiot. Rushing in, he asks if the boy has lost his mind. MC doesn't hesitate. He punches straight through the chair and sends the man crashing into the gate. Then the first thug pulls a knife from his waist. Calling Dae-sung a brat, he shows off the blade and says he's going to cut him. He charges in, waving the knife and yelling for him to face him. The protagonist smoothly catches his wrist and asks if this was the arm. Then he asks if this is the arm that hit his mother, and twists it like it's nothing. The man screams and drops the knife. Clutching his hand, he howls, while the other thug starts to stand again. Annoyed, he asks if Dae-sung really thinks this will end well for him. Smiling, MC says there's only one way to make sure they never cause trouble again. His mother screams at him to stop. She begs him to stop, and the two men use that chance to run off through the neighborhood. They jump into their expensive car and speed away. The bigger thug asks if that was really the same boy from the hospital, and the other says he may look different, but yeah, it's him. Then he asks how someone who had been unconscious for 10 years could change like that. The thinner man asks what they should do, since the boss told them to handle it themselves. The other says that's not the real issue. The problem is how they're going to pull it off now. Then he spots a girl walking nearby and tells him to stop the car. Back at home, his mother explains that he collapsed, and they went from hospital to hospital because no one knew what was wrong. To pay for it, she sold the house and the store. She says she kept hoping he'd wake up soon, but in the end they lost the whole rental deposit and had to borrow money too. Even then, she says, paying the interest alone was hard enough. Forget the main debt. Dae-sung asks if Jisoo is still in school and what happened to her. His mother says Jisoo dropped out 2 years ago. Last year she got hurt while working at a restaurant because she wanted to help. She goes on to say Jisoo worked at a gas station by day and a convenience store at night. Tense, the protagonist says she should have stopped her and sent her back to school, but his mother says she tried. Jisoo was just desperate to survive and help him. Still, nothing got better. Then something happened a few months ago, and now she just wanders around. Hurt by all this, he asks why they didn't just give up on him. His mother tells him never to say that they're family. Dae-sung falls silent, thinking about her words. Then a phone starts ringing. His mother bends down to pick it up. She says it's them, and MC asks for the phone. Taking it, he says there's still something he needs to finish. Then his face hardens. What? Furious, he starts cursing. Meanwhile, the gangster's car moves through the city. One of them says they picked the wrong person to mess with and should have been more careful. He orders Dae-sung to get 100 million by today and wait for their call, figuring someone with his strength can make that much in a day. He warns him not to try anything if he wants his sister back alive. He clenches the phone in rage. His mother anxiously asks what's going on. He says he's heading out and will be back soon, but she tells him to wait. She says it's too dangerous, and if he hurts someone and ends up in jail, she wouldn't be able to take it. Dae-sung realizes he can't solve this by simply killing them. This isn't hell. Out of nowhere, a terminal pops up in front of the protagonist. He freezes while his mother watches, totally confused. A little worried, she calls out to him. Dae-sung tells her not to worry. With a small smile, he says everything will be fine. The terminal says he's a returned adaptation, and gives him a bonus basic skill. MC mutters that if they're giving him something they should hurry, then taps the terminal. A list appears: poison, stealth, hellfire, and summon shadow specter. He hesitates for a moment. None of the choices really impress him. A little later, somewhere in the city, the kidnappers keep moving, and one wonders if the boy can even make it there. The other doubts he even knows the place. Even if he does, they still have his sister. Then strange energy flashes above the elevator, and it suddenly stops. The big man looks around, asking if the power cut and why the lights are blinking. Something starts rising from the floor. He turns, confused. Then he jumps back in shock as someone comes up through the floor, asking what the hell that is. It's Dae-sung. He shows up and asks what he just said. He says they wanted money, so he came to bring it. He picks Summon Shadow Specter. Dark energy gathers in his hand. Figuring it'll do for now, he activates the skill. A black liquid forms in his palm. He clenches it tight. The liquid drips to the floor. Then something starts taking shape in front of him. Remembering the earlier fight, he tears off a piece of clothing. He orders the shadow to follow the blood and open a way for him. Then he tosses the cloth. A moment later, he's inside the elevator with the kidnappers and his sister. One of the men rushes him in anger. Dae-sung slips past the hit, grabs his face and drives him down, dropping him instantly. The big guy curses at him. He asks if Dae-sung isn't awakened. His sister hears that and stares in shock. The protagonist asks what an awakened is. As the elevator opens, the man snaps at him to quit playing dumb. He yells for the others to beat MC down, warning them he's awakened, so they should go all out. Before he can do more, Dae-sung strikes from behind and throws him to the floor. Another gangster shouts to grab him, and the whole group charges. He steps up. As he advances, the lights flicker and spark. The first guy swings and lands a hit, but Dae-sung suddenly turns into liquid right in front of him, then appears deeper in the crowd. He snaps a backward kick into one man, while another charges in yelling. The protagonist avoids it with ease and slams a heavy punch into the guy's face. He moves through the group at insane speed, striking one after another. Even the lights keep glitching from his power. In seconds, every gangster is down. Dae-sung walks past them and heads back to the elevator, where his sister waits. He kneels beside her and asks if she's okay. Then he pulls the tape off her mouth. He tells her she's going home. She asks what he's going to do next. Dae-sung says he's finishing things here, and will see her soon. As the elevator doors close, she keeps staring at him in shock. MC turns back to deal with the rest. The lights keep flickering, like none of this matters. Bodies are scattered across the floor. The whole place goes dead quiet. Then someone starts coming up the stairs. The figure climbs with both hands in his pockets, hood up, one sleeve still torn, trailing behind two others. The rough group looks unsure. Dae-sung tells them the others weren't even worth calling bugs. The men can't tell what he's getting at. He finds it pathetic how fast the rest went down. Suddenly, a window at the top floor bursts apart. Elsewhere, someone makes a call using another person's phone. A tattooed man answers. Annoyed, he says he already told them not to call while he's in the sauna. The caller says there's a problem, and he needs to come to the office. He shouts back, asking if he's some kind of dog to be ordered around, but the voice begs him to come. There's a monster there. He tightens his grip on the phone, clearly shaken, then he crushes it in his hand. Standing up, he finishes smashing the phone apart. Back at the building, one window is shattered, and several men are sprawled across the floor. In a nearby room with the door cracked open, Dae-sung walks toward another gangster. The trembling man tells him not to come closer, but he keeps going. The guy is completely terrified of him. The protagonist only stares back coldly. Then a wall suddenly explodes inward. Dae-sung turns toward the noise. A huge man charges at him with some kind of attack. He closes the gap in a flash and grabs MC by the face, then slams him hard into the ground. With a grim look, the brute says he made a huge mess. While his head is pinned down, Dae-sung realizes neither his mother nor his sister were shocked by his power. The brute demands to know where his men are. The protagonist understands they already knew powers like this existed. He just never asked because he was too focused on waking up. When he grabs the brute's arm, shadows start trailing behind him. The man notices and panics. He jerks away from MC, leaving part of his suit behind. Even as he retreats, the shadows keep chasing him. While the brute backs off in fear, Dae-sung gets back up. The man can't believe he caused all this alone. The protagonist rises and brushes himself off, then looks at him and asks if he's some kind of awakened. The brute says there's no turning back now. He'll send Dae-sung to hell. MC repeats the word, almost amused. Hell? The big man powers up, his muscles swelling as his expensive suit rips apart, but he suddenly drives a punch into his face. The hit wrecks him on the spot. Spinning toward the wall, the brute screams and wonders if taking his clothes off was supposed to make that hurt less. Smashed against the wall, he can't understand how he got beaten so easily. He's furious. This makes no sense. Before he can react, Dae-sung stomps straight onto his face, grinding him down like he's nothing. The protagonist asks if this bastard even knows what hell is. He says his family suffered the whole time he was gone. The man realizes MC is on a completely different level, and now all that matters is surviving. Knowing he can't win, he begs Dae-sung to stop. He pleads for his life, offering money, anything at all. Still staring coldly, he asks, "Money? Where is it?" The man points ahead and says it's in the locker. The protagonist looks over and sees it. He asks if the man really means it, and warns him not to lie. Then Dae-sung walks over. As soon as he goes for the money, the brute bolts. MC watches him run and says he'll die if he doesn't disappear fast. The man screams out an apology. In the parking lot, he jumps into a car. Battered and furious, he curses the kid and swears he'll kill him, child or not. Then Dae-sung suddenly appears right by his ear and says he forgot one thing, the password. The man stammers, nearly losing himself in fear. He says that part matters. More than that, he warns the man he can visit him anywhere from now on. The brute speeds off screaming. On the rooftop, a portal opens and piles of cash spill out. Seeing it all, Dae-sung figures it's 532 million won. He wonders how long that kind of money could keep him going, and how many apartments it could buy in Seoul. Later, at a busy phone shop in the city, someone mentions the newest foldable model, priced at 2.99 million won in cash. Dae-sung picks up a phone and asks, "This one?" The clerk says it's the newest model and really popular with girls, then offers it for 1.99 million won. The protagonist pauses at that one word. Girls? The seller adjusts his glasses, worried he pushed too hard, and offers an installment plan if the price feels like too much. But MC says he'll buy it, catching him off guard. Then he adds that he'll take 2, and drops a stack of cash on the counter. The seller lights up immediately. He thanks Daesung over and over. Back home in the quiet neighborhood, he returns with a small shopping bag. Smiling, he sets it on the computer desk. Someone calls that dinner is ready, but Daesung says he has to go out. His mother opens the door, asking where, but he's already gone, leaving her wondering where he went. Later that night in the city, the streets are still full of life. The protagonist arrives at a restaurant. From a table, Chonho waves and calls out that he's over there. Taesung smiles and waves back. Chonho is surprised. Mimsi looks nothing like the boy from the hospital. The two enjoy a meal together. They raise their drinks. After a drink, Chonho asks what Taesung plans to do now. He takes a sip and starts with, well, Chonho says they're not dumb high school kids anymore, while the drink seems to hit the protagonist pretty hard. Then MC asks how many apartments 500 million one could buy, and Chonho asks if he actually has that much. He just keeps chewing instead of answering. So Chonho tells him that much would only rent a small place on the edge of Seoul. Taesung asks how much it would take to actually buy an apartment in downtown Seoul. Taking a sip, Chonho says buying one in central Seoul would cost about 2 billion won. He grins and tells the protagonist not to feel too bad. The world changed a lot while he was in a coma. Mimsi just keeps drinking. Even if the alcohol is hitting him a little hard, Chonho says his mom told him something about Taesung. Apparently he awakened. He says he first needs to know what awakened even means. Fired up, Chonho says he only just woke up, so of course he wouldn't know. As the night goes on, Chonho explains that after Taesung fell into a coma, portals started appearing. At first they showed up across the country and were studied and controlled. Then one day, monsters came pouring out of the portals, and those portals started. The monsters attacked people. Humans fought back with every weapon they had, but normal arms did nothing, and the damage kept getting worse. Taesung asks if even guns and cannons were useless. Chonho says regular weapons basically don't work, and later they learned only aura weapons, made from monster remains, could hurt them. The people who can use those aura weapons are called awakened. Chonho says he's one too. Looking at his phone, Taesung says that means he's awakened just like him. Chonho notices the foldable phone and asks if he really bought one. The protagonist asks if it isn't cool. The seller said it was top of the line. Smiling, Chonho says that model was probably a recent free giveaway and asks if MC actually paid for it. He realizes he got scammed, and Chonho starts clowning him. Then Chonho gets back on track and says even without an aura weapon, an awakened can still boost their body with power. He explains that physical ability jumps way up, and he heard Taesung beat up the gangsters who came to his house. Annoyed, the protagonist asks if Chonho would lend him money if he wasn't awakened. That catches Chonho off guard. Irritated, he asks what MC is trying to say. He just asks how much he makes. Right then, the space near them starts cracking like glass. Both of them stare at it, worried. A portal begins opening on the spot. Shapes of creatures can be seen inside. People nearby panic, shouting that it's a portal. A huge monster steps out, cracking the ground, and more of them follow. Different monsters march out one after another. It looks like a whole army, pounding wooden weapons in rhythm while people watch from a distance. The crowd freezes in fear. The monsters look like they hype each other up for battle. People scream for everyone to run, but Taesung and Chonho stay behind. Chonho warns that the portal just had a sudden fracture. Han wonders what these things are. They're not like the enemies from hell. He stomps the ground hard enough to crack it, then picks up a chunk. Tossing the rock up, Daesung says he wants to test something, and Chonho has no clue what he's doing. The protagonist lines up the throw, then launches the fragment with all his strength like a discus. Even that small piece explodes into bits when it hits the creature's arm. Chan grows curious about what kind of monster this is. From the impact, he figures out their skin isn't the problem. They're covered by some kind of barrier. The creature glares angrily at what struck near it. Panicking, Chonho repeats that even guns and cannons can't hurt them. One monster breaks from the group and charges. Lifting its wooden weapon, it swings at the two friends. Chonho thinks they're dead and throws up his arm, ducking to protect himself. He squeezes his eyes shut and braces, then realizes someone else took the hit. A second later, he notices he's still alive and untouched. When he looks over, he's stunned. The monster went down from a single blow by Daesung, and Han sees it too. Ignoring Chonho's panic, MC says that punch did the job. Chonho can barely process it. Bare fists against monsters makes no sense. Then two more rush in. Daesung steps up to one of them, already winding up another punch, and drops it. Now it's two monsters down. He keeps going, tearing through them with ease. Watching him move, Chonho starts wondering if he is above B class. The protagonist glances back and sees a crowd still standing there. He tells himself this isn't the time. Weirdly, the rest of the city still seems unaware of the nightmare happening here. Across the street, two monsters stare at a crowd too scared to move. The people realize monsters are everywhere, and think this is the end. Trying to be their hero, Chonho tells them not to panic. He knows a path to the shelter through the sewers. He tells everyone to follow him and move fast. But before they can go, more creatures appear. The looks on their faces say it all. they think they're doomed. The monsters get ready to attack, and chaos erupts as people run in every direction, leaving one little girl frozen in place. The creatures keep charging. The girl cries for her mother. As the beasts close in on people, desperate screams fill the street. One monster raises its weapon at the trembling girl. She's bent over, soaked in tears, too scared to even call out anymore. The hammer comes down, but it misses. Chanho jumps in and yanks her out of the way. In the next instant, something slams into the creature from the side and knocks its teeth out. It was Daesung, dropping the beast with one crushing strike. Relieved, Chanho shields the little girl so she won't see the aftermath. The monster crashes to the ground like a fallen tree, and MC lands beside it. Han tells Chanho he's still exposed and needs to move now. Chanho smiles, thankful Daesung saved them both, and quickly pulls back with the crying child. Then he yells for everyone to hurry into the sewer. There's no time left. Somewhere else in the city, someone is live streaming on a phone and asks the viewers if they're seeing this. The stream shows him smashing monsters near the buildings. Chat explodes. People ask if it's real, and freak out that Han is fighting all of them alone. The person filming says he came down from his building after hearing monsters had surrounded the area. He realizes Daesung is in serious danger, and he is, because more enemies keep coming. Still recording, the man shouts that they just keep coming one after another. Then Han gets blindsided by a huge hit to the torso that sends him flying into a parked car. The streamer thinks there's no way anyone survives that. Daesung sits slumped against the wrecked car, head down. The chat loses it, wondering if he's still alive, while one person jokes they won't play the tribute song yet. For a long, awful moment, the protagonist doesn't move at all. Elsewhere, the manhole cover lies open by the sewer entrance. Underground, a frantic woman spots a child she recognizes. The girl runs to her. It's her mother, the same one she had been crying for outside. Chanho feels relieved he got her there. The girl apologizes for wandering off, and he feels like he at least completed that part. Then a man asks Chanho if he's really going back to the surface, and he hesitates. A second later, he remembers Daesung is still up there fighting alone. Back outside, MC is still slumped by the car as the monsters close in. One gets nearer, and he still doesn't react. It stares at him with a vicious look. The streamer says this looks bad, and the chat starts calling it the end, saying the guy did his best. The monster grips its club and swings, aiming straight for Daesung. The boy watching covers his eyes. The blow smashes through everything in front of it, but the monster suddenly freezes. The car is wrecked, yet Daesung is gone. He appears behind it and blasts into the other monsters.
This streamer freaks out, yelling that big bro is alive. It's really him.
He thanks the monster, saying that hit helped restore some of his mana. With a smile, he says he'll return the favor with a painless death. Then he dashes in and cuts down more monsters on the way. The chat begs the streamer to zoom in since the video is blurry, and he thinks they're insane for wanting him closer. Then one viewer offers 5 million won for better footage. He's stunned, and when it jumps to 10 million, the chat goes even crazier. Nervous, he thinks the money is great, but there's no way he can go over there, not with all those monsters around. Meanwhile, Daesung thinks using mana this much is brutal. He dodges an attack and gets ready to counter, driving a punch into a monster's chin. The force lifts its head up as the protagonist follows through. Nearby, the chat keeps throwing out offers for a better shot, while others just enjoy the show. One viewer even asks for more details by email and says he'll pay for it, and Daesung still seems to be handling it just fine. Alerts start flooding his device. Even so, he says he's not going. The message says if he sends details on MC, not just photos, he'll get a 40 million bonus and should make contact. Thrilled, he can barely believe it. Elsewhere, inside a high-rise, someone watches and says the leader called it, first 20 million, then 40. A man grins and says the YouTubers are on their way. Another adds that his clan is moving out too, so they might meet up there. Still smiling, he says he'd been a scout for years, but never felt this way before. Daesung is insanely strong. Back at the fight, he stomps the monster down and scans the rest. The monsters look scared of him. Daesung mocks them, calling them bugs, when something suddenly smashes into one of their heads. It's one of the larger monsters coming up from behind. It glares at the protagonist like a challenge. Nearby, the boy thinks that's way too much money to ignore, and begs the streamer to keep filming. Still hiding behind the car, he says this chance won't come twice. The monster points at Daesung and orders the others to attack. MC clicks his tongue. They just keep coming, and his mana is almost gone. Then Cheng suddenly shows up beside the guy, asking what he's doing and why he hasn't evacuated, nearly scaring him to death. His phone rig and mic drop to the floor. Chengko asks if he's out of his mind staying here. In the chat, people freak out, asking what happened to the chicken guy, and already telling him to rest in peace. Chengho grabs him and orders him to get inside the building now. Panicking, the guy thinks, no, my money. Seeing his gear left behind, he starts cursing. Then a monster's foot comes down and crushes it all. The chicken guy and Chenho freeze as the creature gets closer, and the streamer looks like he's completely shut down. Desperate, Chenho yells for him to snap out of it, and asks what's wrong. The monster doesn't care, and gets ready to strike, but before it can, its head is cut off too. Something flew past and cleanly took it off. Chongho stares in shock. Then he sees his friend standing atop a heap of monster bodies. Fired up, he asks why Chongho came back, and Chongho says he returned because he was worried. He says he needs to go somewhere for 20 minutes. Changho tells him that's fine, the clans should be here soon. Noticing the protagonist's look, he adds that anything he wants to know can wait until he gets back. The terminal says implementation is 100% complete. Because of the massacre, Pantheon items can now be used in the real world, and it asks if he wants to enter. Daesung accepts. A portal opens in front of him, leaving Changho stunned. He can't believe MC can open portals and wonders what happened to him. He steps through it and arrives on the other side, where he says he can't believe his body ended up like this because of those fries, then asks for his mana status. The terminal says the absolute ruler's mana is implemented at under 10%. He mutters that this sucks, so it wasn't the weapon's fault, and asks how to raise his mana fast. The terminal answers, organize the absolute ruler's diary. After that, the time and place tied to it will become a quest, with rewards based on completion. Daesung asks if that means the diary he wrote every day just to stay sane. The terminal asks if he wants to organize the diary. He says yes. A book suddenly appears in front of him. The terminal shows the process has started. Energy begins pouring out of the diary. The organizing continues, and the terminal says recording has begun. Everything that's happened so far comes rushing back. Then the diary bursts into flames until the recording finally ends. Holding his head, the protagonist says he feels awful and asks to get back to the mana part. He chooses page 16, the Forest of Predators. The terminal reads, page 16, year 5, day 75. Event recreation in progress. He appears in the middle of that place, wrapped in mist. Back in the city, Jondho and the chicken guy head up the stairs. The guy thinks maybe the address he got belongs to Han, and he's glad he recorded it. Then he asks if Changho knows where Daesung went. Changho asks why someone offered him money for a picture of MC's face. The guy says nothing. When a loud sound makes them both look up, Changho says there could be survivors on the roof, so they need to move quietly. The guy keeps climbing. Then his phone starts ringing. He pulls it out to check. It's a message from Junyoung, leader of the Seoul clan, saying weekend traffic will delay them, so they need to evacuate the area fast. Worried, he hopes Daesung comes back soon. Meanwhile, in that the terminal says the Forest of Predators has been recreated, but because of a dimensional seal, info on this place can't be shown. Daesung notices how calm he feels. The terminal gives the mission, medium difficulty, eliminate the celestial beings occupying the forest. Reward, increased mana. He looks around for them, not noticing the giant creature appearing nearby. It declares that it has detected an unknown intruder and will eliminate it. Then it fires a beam down at him. Daesung dodges just in time. As the beam tears through the area, he moves through it fast, then stops ahead. The grotesque celestial creature watches him. The terminal identifies it as the White Colossus of Justice, a machine life form, an autonomous weapon made by the beings of paradise. Daesung repeats, beings of paradise, while staring at it. The giant attacks again. Its fist slams into the ground, but misses. Thinking he has no time to waste, the protagonist decides to finish it fast. He drives a huge punch into the creature. The blow caves in its face and slams it flat to the ground. Daesung lands right after, but it's still not over. Long fingers stretch from one of the weapon's hands toward him. MC watches them come in. Annoyed, he decides to crush it for good. Then he bursts forward. The celestial weapon lashes out with its extended limbs, but he keeps advancing without getting hit. As the attacks keep coming, Daesung readies another strike at the heavenly weapon. This time he hits its stomach. His fist punches straight through it, shattering the thing into pieces. The colossus crashes down in dust. Looking over his shoulder, Daesung says, "Okay, next." A red sphere rises from the wreckage. Then something about it catches his eye. Back on Earth, Changho and the streamer reach the roof. When they open the door, they find several bodies. The guy stares, uneasy, while the boy behind him looks horrified. Both of them take in the pile of bodies. One person seems barely alive. The boy asks if that man is still breathing. They rush to the man slumped by the ledge. Changho kneels beside him and asks if he's okay. With great effort, the man says, "B." The guy leans in, then the man finishes. Behind. That last word makes Changho go still. A huge demon is above them on the building, and Changho swallows hard. The monster stares down at him, with a vicious look. The attendant says they need to move the injured man, but Changho says it's too late. They can't move until he tells him to. The guy agrees and asks what Changho saw. The moment he realizes he's terrified, the giant demon keeps watching them. Changho tells him to stay awake and jump for the door. When he says now, unless he wants to get ripped apart here, he needs to pull himself together. Still shaking, the boy finally snaps back. Above them, the huge creature roars and suddenly jumps down. Then the guy shouts, "Now!" Meanwhile, in the Forest of Predators, Daesung studies the red sphere packed with energy. Wondering what it is, the sphere announces that self-repair is starting. He tenses up. Restoration. It says restoration is at 10%, and that analysis of the intruder's attack pattern is complete. The main body's performance will now improve. Daesung sprints forward. Once he's close, he winds up and smashes the red sphere head-on. The punch tears a hole through it. Then he leaps, landing right on top of it. The terminal shows restoration at 3%. With a cold look, he scoffs that it's annoying and starts pounding it again. He doesn't stop attacking. The terminal jumps to 40%. Daesung keeps punching until cracks spread across it, but the terminal still reads 55%. The sphere keeps splitting apart, yet restoration keeps rising, now 65%. Error messages flash as energy beams start blasting everywhere. Restoration drops to 30%, while Daesung keeps hammering it without pause. Furious, he throws another punch, and yells for it to go to hell. Then an energy beam shoots at him, and he barely dodges in time. Turning toward where it came from, he sees 3 more celestial weapons closing in. They lock onto him, and there are even more on the far side. Several beams slice through the air. Daesung jumps off the sphere and dodges cleanly. With a sharp leap, he avoids the barrage. He lands and steadies himself. Looking at the new enemies, he curses. The terminal warns that restoration has reached 95%. Daesung bursts forward again. The divine machines fire beam after beam at him, but he speeds up so much they can't lock on. He rushes the machine that's almost restored, eyes burning with fury, as the terminal shows 98% recovery. Daesung slams it with a massive blow, blasting a huge hole through it. The celestial machines surround the area and watch. Bracing himself on the ground, the protagonist steadies his body after that burst of power. He realizes this fight will never end if he keeps going like this, so he needs another plan. Then it hits him. Those recorded memories might show a way to stop all of it. He puts a hand to his head. Right away, a sharp tingling runs through his brain, and nausea hits him. Then suddenly, something clicks in his mind. A memory comes back, and he mutters that maybe this can work. Chango shouts for the boy to run to the door, and the terrified kid does it. At the same time, the creature drops down near the entrance, with its weapon raised. As the 2 boys sprint away, they barely escape. Its giant club slams into the floor and misses. The monster pauses, confused, looking around for them. Then it roars in anger and charges after the boys. Once they get inside, Xiaohao quickly tries to hide as the monster closes in. The beast jams its huge hand inside, trying to snatch them. Panicking, they scramble backward as far as they can. Its claws scrape the ground as the hand pulls back. The boys stay completely still, hoping not to be found. Breathing hard, Chunho whispers that they have to go down now. Elsewhere, something massive crashes onto the ground. The celestial machines keep pressing Daesung. They attack non-stop, but he pushes ahead, dodging every strike. The creatures keep coming, yet none of them can touch him. MC keeps moving, thinking he only needs a little more. He uses the trees to build speed. After stepping off one last tree, he bursts forward and spins through the air. Still airborne, he stays locked in on his target. When he reaches the right spot, he thinks, that's it. Then he runs from the creatures and stops at a chosen point. He steadies his breathing and gets ready. From farther back, he watches the celestial creatures closing in. A heavy one cracks the ground with each step. Soon they spread out and surround him in an arc. One announces that it's at a safe distance and will begin the attack. Daesung sneers that they sure took their sweet time. The celestial being shakes the ground, and all of them start letting out strange sounds together. Grinning, he says this is exactly why it's called the Forest of Predators. A huge thing suddenly bursts up, then it crashes right onto the celestial creatures. Daesung laughs and calls it a swamp whale, saying those idiots eat anything they see. He adds that they'll be stuck in its belly for a while, and it digests really well. The terminal reports that the absolute ruler has met every condition, and its physical power has been restored. Daesung stands still, feeling his strength come back. Checking himself, he says his mana has clearly grown. The terminal then says the mission is complete, and gives him a bonus reward, the Dagger of Judgment. The protagonist watches in surprise, as the weapon forms in front of him. The terminal explains it's a sacred blade once used by the celestial judge, made from white golem remains. It's powerful, and can be controlled from a distance. He repeats the part about remote control, and decides to test it, so he throws the dagger ahead. It sweeps through the space in front of him, then flies back into his hand. Pleased, he says this thing is going to be really useful. When he lowers it, the weapon fades away just like it appeared. After that, Daesung decides it's time to head back. A portal opens in front of him. On the news, reporters talk about the sudden portal and the chaos it caused, then ask a professor for his opinion. He says the real problem is the hunters. He complains that hunters act like public workers, slow, always taking breaks, and asks how people are supposed to trust them. Since portal breaks can happen anytime, not just on workdays, the reporter says the association should answer for it. Meanwhile, a car speeds through the city. Someone inside watches the interview on a phone. Annoyed, a man says those people are insane. Association hunters don't make as much as clan hunters. He goes on, saying they're not fortune tellers and can't predict disasters, then calls to his brother beside him. The well-dressed man tells him to quit complaining. If they can't handle this, they won't even have a team, and he's supposed to be the leader. He keeps glaring at the phone, until a breaking report says a mysterious hunter showed up and solved everything there. The car keeps moving through the city. Somewhere else, the chicken boy shakily says the rooftop was covered in bodies. Chalho says he knows it's awful, but for now they just have to wait for rescue. A sudden loud crash makes both boys jump. They peek over the counter where they're hiding, and the whole place seems to be trembling. Chalho wonders if hunters finally arrived. A huge impact hits next, filling the area with dust. The boys shield themselves as best they can. Terrified, he thinks the monsters found them, But then Daesung appears, saying he's starving, and they better not get in his way while he steps over the remains of the creature. The boy lights up with relief, and calls out to his friend. Smiling, MC asks if he's late. Still stunned, the boy asks what is wrong with him. Daesung hugs himself and groans, and Chanho quickly asks if he's hurt. He asks if he's really seeing them, and the chicken boy says yes. Then the protagonist tells them to get some meat ready, because he's starving. That leaves the two boys who just survived hell, staring at him in shock. Scared out of their minds, they ask if he seriously wants to eat meat here. The whole area is a complete wreck. Looking at the meat, Daesung wonders if it's monster blood on it, then says it's fine, he doesn't care. The boys can only stare in horror as he eats. They're clearly grossed out too. Then someone rushes in, shouting that there are survivors here. A soldier asks if everyone is alright. The attendant happily thanks God and says he's going to live. The soldier looks startled by what he sees, while the boy keeps thanking him. Then his eyes land on Daesung still eating, and he awkwardly tries to speak. Chanho greets him, thanks him for the hard work tonight, and explains they missed their chance to reach the shelter, so they're glad he came. Trying to help MC out, he adds that his friend acts like this when he's in shock. Chanho grabs him and says they should head to the hospital first, but he asks what's wrong. The soldier tells them not to leave on their own, and says he'll take them to the exit, so they should follow him. Chanho agrees and pulls something from his suit. He says to contact them if there's any trouble, adding that his clan may have work too, and shows a Soul Clan team leader card. Once the soldier sees he's from a clan, he relaxes and says he'll lead them out. Chanho thanks him. Later, the military fills the area. The two hunters from the car arrive as well. The leader stares and blurts out, "What the hell is that?" He yells at the younger man, calling him an idiot, and saying if he has time to throw up, he has time to check for survivors. The boy quickly apologizes. Then he says he's a hunter and should follow the soldier, and the soldier agrees. The leader thanks God and mutters about what kind of kid that was, just as savage and strong as the monsters. Later, a car moves through the city. Chanho suggests they stay at his place for the night. Daesung refuses, saying people at home must be worried. Chanho says it's nice that he cares, but if they see him like this, they'll be completely shocked. The protagonist looks down at himself, covered in blood. Then he says he'll call his mom and his friend, and after they clean up, they can get some chicken. Sometime later, in a tall building, Daesung looks surprised. His friend tells him to wash up and come back, while he orders chicken. A while later, the food is laid out. MC stares at it and asks what all this is. Chanho says it's been 4 months since he had meat, so he should eat as much as he wants today. Daesung asks if Chanho really made a lot of money, and if that means he's a hunter. Thinking back to their earlier talk, Chanho says that's right. He adds that these days people say hunters aren't much better than scammers. Then he asks if he is thinking about becoming one. The protagonist just makes a sound with his mouth full. Chanho takes that as a yes and says if he goes to the association, he'll probably rank above B. If things go well, Chanho says he could even make rank A. Daesung asks what rank B and rank A even mean, so Chanho explains that it's the hunter ranking system. A rank B can join a big association or clan and make around 3,000, while rank A gets even more. Curious, MC asks if there's anything above A, and Chanho says yes. There's only Chanho jokes, asking if Daesung plans to become the 6th S rank, then says he's kidding. Still, he warns him not to expect too much. Reaching rank A would already be huge, especially in Korea. Then he asks one last time if he really wants to become a hunter. He says yes, and Chanho tells him to trust him. Raising a toast, he says he'll make the protagonist great. MC thinks to himself, become a hunter. Meanwhile, in another high-rise, inside a fancier room, someone eats an expensive meal and says, "So, a crazy debtor." He tells the other man to keep talking while he eats, then says they'll try again. Repeating the words, he asks if that crazy debtor really destroyed the man's whole organization. The other man quietly says yes. Wiping his mouth, the man says that if it's true, it's pathetic, and asks why. If that's the case, he even bothered coming here to report it. The man tries to answer, but stammers, terrified, finally saying he has nowhere else to go. This is Lee Sok, a general of the Hongna clan. He says it would be stupid for a gangster to run to the police, right? The frightened man quickly agrees. Lee Sok asks why he's been shaking this whole time. Then he asks if it's because of the gangster lying dead on the floor. That man is dead, and pieces of his body are gone. The gangster shakes even harder at the sight. Lee keeps a hand on his shoulder, and calmly watches. Terrified, the gangster begs him not to kill him. Lee says that's fine. They only need the money they came to collect. The man can only stammer. Lee says the robbed office doesn't matter since they must have hidden cash somewhere, but the man swears he doesn't know because he was in the back. Panicking, he insists that's the truth, and begs to be believed. Lee just studies him in silence. Then he smiles and says he believes him, making the gangster light up. Sweating and stumbling over his words, the man thanks him. Lee says he's thankful too, and suddenly crushes the man's head with his energy. He does it without any emotion. Blood bursts out from the body. Soaked in it, Lee steps back. Then he looks at a paper on his desk. Picking it up, he tells someone to deal with that guy. The photo on the document is Daesung. Lee adds that it should be handled properly. A person waiting in the corner answers yes. Sometime later, he reaches the Korean Hunter Association. The building carries the KSH initials. He's just arriving there for his awakening test, and Chanho tells him the staff will guide him from there. Daesung says okay. Chanho reminds him to speak politely, or people will think he's nuts, and the protagonist agrees while getting another warning not to mess anything up. Chanho says he's heading back to work, and tells him to text once the results are out. Seeing how proud his friend looks, MC admits he's nervous. Still, he heads into the building with confidence. Outside, he notices a few staff members smoking and having drinks. There are also other people who seem to be here for testing. On the way in, he passes a man grumbling that this is humiliating. Daesung thinks Chanho was right. This could make good money, but it's a pain. Inside, he makes it to lab room 3. Quite a few people are waiting there. He checks his slip and sees he's number 9. Hunters really are popular, but being 9th means the wait shouldn't be too bad. Then his phone rings. It's a text from his mom asking if he's still with Chanho, and when he's coming home since her back hurts and she needs to rest. He decides not to tell her the truth. Instead, he says he's still at his friend's place and will shower before heading home. His mom asks if he ate, then tells him to come back and eat, since his sister went out to buy lunch. Glad to hear that, he plans to head home as soon as he can. Then the door opens, and a woman in heels steps out. She calls for the next person, number 9. Inside, an old man is yelling that he's not crazy and that he's obviously awakened. A staff member apologizes, saying the meter gave no value, and the old man snaps. What? He rants that he's said over and over the meter is garbage, asking if this is really how the association works. Now, people at the front complain that he's hurting their ears and tell him to leave because others are waiting. The old man keeps arguing that all his hair fell out overnight. If that's not an awakening side effect, then what is? He's sure he awakened. At the doorway, people try not to laugh. Daesung wonders why this had to happen right when it's his turn. Everyone's waiting on him. The miserable old man says he won't leave and will complain straight to the branch manager. Then someone suddenly grabs him by the head and growls, "Hey you!" Pulling the hand away, the man asks who thinks they can do that. Daesung glares at him and asks if he can't see all the people waiting behind him. The man nearly wets himself from fear. Shaking, he says the meter has to be broken because he's sure he awakened. He asks if he's really that sure. A man in a suit says they can test it with him since he's awakened. He walks over to the machine and places his hand on the sphere. Energy starts to gather. He holds it there as the machine activates. Soon the sphere glows green. The man says green means rank C, so the machine is clearly working fine. The old man goes stiff and can only mutter, The woman tells him other people are waiting and orders him to leave. Even as he walks out, he keeps shouting that the meter is wrong. The receptionist apologizes for the trouble and says Daesung can come in now. Already fed up, the protagonist answers yes. After he enters, the woman asks her senior if that guy will score high. He jokes that she should stop guessing and get back to work. But she still thinks that with the pressure he gave off, if he's awakened at all, he's at least rank B or higher. That morning at the KHA, inside the branch manager's office, everything outside is quiet, but inside the mood shifts fast. The manager asks what's going on and someone urgently tells him to get to exam room 3 on the 6th floor right away. Startled, he asks what happened, but the reply is that he should see it himself. A few minutes later, he's in the elevator heading down. On the way, he tries to guess the problem. Could some S-rank level specimen have shown up in the exam room? He calms himself, thinking that if it's really that serious, they'll have to fight to keep other branches from taking the specimen. The elevator stops and announces his floor, snapping him out of it. A crowd is gathered there, whispering that they've never seen anything like this before. The manager steps into the hall, confused by everyone just standing around. He pushes through the crowd, asking them to move. Then he gets close enough and is stunned. One glass measuring orb is shattered and still smoking. Looking around, he sees 2 more are broken too. The suited man can only mutter, "What the hell?" A nervous employee rushes over, fixing his tie, and the manager demands to know what happened. Both of them look toward Daesung as the younger worker starts explaining. He says that MC put his hand on the crystal ball, while MC stays quiet. At first, the crystal's color started shifting strangely, and Han asks if that's normal, as mist and changing colors swirl inside it. An employee says that part can happen sometimes, but this was different. Then cracks spread across the crystal. The young worker panics because he has no idea what's happening, and Daesung is just as confused. A second later, it explodes, and smoke blasts through the room, frightening everyone outside. They quickly open the door to clear the smoke. A researcher coughs behind her hand, while Han stands in front of the shattered crystal, and another nearby one is broken too. One worker is left sitting on the floor in shock, and Daesung just stares at the wrecked crystals. The younger employee asks him if he's okay. Han says nothing, just sweats. The manager asks if the meter malfunctioned. The employee says that would be hard to believe when all 3 crystal balls ended up like this, and the manager agrees that's too much to be chance. Meanwhile, Han worries they'll make him pay for the damage, and wonders what he's supposed to do now, just wait for the results. The young employee says yes, they should wait for further information. The manager is troubled because if this keeps happening, every golden crystal ball would be destroyed. Then he turns to Daesung, clearly about to make a decision, and the others wait for his words. Carefully, the manager begins to explain. He says they should use a judgment limit test, though the protagonist has no idea what that means. Since the crystal balls can't measure him, the branch will judge him through a license test, which will decide his final rank. Darsong asks if that method is reliable. The young employee says the system is based on clear standards, so he shouldn't worry. Han realizes there's no other choice and says he understands. The chief politely sees him off, and MC leaves the room and quietly walks down the hall. The manager grabs his head and groans that he can't deal with this. A researcher says the crystal meter reacted to energy from another world, and the manager asks why. Adjusting her glasses, she says maybe the issue is that his energy works differently. Han's otherworldly power may be interfering with the crystal's function, which is why the orbs exploded. Right in the middle of her explanation, another employee sneezes. He quickly apologizes, but the researcher gets annoyed at the interruption. The manager asks if that means Daesung is SS class, and she says yes, that's likely. The young employee agrees, saying the world really does feel unreal these days. But the woman corrects him. He isn't SS class, he's beyond that. At the same time, the crystal shards crackle with lightning. Later, out on the street, the protagonist tells someone about the test result, and the reply is just, limits? The person on the call thinks that's weird and asks if the meter froze, but Han says no. He explains that the meter broke. The caller asks if he messed with it, then quickly takes it back, saying it shouldn't break that easily. Daesung says he didn't, and when he's asked if he just put his hand on it like they told him to, he says yes, the thing still broke. The caller says they should have realized that 5 minutes ago, then adds that if MC wants a high rank, the only path now is doing well on the test. He pauses and flatly says he doesn't care about getting a high rank. The person says they get it, tells him to get home safe, and hangs up after promising to send the exam date later. He stays there for a second, thinking over everything he just heard. It's been a long day, and somehow it still isn't over. Then something makes him turn. A bright flash appears near the top of a building under construction. A sniper has locked onto him and fires. Watching from above, the assassin thinks he doesn't look that tough. To her, strength means nothing. One bullet is enough to bring down any awakened person. Her finger tightens on the trigger as she keeps him in her scope. Then she suddenly freezes. She realizes she might be in trouble and wonders if he spotted her. That shouldn't be possible. No active hunter has ever found her before, so there's no way someone this pathetic looking could. Staring right at her, Daesung tells her to look over there. Annoyed, he corrects himself. No, right here. She can't believe it. Not only did he notice her, he's speaking to her from the street. Her first thought is to run, but a voice suddenly echoes in her head, ordering her to shoot, and it scares her. Shaken, she pulls the trigger. The shot flies straight at Daesung, while he keeps looking her way. Then an explosion erupts where he stands, kicking up a cloud of dust. The assassin lights up, thinking she got him, but the next second, she sees something impossible. Daesung is still standing there with a crater around him. She panics. That wasn't a normal round. It was an aura bullet. Below, the protagonist keeps staring at her. Terrified, she wonders what he is, and decides she has to escape now. She drops everything and runs. Then something suddenly flies at her and smashes into her legs. She cries out and crashes to the ground, unable to move. In the next instant, Daesung is already up there, looking down at her. The assassin stares at him in fear. He apologizes but points out that her bullet hit him right there, just not hard enough to kill him. The weapon stuck in her starts fading as she reaches for another hidden one. She scrambles up with the gun already drawn. Trembling, she asks if he really said he's fine after taking an aura bullet. Then she asks where he even came from. Daesung answers that he came from hell, and she blurts out, "What?" He repeats it. His name is Han, the 1100th, and he came from hell. Calling him a monster, she screams that he's insane and opens fire. Several shots hit him as she keeps yelling for him to die. Her voice echoes from the rooftop, screaming for him to drop dead. She doesn't stop until the gun is empty. Smoke covers the spot where Daesung was standing. Heart racing, she wonders if that finally killed him, but he suddenly appears behind her and asks, "Die from that?" She's stunned. She was sure he was finished. Then a mass of shadows spills out around them. Horrified, she asks what the hell that thing is. In one quick move, Daesung grabs her and slams her into the wall. He pins her there while she feels just how strong he is. And behind her, a terrifying shadow creature covered in hands and eyes rises behind her. It mutters broken words, play, hate, disgust, and other twisted fragments. Desperate, she asks again what that thing is. The creature grabs her and her body starts going into shock. Daesung asks if she's really about to pass out without saying anything. Then he notices some items on the ground. As he bends down, he says he doesn't want to kill her. He checks inside the guitar case and finds more evidence. There's a file, along with photos of him, his sister, and his mother. He lets the bullets fall to the ground and flicks one at the girl's head, forcing her awake. As reality hits her again, she screams in despair. Daesung tells her to answer him, warning that if she screams or talks nonsense again, he'll kill her. He looks down at the photos of his family. Then he asks who sent her. She thinks she can't mention the Habma clan, so her mind jumps to that gangster instead. Since he was reported missing, she figures he wouldn't know, so she says Kim Song-hun, and he asks who that is. She claims he's from the private loan group the protagonist wrecked and says he stole 500 million from that guy's vault. MC asks if she means the 500 million, and she thinks she can use that lie if she gets out alive. so she tells him to let her go, and she'll tell him where that man is. Instead, he throws a bullet at her, so hard it punches through her shoulder and leaves a huge hole. She screams, cursing and asking why. Barely able to speak, she insists she already told him. Daesung says no assassin gives up real information that easily, and if she lied even once, he'll kill her. She panics, thinking that attack was way too fast, and she has no idea what to do now. At last, the protagonist asks one final time, who ordered this? She thinks the mission already failed, and even if she survives this, she remembers that man blowing up his own subordinate's head. The Habma clan psycho will kill her either way, so no matter where she goes, she's dead. If death is coming anyway, she tells him he can ask 1,000 times, but her answer won't change. Daesung wonders if she's trying some kind of self-destruction move. She screams at the bizarre monster to go to hell, but suddenly a hole is blasted through her, and her hand is destroyed too. She jerks in shock, then starts coughing, badly wounded. Daesung tells her to stay away from him because he's already sick of hell. The woman drops to the ground. MC walks toward her, saying that in the end, he still didn't learn who was behind it. Now he just has to get rid of the body. He says he hates using this item because it leaves a bad feeling. Checking his journal, he reads the keyword, memory of death. He flips through page after page until he finds what he wants. That should handle it. He calls on the Pantheon, and a portal opens in front of him. He recalls hearing that most of this area is shut down because of the portal fracture, but this should still be the better way to deal with it. Outside, it's just another unfinished building. Inside, Daesung leaves what's left of the assassin covered up. The one hand still sticks out from under the tarp. He steps through the portal and returns to the Pantheon. At the terminal, a message says the demons of Pandemonium celebrate the Absolute Ruler's second return. Then it asks what date and place he wants to recreate. Daesung answers, page 134, where the Prison of Souls was recorded. The Prison of Souls was the main weapon of the Ghost King, one of the 15 rulers allied with the demon god. He defeated that being once, and this artifact can pull from death because it carries his blood. When he first reached the Prison of Souls, he thought the fights would get easier, but his summon was too weak to use it right. The terminal shows page 134, year 37, day 98, and asks if he wants to recreate it in the Pantheon. Unlike on Earth, this can be used here to dispose of bodies, so he orders the recreation. Daesung confirms the command. The terminal marks the location as the River of Death and begins the process. Everything around him starts shifting. A moment later, he stands in a barren land. That place is the Souls. Drift all through the area. He remembers that the Ghost King's land lies across the river, and there used to be a boat to cross it, but now there's nothing, not even planks, and swimming is impossible. The moment your body touches the water, death would eat it away. The terminal shows the mission goal: defeat the celestial beings occupying the river. Reward 50 implementation of the Prison of Souls. Suddenly, a voice announces they have found an unknown intruder and are waiting for approval to remove him. Daesung watches them and asks what they are. Up close, they look like white insects. The terminal identifies them as autonomous weapons, mechanical life forms made by celestial beings. Then the creatures announce that elimination has been approved. The celestial monsters rush Daesung. Launching some kind, he slips past them easily, and the attack hits a tree behind him. The spot it struck starts corroding. The protagonist wonders if killing them might earn him a boat. He summons his savage dagger and waits for the huge insect to rush him. Then he bursts forward, charging the giant creature to strike. His blade punches through its shell, cutting down through its body. One of them is split clean in two. It crashes to the ground as Daesung resets his stance. Then several purple shots come at him from every side, leaving almost no easy escape. Daesung thinks they're like poison bullets, and dodging them won't help much, so he gathers his energy as the barrage closes in. The spheres slam into a shield around him, and he stands there without a scratch. He says picking them off one by one is a pain. Since one of them doesn't want to come down, he tells it to get down here. Then he unleashes a heavy attack that shatters everything around him. The creature tries to hold on, but the whole area shakes, and the next moment it starts falling. Thinking this is his chance, Daesung charges in and tears through them, striking back at each celestial creature. Then he smashes their cores. He even catches one of those energy spheres with his bare hand and crushes it like it's nothing. The terminal shows the mission is complete, and the Prison of Souls is now at 50%. Then it says the rewards have been given to the Absolute Ruler. He just watches the terminal shut down. A flame of energy appears in front of him, and something starts to form inside it. The terminal says he got the blessing of the worm armor that blocks death energy and lowers physical damage. Reading that, he realizes he'll be protected from death energy. Then a prompt asks if he wants to equip it now, warning that putting it on again later will take willpower. Daesung pauses, wondering if this means he should swim. The river of death is still raging, and then he rises out of it. As he comes out of the river, a figure in armor appears. It's Daesung, now covered from head to toe. The terminal says the demon beast admires his swimming, while the demons of Pandemonium apologize for not helping their ruler. Dripping with that dark red water, he tells them to shut up if they already know that. A strong golden light appears ahead, and it spreads everywhere. Sometime later, MC reaches the Ghost King's territory and finds it empty. He looks around and says no one is here, and even the old castle is gone. The terminal says the beasts of Pandemonium are sorry, the Ghost King's sacred castle vanished, and Daesung snaps that he doesn't need them repeating the obvious. He says the main objective may have been a side mission, then asks if another side mission can lead him to the castle. After that, he keeps moving forward, staying on guard. Suddenly, a huge crash rings out, and debris flies everywhere. Something massive starts pushing up from the ground. It keeps rising higher and higher, while Daesung watches closely, until a giant monument finally stands before him through the dust. The terminal identifies it as the Celestial Obelisk, built by celestial beings with divine stones to capture wandering ghosts in the 9 heavens. A holy light appears at the top, and fiery energy shoots from the gate. Daesung asks if entering it will trigger the next quest. The terminal confirms this is Mission 2, destroy the celestial creatures made by the obelisk to earn 100% completion of the Prison of Souls, plus a rune and contribution points. Then a strange creature appears. The armored being locks eyes, and he stares back, wondering what it is. The creature glares at him in rage, and Daesung guesses it might be the general commander. Since it's in the demon category, he doubts it's hostile. At the same time, a whole group of those creatures rushes at him. The protagonist yells for the bastards to stop, and releases his power on the spot. The demons freeze and watch him, while the terminal says the demon beasts beg forgiveness for betraying their comrades. The creatures roar back and challenge, then charge the King of Hell again. Daesung attacks first, striking 2 of them head-on. He notices they don't seem to have cores inside, and wonders if the pillar is the reason. More and more creatures keep pouring out from the base of the obelisk, so Daesung uses blood naturalization while focusing on that pillar. The terminal explains that this turns him into half-human, half-demon, boosting all stats by 30%, but draining energy over time. Even so, he decides to end this here. MC charges in without hesitation. With that power, he tears through one group after another, dropping the creatures without slowing down. One heavy strike takes out several at once. The terminal count jumps to 50 out of 10,000, then climbs to 130 out of 10,000. In the middle of the fight, he watches more creatures appear, and realizes destroying the place from the inside might work better. Since the creatures are coming out of the obelisk, he pushes toward the entrance and attacks again. At last, he breaks into the structure. From there, he starts tearing it apart from within, and keeps wrecking the whole obelisk until it cracks into pieces. As it collapses, the creatures begin turning to dust, leaving only their armor behind. Daesung walks through the ashes, and soon he's the only one left standing. The terminal says he cleared the mission and met all conditions, bringing the Prison of Souls to 100% and granting the other rewards too. 2 glowing spheres appear before him. Daesung guesses one is the reward and the other is for implementation, so he decides to check them first. Then he gives the command, collect. The spheres react at once, and one of them flies toward his chest. The terminal says the reward is the Soul Prison artifact, which turns the dead into ghosts. It comes with a skill to imprison souls. Store a dead target's soul in the artifact. Bring that soul back as a commanded soldier, and share part of the commander's memories. Right now, he has 0 out of 20 souls. Daesung says the main point was to gather bodies and information, but there aren't many slots, so that must be why he got another reward too. He gives the command again, collect, and the red sphere reacts. A message appears, asking if he wants to carve the expansion rune onto the soul prison. He orders it to collect, and the 2 spheres merge. The soul limit jumps to 100. He keeps holding the artifact for a moment, then tightens his grip, and it disappears. At last, a message says the soul prison has been collected. He says he got what he came for, then wonders where to go next. Noticing something ahead, he asks what that is. The terminal says the demons feel a chill from a bright but evil aura and beg their ruler to be careful. He asks if he really has to listen to all of them, then decides to use the collect command on the sphere. The yellow light starts shining hard as he looks at the golden flame in his hand. A burning engraved circle appears on his fist. Then something new finally shows up before him. The terminal glows yellow, and he wonders what this one is now. That object starts breaking apart, and Daesung says he expected something useful, not a waste of time full of pointless riddles. Finally, he says he wants to go back, and a portal opens in front of him. Back at the construction site, he stares ahead in surprise and disgust. The body he left there is gone. Daesung wonders where it went. Later, at home, Jisoo quietly watches. When the protagonist comes in through the gate, she tells him the rice soup is cold. He apologizes, and she tells him to come eat. Once he gets inside, the meal is already served. The news is talking about how serious the portal fracture case is, but his mother turns off the TV and says it's time to eat. Daesung says the world is changing fast, and he's even seen monsters on the news. His mother watches him eat and says she's scared he might be shocked, so she can't bring herself to tell him everything. She apologizes for being a mother who can't do much, even though she kept pushing on. Daesung tells her it's okay. He says he's just thankful she survived in a world like this. She looks surprised by that, while Jisung keeps eating like she doesn't care. MC wonders what this weird mood is about. Then he asks if there's anything his mother or Jisung want. Jisoo asks why. Does he want to buy them something nice? His mother asks if he wants more soup, and he says yes. Jisoo points out that's a double serving. Elsewhere, at the Soul Clan, someone asks what's happening, and another says they were on their way underground, asking if this is about the licensing exam. On the phone, someone compares it to training in the mountain cave, but Chanho says it's nothing like that, and asks if they really want to go back there. Daesung says he found a bug, but it vanished in an instant. On the other end, his friend asks what he means by bug, and he thinks about how the body disappeared without a trace. Still, he says that while he's gone, he wants his friend to look after his family, and Chanho agrees. The protagonist thinks he also needs to make sure he doesn't get caught. After hanging up, Chanho wonders what Daesung is planning. Elsewhere, someone reports that the body was thrown away, but the target must be dangerous if he made a B-rank assassin look weak, and asks how they should handle him. The general says to leave it for now. The target will show up at the coming test, and they'll kill him there. Then he asks a man named Zhengul inside a tank if that's correct, and the man says yes. He tells Zhengul to start at once, saying he's waited a long time for this day. A doctor reports that Jingsil's A-rank heart is stable, and asks if they should begin the serum injection. The general warns that the pain will be intense, and tells him to be ready. Jingsil says he made up his mind the day he joined them. Without hesitating, the leader orders them to begin, and the doctor obeys. He says he'll start the injection and presses a button. The machines start up, the serum enters Jingsil's veins, and the computer reports 20% injection with his heart still stable. Inside the tank, he struggles through the pain as the injection reaches 40%. Jingsil keeps enduring it, and says good. The injection reaches 50%, and the computer displays his data. The doctor panics and says they've gone past the normal limit, but the order comes back right away. Keep going. The doctor warns that if they continue, Jingsil could die. The general says if that dose could kill him, they never would have brought him here. The doctor nervously reports that it's reached 80. As the level keeps rising, the man in the tank then the injection maxes out at 100, and he's still screaming. A moment later, the monitor shows his heart has stopped. His body goes completely still in the tank. The whole room goes quiet. The doctor says his heart stopped. He's dead. But the general raises a finger, telling everyone to stay quiet. Then something changes inside the tank, and the doctor catches it on the monitor too. Out of nowhere, the man's heart starts beating again. The doctor can't make sense of it. Jin opens his eyes inside the tank, and the doctor blurts out that it's impossible. With one punch, Jin shatters the thick glass and forces his way out on his own. Once outside, he roars. His boss looks very pleased. Standing in the middle of the room with power pouring off him, Jin gets told he almost let them down, but still did well, and the general says he's already looking about 10 days ahead. Meanwhile, Daesung gets a message from Chenho asking if he's still only using the test gear. Mo Xiao thinks he can handle weak equipment with his body, but there's something he wants to test first, so he picks up a twig. He swings it a few times and taps his arm with it, then realizes he was right. Armor doesn't show up in the real world, unlike weapons. Since armor wears down all the time, he decides to test weapons instead. Daogo homeputs his inventory and searches through it. He figures weapons can be overwritten too, and the twig counts as a weapon. The terminal asks if he wants to overwrite Judgment Dagger with a weapon, recognized by the Absolute Ruler, and he agrees. The dagger starts to change, and so does the twig he grabbed. Then the terminal says the loading is complete. Now he knows it works. His dagger has taken the twig's form. Daesung wonders if he should go get it, then calls Pantheon. Sometime later, in the Flame King's territory, he moves through the area, and says he never thought he'd come back here. Soon, several creatures head toward him. He watches them closely. They're wolf-like monsters, and they keep coming. The terminal marks the mission as high difficulty. Destroy Orkil's minions for the Hellfire Sword. It also says they're beast-type soldiers tamed by Orkil, the 5th Celestial Apostle. Daesung says he didn't expect to use this so soon. Sliding the weapon across his hand, he calls on Soul Prison. At once, a huge armored creature appears before him. The protagonist mocks it, asking if it came looking for food. The creature gets ready to strike, but Daesung rushes in first and batters it with a fast combo before it can fight back. As it drops, he throws his dagger ahead. One of the beasts glares at him with furious energy. Then something tears through the monsters, hitting them one after another. One of them clearly feels the impact, and the dagger keeps moving, cutting through as many of them as it can. The terminal says 33 soldiers were absorbed. After that, the weapon flies back to him. Daesung looks over the battlefield and orders the fallen soldiers to rise. His enemies still charge in without caring, until a shadowy hand suddenly grabs one by the face. One of the dead soldiers rises under Daesung's command, and more start appearing behind it. With a clenched hand, he crushes the creature's head, making the rest even angrier. Meanwhile, more of he tells them to move. At once, they rush the enemy, and just like that, a full-scale battle breaks out. While it starts, Daesung flicks a lighter, then lights a cigarette, and watches the fight. Caught off guard, he spits and wonders how Chanho even knew about this stuff. Up ahead, the battle turns chaotic. The clash goes on, and one of Daesung's soldiers seems to be losing badly. He smiles and says they're fresh bugs, but that still doesn't mean he can relax. An enemy charges at him in a rage, but something comes after it. Right before it reaches him, it gets seized. Then he explains that as long as the stigma stays on the body, they can keep regenerating forever. His soldier yanks the creature back and closes in to attack. Daesung says the undead don't feel fear or hesitate because of death. The terminal shows he's collected 12 soul stones out of 1,000. The protagonist says this won't do if he leaves it all to them. He'll be here all night. Mission progress is only at 50, so he thinks maybe it needs one or more unfinished missions. He slams the ground to build momentum and launches into the sky with huge force, thinking wiping out thousands of them in 2 hours isn't even that hard. From high above, the army below looks like ants. Looking down on them, he thinks the best part is that this would look pretty awesome. Then he dives at them like a meteor, closing the distance fast. He keeps dropping at full speed until he's almost right on top of them. He crashes into the middle of the army like a blazing comet and slams down with all that stored power. The creatures snarl at him, just as white light floods the area. A massive explosion erupts from the impact point. Back in the human world, at the Soul Clan headquarters, a monster gets stabbed through the stomach. It howls from the hit as someone pivots and slices upward from bottom to top. The terminal announces that all targets have been eliminated. The creature starts fading away while the woman finishes with her sword raised. This is Shin Cho-young from the Disappearing. The terminal says she is leaving the hunting simulation and thanks her for her work. A man in a suit, the head of the Soul Clan department, asks the captain how she can enjoy this. Clan leader Hwang Jong says it's not bad. He explains that she gets nervous in real fights and acts before thinking, so this training is good for her, especially with 10 days left. He says they should raise the training by 2 levels, because if they want to beat the Mad Dogs, they first have to beat. The department head cuts in, asking if he means John Jin of the Habma clan. The leader says yes. Without him, no one would likely beat Shin Cho's score. She's rank B, while Jun Jin is rank A. Jo Ninoid says no, it's more about what the Habma clan is planning. The man says come on, and asks if that clan wasn't banned from the rookie test for a year after that incident. The chief says that's exactly why they've gotten dirtier. They're desperate to make up for this year's gap. His subordinate says that in the end, Shin Cho and Jun Jin will dominate the first part of the test, and the stage will belong to those two. The chief agrees, unless some other monster shows up. The terminal says the demons of Pandemonium admire the absolute ruler's amazing skill and are grateful, even tossing in a thumbs up. Then it shows only one soulstone remains. Daesung wonders if there's a mute option while still smoking. One surviving creature groans under him. It looks at him with fear and anger, but MC hits it and tells it to shut up while he keeps smoking his cigarette. Standing on a pile of bodies, he tells it to stay quiet. The terminal says the cleanup is done and the mission is complete, rewarding him with conquest points and 50 implementation for the Hellfire Sword. Then spheres of energy start rising from the dead creatures. The same thing happens across nearly all of them, and every orb moves toward Daesung, merging into one single sphere. The terminal tells him to offer the soul orb at the altar. He wonders what altar it means. He hasn't seen anything like that. He reaches toward the orb and thinks he'd better not have to waste time searching for it. Then a structure suddenly rises from the ground. It looks like the altar is forming, and Daesung notices the huge thing appearing out of nowhere. Surprised, he says it looks nicer than he expected. The terminal says the creatures of Pandemonium shake their heads at the absolute ruler's words. The protagonist flicks the rest of his cigarette onto the pile of monsters. The terminal announces the second mission: offer the soul stone at the altar and prove himself to the snake guardian. When he gets there, he places the stone into the altar. The stone immediately reacts, and the spheres on the pillars begin giving off the same energy. Then something gigantic appears before him. Daesung just stares at it, and a giant serpent reveals itself, locking eyes with him. It keeps its gaze on MC, and he stares right back. The terminal explains that this guardian is the snake favored by Orkyul, the 5th celestial apostle. To claim the celestial item, he has to answer her question. Daesung is thrown off and goes, "What?" He complains that everything was going smoothly, and now suddenly there's a quiz. He says they're trying. Then he tells the snake to ask already, because he's got a special answer ready. The beast finally speaks, but it's in a language he can't understand. Annoyed and shocked, he asks if she's kidding when something suddenly flies out and strikes one of the snake's eyes. The serpent screams in pain. Daesung snaps, asking how she dares try to sell him drugs. The terminal says blood naturalization has activated. It will drain his life over time and boost his stats by 300. With a quick motion, he attacks again, and his weapon pierces the serpent's other eye. The dagger returns to his hand, and he charges straight in. He leaps up to the height of her head and says they were so nice to him that maybe they started thinking he'd gone soft. He adds that they should use whatever they've got, calling them evil bastards. Daesung keeps attacking without stopping. Furious, he yells at the snake. Standing on top of her, the monster writhes under the hits, then suddenly starts to swell. A second later, its head explodes. Daesung drops back to the ground, as pieces of the snake scatter everywhere. He mutters that it smells like fish, then notices something odd. He says this trick was way too obvious, so of course he saw it coming. Where the head used to be, something starts changing, and a new one begins growing back. He realizes it might be exactly what he thought, and soon the giant serpent is fully restored. This time, it's even more enraged. Daesung says that kind of cheap move won't work on him. He squares up and tells the monster to come at him. The protagonist watches the raging beast, and the snake lunges straight at him. Already ready for it, he waits for the bite. Then he jams his arm between its huge teeth, steps on its tongue and forces his way into its mouth. Inside, he spots something shining brightly and says this really is the flame of regeneration. Right then, the giant snake snaps its jaws shut around him. The serpent rises after swallowing him. The terminal says the demons of pandemonium despair and cover their eyes. But almost right away, the monster starts acting strange. Then it opens its mouth and spits out something glowing. Daesung bursts out from inside it and lands safely. He catches something massive that slams into the ground, then stands up holding a huge sword. The terminal says he got the Hellfire sword, but at 50% implementation it can't work at full power, so some skills are sealed. Daesung says 50% is still enough to kill this thing. Now it can't use regeneration anymore. The enraged serpent charges him again, and he readies the new sword. Set on ending this, he says this has gone far enough, and lifts the weapon as power surges through it. Then he brings it down in one brutal clean strike. The blade tears a hole through the monster, and the blow is so strong it cuts the creature clean in half. Daesung looks over what he did, while the terminal announces the mission is complete. He gets the serpent's blood, 20,000 conquest points, and the Hellfire sword reaches 100%. Suddenly, the chains wrapped around the sword snap apart, and MC looks at the completed weapon with satisfaction. The terminal explains, this is the Hellfire sword, and the trials were meant to prove he truly wanted it, by enduring the burning pain for a set time. He figures that means one last step is needed to fully understand the blade, the trial of scorching hell. Then the terminal shows 239 hours left, adding that it won't kill him, but the pain will continue. Daesung realizes he'd have to endure the burning for almost 240 more hours, 10 days. As flames swallow everything around him, he thinks for a moment, then decides he doesn't need to suffer through this trial at all. He asks if Fling King has become a dog that can't even recognize its master. The terminal still shows 239 hours and 54 minutes left, but Daesung tells it to get that countdown out of his face before he slices it up and burns it to ash. At once, the terminal changes the remaining time to 0. The flames begin to die down, and a voice calls out to its lord. It begs forgiveness for not knowing who he was, until hearing his voice. He tells him it's fine. It has been a long time, King of Flames. A bright light shines through the smoke, and Daesung says he made sure not to go to Pandemonium. Pandemonium is where souls that die in hell end up. It's an endless void like sinking into a dark sea with no bottom. The terminal says the demons cried, pounded on the walls of darkness, and begged their ruler to free them. The King of Flames says that after his lord disappeared, he kept waiting for him through the storms of time. Daesung asks if he resents him, but the king says no. If it was his lord's choice, he accepts it gladly. What truly angered him was everything that happened after his lord vanished. Confused, the protagonist asks what happened. The king explains that one day, a strange enemy came from the edge of the dimension. They attacked when the demonic beasts were weakened by the gap left behind by their monarch, and overran hell. On top of that, they sealed hell's time and space. Then they banished the demons to Pandemonium. He says all he could do was watch them get crushed, and in the end he was forced to be swallowed by a giant white snake. His pride was stripped away, and since then he's wasted his time on meaningless things. Still, his lord has finally freed him. He adds that, with respect, he doesn't understand why Daesung came back there. MC says he needs his help, and he'll explain the rest when the time comes. The King of Flames says he's thankful his lord came for him, and he asks if he knows what that thing is. The king says he doesn't know, but it gives off a strange energy, the same kind he felt from the outsiders. He warns the protagonist to be careful since he has no idea what it really is, but the protagonist barely listens. He says the system has never betrayed him after all his hard work, and he can be careful later once he's done collecting everything. Then he grabs the object. A golden terminal appears, saying he has obtained 2 out of 3 required entries. MC says it looks like he now has permission to enter somewhere. The terminal asks if he wants to leave the Pantheon, but he says no. He thinks that until now, leaving the Pantheon just meant going back to the real world. Then the terminal asks if he wants to leave this area and return to the Pantheon, and Daesung remembers there are still more items to get besides the sword, so he orders it to send him back to the Pantheon. Back in the human world, one person says the massacre video is blowing up, and another says that was bound to happen. It was no joke. They ask if the manager saw it too, and he says of course he did. Chanho thinks there's no way he can admit Daesung is his friend. That would be way too embarrassing. Then a man walks over and asks if he can speak with team leader Chanho for a moment. Chanho asks what brought the director there. The director tells him to take a break and come smoke. A little later, out on the terrace, the director says Chanho never mentioned he was at the scene and asks if he found anything. Tensing up, Chanho wonders what answer the man wants. If he says Daesung is his friend, the director will do anything to recruit him. So he says that if he knew anything, he would have reported it, and the director asks if that's really all. What a waste. He says if Chanho had known something, they could have brought him into the clan. Chanho decides to keep acting clueless. He agrees, then says it's only been 7 days since the license test, and asks how Cho is doing. The director goes quiet for a moment, and Chanho asks if something's wrong. The man says no, he's just worried she's pushing herself too hard. Elsewhere, with 7 days left before the test, Chaobei keeps training hard. A voice announces there are 10 minutes left in the simulation program, and 10 targets still remain when a stone slab appears. Chao brushes toward it and swings her sword, cutting it clean in 2. An instant later, more of them appear. One forms behind her, then opens up and reveals a monster inside. The creature bursts out of the stone shell and charges with shocking speed. Caught off guard, Cho turns to face the one in front of her, but another monster suddenly bites into her shoulder from behind. At the same time, the first one keeps coming, rushing straight for her face, until a voice cuts in and says that's enough. It announces that the training program is over. She turns around. The chief is standing behind the glass, watching her. In a serious tone, he tells her to come upstairs because they need to talk. Still frustrated in the medical room, she says she could have kept going easily. He tells her she's overdoing it, and asks if she doesn't see that. But Cho fires back that he's always told her to achieve what she wants, even if she has to push hard. She throws his own words back at him, then says this isn't physical overtraining, and adds that she knows her own limits. The director asks if she really knows better than the AI system. Pointing at the screen, he asks if she sees the data. One side shows normal mental readings, and the other shows the readings measured from her. Cho just stares at it in silence. Then he asks what this psychological pressure is that the AI says is holding her back. Without even looking at him, she says she has to make the top 5. He repeats, top 5, asking if she's trying to raise her rank, and she says yes. Xiaobei explains that once she reaches A rank, she'll get access to more portals, more pay, and more recognition. Then she cuts herself off, crushing the bottle in her hand, and says it's not about money or fame. Biting her lip, she says she wants to kill every monster left in this world. With 5 days left before the license test, someone opens a door. It's the general of the Hama clan. He walks through the area in silence, until he reaches a huge metal door. He pauses there briefly, then scans his finger to unlock it. The door opens at once. Covering his nose, he says he didn't expect the guy to hold up this well in a place like this. He adds that they can change the quarantine room, especially the ventilation. The lights react to some kind of energy, and he says they can fix the lighting too. Then he asks if that's right. Inside, someone is greedily tearing into a carcass. The general calls out his name, Jinkiel. He says Jinkiel looks fine, and even seems to like the food. He tells him to eat well and rest, so the medicine can do its job. After all, he'll be the star of the coming license test. With 3 days left, the terminal shows his mission is complete. In a frozen area, our hero watches with his sword in hand. The King of Flames asks if his lord is finally coming back. Daisung confirms it, and now there's only 1 day left before the license exam. On exam day, the number of awakened people is up 25% from last year, so the first hunter test is more competitive too. Because of that, the association says it changed the testing method this year to handle all the applicants. Then a luxury car suddenly races in and stops with a loud screech. The flashy car causes a scene, and reporters rush over yelling that it's Hama Clan's Lee Sik-woo. 2 men step out. One looks like a top executive, the other like a movie star. A reporter introduces herself, and asks Lee if the young man beside him is Hama Clan's rookie, then asks how the clan will do today. Before Lee can answer, another reporter brings up the clan's ban over cheating, and asks the rookie what he thinks. Inside, Lee is already sick of these vultures from the very start, but he still answers that he regrets what happened 2 years ago. The reporter presses him, asking if calling it an incident is just a way to dodge responsibility. Right then, someone taps the reporter on the shoulder. Sik-woo calmly says this year's test will be fair and clean. The two keep walking away from the car and the swarm of reporters, while the younger one glances back. Soon, they reach the test complex. They keep moving until they arrive at the exam area. Annoyed, the Hama Clan rookie says he shouldn't have ignored what those people were saying outside. Lee warns him by name. The other just says he was kidding and won't do anything. Lee says having fun is fine, but he needs to stay in control, especially if something gets exposed because that would cause a lot of trouble. Then a man walks up behind them saying he'd like to know what kind of trouble they mean, catching both off guard. Sai-Wu looks back slightly to see who got that close without being noticed. It's Captain Huang Jun-young, and it's been a long time since the three last met. Lee jokes about his outfit, saying he looks like a gorilla in disguise, and Huang says it's because of the reporters. Huang adds that at least he doesn't have to act fake for cameras, like some people do, and the comment clearly hits the younger man. Then he notices something unusual. He studies Lee's companion and senses an aura that's steady, powerful, and perfectly controlled. With a tip of his hat, Huang thinks the young man made a very smart move. Sik-woo catches that right away, and points out that the captain is already focused on the rookie before the exam even starts. Zhao Young apologizes, but says he's worried he may have to report that rookie again, like he did 2 years ago, and hopes it doesn't happen. Lee answers coldly that it won't, then the two walk off, leaving the captain watching them. Irritated, Jen notices the old man is still staring at him, and asks Lee if that guy has a problem. Lee calmly says he gets why Heo feels that way, but reminds him the old man isn't their target. Jen replies that first they need to find the real target. A woman passes them while talking on her phone, heading the other way. Jinkiel watches her closely, and his expression shifts. Sik-woo explains that she's Shin Cho-young, a strong fighter from the Soul Clan, but Jinkiel barely cares. He just thinks beating her would be easy. Lee tells him strength isn't the point. What matters is that the clan and that old man are working together. But instead of backing off, the rookie gets even more excited, and says she'd be fun to break. From a distance, Huang senses something is off, and wonders what Lee is planning this time. But whatever it is, that young woman won't fall for it. Then something else suddenly grabs the captain's attention. Our hero arrives at the complex too, walking down the same hall with a heavy aura around him. Xiao Yung is deeply shaken by his arrival. Huang keeps staring even after the young man passes, almost frozen in place. Now standing in front of him, Shine calls out to the old man, as Dai Sung walks away. She calls him again, but he still seems stuck under the boy's presence. Clearly rattled, Huang finally speaks without looking away, and tells her to be careful. The sudden warning confuses her. She thinks he's talking about the Homai teen boys, and says she won't let her guard down. But Huang says he doesn't mean those two. Still watching the boy walk off, he says he's talking about him, and the young man has no idea they're even discussing him. Someone apologizes for not coming in person, because work piled up. Hearing the clothes will be returned later, they say to just use them well, since they'd end up as rags anyway. A voice alert announces that the hunter license test will begin soon, and all participants must take the provided gear and head to the exam room. Han pauses in front of a machine like a vending unit. The screen tells him to place his finger for a scan so he can collect what's inside. He does what the machine asks, and a box with his name pops out. He checks the contents and finds protective clothing inside. Meanwhile, at the exam room, the participants gather outside waiting, and one of them says they're finally taking the test. An older man proudly puts on his special suit, feeling all the struggle was worth it to get here, and rise above the people who look down on him. He's especially mad at the bastard who dared touch his head, and he swears he'll act if he sees him again. Just as he thinks that, someone suddenly places a hand on his head again, startling him. Furious, he starts turning around to see who did it. A young man wearing number 14 stares him down with a strong aura and tells him to move. Sweating hard, the bald man thinks it's better not to react. While that's happening, Daesung arrives wearing number 104. He notices the man slumped by the wall with his head down. Excited, the young fighter lets out his own aura and says the games can begin. Elsewhere in the exam building, Seo waits with the other applicants for the start. The young man from the Hammai clan looks, while our hero is lost in thought. A lot of people have gathered there, and then the lights in the hall slowly switch on until the place is fully bright. Circles of energy appear in front of everyone. The crowd stares, wondering what they are, when a mic check sound suddenly echoes through the room. A man introduces himself as the supervisor, greets everyone, wishes them luck, and says he'll get right to it. He explains that this year's gate has 3 floors, and each one leads to a different environment with its own goal. One person asks what he means by 3 floors, while another says he's never seen portals split up like this before. Someone raises a hand and calls out, then asks the supervisor says no weapons will be given, and they can't bring anything except the protective suit they're wearing. The crowd erupts, asking how they're supposed to fight with no weapons. Then a new voice greets them and says it's an iBot that will guide them through the test. It explains that the theme of this exam is adaptation. The question is how well they can use their natural talent in any setting, from freezing cold nights to burning tropical ones. It says a hunter's aura is what matters, the strength of the body, so they must prove they can adapt and fight. If there are no more questions, the gate will now open. An energy gate appears behind and quickly solidifies into a real passage. The supervisor tells everyone to enter the gate behind them and wishes them luck. On the first floor, a tropical forest, the test takers move ahead while struggling with the heat. They wonder what this place is and why it's so hard to breathe. One angry man curses, saying he'll be soaked before the exam even really starts. From a monitor, someone watches several candidates. In a large control room, several men observe the test on big screens. One says the candidates seem weak, and another wonders if the test is too hard. Maybe all of them will fail. An operator says he doubts that, and points out that the rookies sent by the Soul Clan have guts. On screen, the girl starts to speak. She tells herself to calm down fast, so she can use as little energy as possible. The clan director thinks Cho is doing really well. Back in the control room, they say the Habma clan also came well prepared this time. Jim is impressed and thinks this is insane. The clan general hears people praising how ready the Habma clan looks, and gets interested. That makes him excited, thinking the old man got fired up just from seeing it. Then he notices the Soul Clan director staring at something behind him in surprise, and thinks he shouldn't be that amazed. Captain Huang is impressed, wondering who this calm guy is. He quietly watches the screen, then something catches his eye, and he focuses on that boy. On the monitor, Arthur General is shocked. He hasn't even broken a sweat. He also can't sense his aura, and wonders how he's hiding it. Our hero thinks he wanted a drink, but good thing he already drank back at the terminal. His status shows no abnormal effects from the environment. By the exam rules, getting caught means instant elimination. But if nobody notices, then there's no issue. Around him, people complain, asking when this will start because they're dying out here. Then the bracelets on their wrists light up, and a voice announces that all candidates have been confirmed. Now it will reveal the first stage conditions for those selected. They need to kill 20 swamp orcs. The moment he hears that, our hero takes off. One candidate curses and says he won't lose. He charges ahead, breathing hard, until a rock trips him up. He slams face first into the ground. Spotting water ahead, he mutters that it's a swamp. Still, he's thrilled and asks if that's really water. Maybe he can finally survive. He crawls toward it on his knees and reaches in to scoop some up, but instantly realizes it isn't water. A sticky worm grabs him. It uses slime that looks like swamp water to lure prey. The bot announces that candidate 94 has been eliminated, and emergency protection is starting. The creature suddenly swells, and its head bursts, sending the man out into a forest clearing. He's lowered safely to the ground, as the bot says protection will stay active until the recovery team arrives. Elsewhere, another candidate keeps moving. Our hero keeps making his way through the forest. He glances aside and thinks it still doesn't seem to be there, so he picks up the pace. The rescue team reaches the eliminated candidate and starts recovery. Then their communicator beeps. He checks it and sees that candidate 104, Handasun, is being tracked. The rescuer is surprised, wondering about number 104. At last he finds a swamp orc, and it spots him too. He says that's a shame. He wanted to smash its skull with a rock. The orc glares at him. Looking at the huge rock overhead, he asks if the monster agrees, calling it a pig. The creature roars in rage and rushes him, but then that giant rock drops above it. Daesun punches it to send it flying. The boulder breaks apart and every piece slams into the orc. A huge crash echoes through the forest, blasting debris everywhere. As our hero stands there, someone watches him from hiding. The man thinks this is candidate 104. When he was told to track him, he thought whoever gave that order was crazy. Looking at the corpse, our hero counts this as his 6th kill, while the hidden watcher admits he's no weaker than a rookie from a major clan. Daesung says hunting them one by one is too slow. He didn't want to spend mana this early, but he has no choice, so he summons the shadow specters and gives them an arena. Another part of the tropical forest, deep in the jungle, some orcs sense something. They ready their weapons, but after waiting, they're confused because they still see nothing. One tells the other to hold on and be patient if he wants a good meal. Then something starts dripping down on them, and more of it keeps falling. One of the orcs finally notices something, and our hero appears behind them. Daesung says he's starving, after digging through the ground. He gets what they mean, but still doesn't fully get it. One orc says the food came to them on its own, and another agrees. The protagonist counts them and realizes there are probably more than 20. Then he asks what exactly they're trying to say. The Flame King tells his lord they see him as food, and asks for the command. Looking at the group, Daesun says they're hilarious. Then he finally gives the order, burn them all. Elsewhere, someone moves through the forest. Xiaobei uses her aura opening skill and forms a protective field around herself. As she advances, she casts Expand Search and spreads her aura to find targets. The next second, she finds one. She quickly changes direction, rushes toward a tree, and kicks off it hard. An orc is launched into the air, and the girl appears with aura and sword ready. She figures that at this rate she can clear the first floor in an hour. The orc gets back up and tries to run. Seeing that, she moves in to finish it and charges, calling out fourth. But someone beats her to it and cuts the monster's head off first. She turns back in shock and sees that guy from the Habma clan, wearing a scary look. The orc drops dead. As Jun stares at her, she realizes it really is the guy from Habma. With a satisfied look, he says, 5. Annoyed, she says that's just like the Habma clan stealing other people's prey. He fires back that they're in a competition, so nothing belongs to her. Then he calls her dumber than an orc. Xiaobei snaps that if all he can do is steal kills, he'll only be good for cheap entertainment. Anne asks if having a filthy mouth is some clan tradition. Jim shoots back, asking if her clan started a tradition of being idiots 2 years ago. The two glare at each other. He wonders if he should kill her. She's even worse than he thought, but he decides to wait until at least the second part on the second floor. Jim keeps staring her down while she mocks him. Then she turns and walks off. As she leaves, she flips him off and tells him to go play by himself. Idiot. Furious, he thinks he's going to kill her. Overflowing with rage and power, he rushes at her. Then a huge crash erupts nearby. He stops, while the girl is still facing away. He looks confused, not understanding what just happened. She seems just as surprised. Both of them look around for the source, and then a giant fire explosion erupts nearby. A few minutes earlier, our hero gripped his weapon, and the Flame King asked for the order. Then Daesung gave it burn them all. The terminal shows the Hellfire Sword, activating Skill 1, Hellfire, triggering its special slot. Flames start pouring from the tip of the weapon. The terminal confirms Hellfire's first special ability is active. A massive blast of fire bursts out as the Flame King says, Spectre. The orcs freeze in shock, and the next moment, a huge fire explosion rises over the forest. Back in the control room, the staff are stunned. The bot announces that candidate 104 has cleared the first floor, and will now receive the coordinates for the second. The whole room is speechless. They ask how long it's even been since the test started. How is it already over? Another demands his info right now because they want to recruit him immediately. The captain thinks he knew this boy wasn't ordinary, but never imagined it would be this extreme. Meanwhile, the Habma clan general looks uneasy. He turns away in irritation for missing it. On the screen, another huge fire blast appears. The operators are amazed by that power, shaking the man. The attendant says that's why she warned him. She knew he wasn't normal. He says he gets it already, and begs her to stop shaking him. Another staffer stammers, asking if this is even real, then says okay fine, but they still wonder why old Ginseng is there. He walks over and picks up an orc axe, standing among the dead monsters with the weapon in hand. He notices one is still alive. He runs over to the orc and gets ready to strike. Then he keeps hacking at it, counting 1, 2, 3, while saying this is delicious. Excited, he calls it his 11th kill, and says following that trash number 104 was a great idea. The operators are stunned, asking if this cowardly move counts as cheating. Another says he's not sure, the test is about adaptation. But someone points out that old man is a normal person who couldn't even pass the awakening test, so how did he get into this exam? The girl explains that Han Dasan broke several measuring spheres that day, and someone asks what she means by Han Dasan. She gets mad, while the other person apologizes and asks her to explain. She says the rumor is that after breaking the sphere, he asked them to erase the result. The man asks what happened next, and then says he heard a flood of complaint reports were sent to the association, probably because of that. He flicks the girl on the forehead, and tells her to say something that actually makes sense. Then he adds that no amount of complaints would be enough. An older man walks in and apologizes for interrupting. The three bow and ask why the branch manager is here. The manager says he was the one who approved that person, shocking the staff. One of them asks how he could walks. The manager explains that 3 nights ago, they caught him trying to sneak through the portal with bombs strapped to his body. A woman asks if he was trying to kill himself because he isn't awakened. The manager says no. He explains that the man lost his entire family in a portal break years ago, so this is likely revenge. Everyone falls silent. One says that if the system accepted motives like that, the whole thing could fall apart. The other two start whispering, and he nervously asks if he said something wrong. The manager cuts it off. Either way, this should have been absolutely impossible. But he caused that incident the other day. He got his pay cut for 3 months, yet he doesn't mind. He feels like he found a real gem. The operators wonder why the monitors are glitching and try to contact support. Then our hero appears on the main screen. A little later at the test site, 2 men in suits show up. A communication device suddenly flies off. The general says the control room must be in chaos by now, while the other man picks up the communicator. He asks if candidate 104 was supposed to be taken out on the 2nd or 3rd floor. The general answers that was before Jin's opponent moved ahead of him. The man asks what he means by taken out, saying that sounds pretty sinister. The general brushes it off, saying he only wanted to test his potential with a little challenge. To that guy, a little challenge sounds insane. Somewhere else, another person gets a message. It orders him to inject mutation pools into the monsters on the floor. The lackey sighs, saying it's a shame. Number 104 really had talent, but he pushed too hard against what the Hobma clan director arranged. So the man fires his weapon. The shot hits a creature directly. A massive roar echoes through the forest. That sound grabs he figures the portal to the 2nd floor must be close. The Hobma clan general thinks it would be better if he died during this challenge. The creature starts mutating and goes wild. Rock shards burst everywhere, and the monster ends up wrapped in stone. It turns into a floating swamp ghoul that can make mist. The creature roars and uses its power. Thick fog starts spreading. The soldier thinks he needs to report this fast and ask for a lot more money. He pulls out a hidden communicator from behind the tree, but it suddenly blows up in his hand, releasing smoke. He realizes it's a paralyzing gas. His weapon drops to the ground. He crouches there, coughing in the smoke. Then the giant creature appears right behind him. Our hero keeps moving through the forest. He realizes he's going in circles, passing the same place again and again. He checks his gear and notices a dead body. He wonders if that death was really an accident. He can't believe the test organizers would set this up. Suddenly he senses something behind him and realizes he let his guard down. A swarm of rocks shoots toward him. He spins and blocks the attack with skill. Still, one projectile slips through and nearly reaches his face. It's a different kind of shot. The instant it lands, it explodes. Daesung does his best to guard against the blast. At first he thinks it's fire absorption, but then he realizes it feels more like mana absorption. Either way, he can't use the power he used on the orcs. It's still on cooldown for 1 hour and 27 minutes, and that thing clearly won't wait. The monster starts creating those projectiles again, and launches them all at our hero, who blocks with his weapon. He keeps cutting and dodging every shot the creature throws. Then he moves in and charges. He leaves the projectiles behind, deciding this is getting old, and going straight for the main body. He rushes through the barrage and closes in on the huge stone golem. The monster releases smoke as it waits. Daesung gets ready to strike. The creature prepares its own attack too. He lands a direct hit on the giant golem, but gets struck at the same time. The damage he dealt seems minor. Then the impact sends him flying, smashing through trees. He's thrown a long distance, kicking up dust behind him. Elsewhere, someone is ripping apart a creature. Jim tears it open completely. It's the remains of a defeated orc. The system announces that Candidate 14 has cleared the 1st floor requirements and will receive the portal coordinates for floor 2. He thinks that one cost him too much time. Then something catches his eye, and he looks back over his shoulder. A white object drops behind him. He quickly snatches it out of the air. Inside, he finds a vial, a special compass, and a note. He looks at the paper, confused by the message. Then the note suddenly burns up, and he realizes that Bastard 104 is still on the 1st floor. Back to the fight, the golem watches its opponent. It summons those projectiles once more. Daesung starts standing after that heavy hit. He mutters that it took long enough, and excitedly calls on the Phantom Shadow. His order is simple. Raising his weapon, he tells it to clear the path. At the same time, the projectiles fly at him. The shadows rush to meet the attack, and flames burst over everything. Our hero sends fire at the incoming shots, setting them ablaze while the shadows grab and swallow them whole. With a grin, he says he'll pay it back double and sends the shadows forward. He watches as the shadows rush his opponent. They advance with those burning projectiles, then compress into a pool of darkness. The monster roars in anger and charges. It rushes straight at our hero, crossing over that shadow pool, which suddenly erupts with a storm of shadow spikes. The creature is completely caught off guard. More shadowy hands reach for it, still carrying the flaming projectiles. Daesung says, meanwhile, back in the operations room, they finally start restoring the test footage. One operator says the screen is fixed. Another reports candidate 104's feed is back, and someone orders them to zoom in fast. They ask if the image is really restored, then notice only fog. Someone points out the first level was supposed to be a rainforest. An operator tells everyone to quiet down because something's appearing. A huge mass of stone. They're shocked, asking what that is and whether it's even part of the test. The manager demands to know what the examiners are doing. One man says there's no way this is normal. It looks like a mutation. He asks if they should stop the exam now, since even emergency protectors aren't unbeatable. The manager stays silent, clearly worried about it. Then someone calls for the branch manager. He says nothing, even as the man keeps pressing him. Another reports they just got a signal from candidate 104, and the examiners had already been told to stay near him. He asks if they should force candidate 104's test to end. The manager apologizes and says he can't do that. A startled girl suddenly tells everyone to look. In shock, they ask if he actually beat the monster. At the same time, the shadows clash with the stone monster. All the projectiles explode against the golem's body. Burning chunks of stone blast outward, and the creature finally collapses, defeated. Smoke rises above the trees. Everyone stares at the main screen in silence. The manager thinks classifying him won't be easy. He's right on the edge, and he had assumed it was just a measuring mistake. Now he's not so sure. This might be something far beyond what he imagined. The girl asks if he really brought that thing down, and if he did, isn't that amazing? Another operator says whether he's amazing or not has nothing to do with this test, and the girl asks what he means. He tells her she still doesn't get the situation, and says to watch closely. Jim will reach the second floor portal first. The two girls glare at each other while a man in back asks the manager if they should pull out the people stationed there. The manager says no, tell them to report back once they learn the truth. Back in the forest, someone moves fast, only stopping to check his compass. Jim figures the place must be nearby. He keeps moving through the trees until something suddenly draws his attention. He stops at once and studies the area. The mist is fading, so he assumes it's already over, but that doesn't matter as long as he gets there first. He thinks he'll, but not until he reaches the portal. Nearby, the creature's remains are scattered across the ground. Our hero pours life force into it, starting the Pukver, then he activates Soul Prison and commands a new soldier to rise. The people in the operations room watch it all on screen. Stunned, they ask what else he's doing and what that thing could be. Then a stone golem appears, now under our hero's control. One man blurts out, "What the hell is that?" The creature lets out an intimidating roar. Daesung says there's no time, so it should stop showing off and lower its head. The creature actually looks embarrassed and bows to him. He plants his boot on the monster's head and says, "Run, Rock." Nearby, Jim seems to have found something. Seeing the portal, he says there's no way he won't finish first. But suddenly, something shoots past him at crazy speed, leaving him speechless. Stunned, he wonders what that bastard is. Back at the exam building, the Hobma clan general walks through the hall, hearing shocked voices from inside. Satisfied, he says this should be over now. The door to the room begins to open, and the big screen shows his candidate frozen in shock, staring at something. The boy looks completely stuck. The boss angrily thinks he's an idiot. And now our hero appears, sitting comfortably on the head of his. He tells it to follow this route because it's the fastest one. Daesung says he'll make the road, tells it to go straight, and names it Rocket. Then he orders the flame cane to blow, and fire bursts from the weapon. That huge blast clears a path through the forest. He asks what it's waiting for, and tells Rock to run. The golem charges down the path with our hero on it. Then he commands the flame cane. In the control room, one person says 104 used some kind of summoning skill, and another says it's a technique they've never seen before. Someone asks if that's even possible with an aura skill, and another answers that anything feels possible in this world. Now, the girl says test or not, this is definitely going on YouTube. He's fighting like he's in a fantasy movie. Suddenly, the girls turn in surprise, and so do the other men in the room. The Hobma clan general looks furious. After that, the room goes completely silent. One of the men walks up and warns him not to do it. He answers with nothing but an angry stare. One of his subordinates steps in and tells the man to back off. The boss rubs his head, trying to calm down. Then he apologizes, saying he just got carried away by that amazing performance. The captain finds it sickening that he failed to see this coming, no matter how careful he was. Still, he believes Xiaobei will make it there too. Back in the forest, Jin curses Daesung. Then he glances back and spots someone else rushing his way. Caught off guard, he turns for a better look. It's Cho, coming straight at him. She's moving so fast that he starts running too. Meanwhile, our hero arrives in a freezing zone. He grumbles that the first floor was hot and the second is cold, so much for creativity. Then he looks at the golem and says, "Nice work, Rockhead." After that, he dismisses his soldier. A A second later, his bracelet starts to glow. The bot appears and congratulates candidate 104 for reaching the second floor. He checks the portal, sees no one else, and asks if he can begin. The bot explains that the top 5 start from different portals, then begins laying out the second floor's rules. Excited, it points to the mountain and says he has to reach the top of the snowy peak. Daesung starts forward as the little bot wishes him luck. He figures the distance is about 5 kilometers. Then Umisi begins climbing the huge mountain. As he climbs with drones following him, he thinks this is getting boring. Watching them rise beside him, he thinks he can't use those anymore. A sound from below makes him look down, and he spots someone at the bottom of the mountain. He remembers hearing that even C or D ranks can make money as carriers, but they're still awakened. Jim curses the test for dropping everyone in different starting spots. He's so annoyed he can barely stand it, and until he cuts that bastard down, he won't be satisfied. Then something grabs his attention. From a distance, he asks who else is there. He spots an old man struggling through the cold, complaining that he can't even feel his fingertips. Jim stares at him seriously. His first thought is that this pest showed up too. The desperate old man slaps his own face. He says he can't give up. He has to think about his family, who died without even getting to scream. Then he yells that it's not even that cold. Right after that, an avalanche slams into him. He starts screaming for someone to save him. With a cruel grin, Jang tells him to go die, and curses him as he sends the old man to hell. Suddenly the screen cuts to disconnected. The operators panic, asking what happened. Another says the drone feed is dead, and a third says everything seems to be down. Lee Seokjae takes it all in quietly. He thinks it's finally started, and hopes Jinchul won't fail him again. The snow keeps pouring down on the mountain. More people show up, and one of them asks if they really have to climb all the way up. His partner stays confident, and says what's the problem? They're the strongest combo here. Out of nowhere, someone drops in and stomps the guy who was giving a thumbs up. His partner freezes in shock, but before he can react, the attacker grabs him by the head too. With a furious roar, he overwhelms both of them. Wild with excitement, Jin says the Orc Champion Vial works great, and now anyone in his way dies. Meanwhile, Xiaobei keeps climbing. She thinks the hunter network is unstable. Then she wonders if all electronics just stopped working. Nearby, a drone starts shorting out. Daesung notices and decides it's broken. He says great, now he can take it slow. Then he suddenly lets go of the mountain. At the same time, he calls up another skill, the armor of the destroyer dragon Val Arc. He starts dropping, and he keeps falling fast. Nearby, Xiaobei notices something strange. She wonders what that huge surge is. In the next moment, our hero appears in the air with wings. Stunned, she wonders if candidate 104 is flying with aura. Daesung shoots past her at high speed. Far below, Jin is still tearing through the other candidates. The guy on the ground is already a mess. Then something catches Jin's eye. He looks up and sees our hero flying overhead with his wings spread. Jin curses and wonders if that bastard used some kind of harpy ampule. He drops his victim right away. Then he runs after Daesung, yelling for number 104 to wait. Back in the operations room, someone orders the test to stop immediately. The captain glares at the local manager. He demands to know if the awakened candidate's safety isn't the top priority. The manager tells Captain Huang Jun to wait a little longer. They'll investigate as soon as they can. Lee Sok laughs and mocks that, saying if people who want to be hunters can't handle this much risk, can they really be called hunters? Then he turns to the branch manager and asks if he's wrong. Under all that pressure, the manager can only cough. Furious, Huang asks the young man if he caused this. Smiling, the boy says maybe weak hunters just shouldn't become hunters at all. The manager and the rest of the staff can only watch in tense silence. Huang explodes in anger, calling him a little snake. The young man just says the old man should retire. Back in the test, our hero reaches the mountain peak. Seeing the gate, he asks if he can finish now. Then he heads straight for the door. Xiaobei keeps climbing, still pushing forward. Jim is climbing too. Then from under a pile of snow, a hand sticks out. Someone starts dragging himself free. Exhausted, the old man crawls out and collapses on the snow. Panting, he thinks he won. He shouts that he won because he's still alive. Then reality hits. It's freezing, and he decides to head back down. The bot begins explaining the third floor. Get ready to be attacked, kill monsters, and collect 1,000 points. Xiaobei scratches her head while the bot wishes her luck. She realizes it's pitch black, and decides to stay careful until her eyes adjust. Suddenly, someone calls her name. Jim shows up full of energy, asking if she saw that guy flying a second ago. She looks at him and says, John Jinkyul. He tells her she was lucky to get there before him. She clearly doesn't care much about him. Instead, she tells him to keep it down and go his own way, calling him an orc. That instantly gets under Jim's skin. The girl remembers someone's warning, to be careful around Dasim. She thinks 104 cleared both the first and second floors incredibly fast. Then she checks her bracelet, and it shows an aura reactor error. Before she can react, she's stunned by the hit. With a twisted look, Jim says he wanted to use that on 104 first, but she's the unlucky one instead. He enjoys her fear, while she struggles to call John Jinkyul a dog. On the terminal, it says the first special skill is active, Fire Cannon. It's not very strong, but it tracks its target. He fires at several creatures. Then he orders the Fire King to finish them fast, and it obeys. He keeps shooting, taking the monsters down one after another. Looking at the pile of bodies, our hero says the Fire King was too slow with those idiots. Then he asks why his points still aren't going up. He turns and leaves it behind. Before anything else, he says they need to wipe out everything in sight. In the operations room, the manager asks over the phone if the network is still down. Lee thinks mixing the hook component's pulse with the ampule was a pretty solid idea. Pleased with how things are going, he quietly apologizes to Huang. Even if Shin Shou survived, he figures she's probably half blind or crippled by now. Back in the test area, someone's life force drips onto the ground. Feeling the hit, Shou demands to know what he's doing in the middle of the test. He mocks her, saying she's softer than he expected, and asks if she even used her aura shield. But in the middle of his taunting, things change. Xiaobei is suddenly right on top of him, attacking. Her strike lands clean. He scrambles to steady himself. Angry, he starts shouting what the hell, but when he looks up, she's gone. He laughs and sneers that Captain Huang must have taught her hide and seek. Hidden nearby, Xiaobei tries to treat her wounds. As she uses her power, she thinks she has to heal fast. Then Jim suddenly appears like a monster, and says he found her. She instantly takes off her coat and throws it in his face, catching him off guard. Before he can react, she drives a kick into his groin. Covered by the coat, he screams in pain. Then, without stopping, with a knee to the face, sending him staggering back and knocking the coat off. Dazed, he struggles to recover. Getting ready to fight again, she says her name is not bitch. It's Shin Shou, champion of the Soul Clam. Then she drives a heavy punch into his stomach. This time Jim really feels it. He goes flying backward, spinning through the air, then he crashes hard onto the ground. Furious, she calls him filthy, rude and beast-like, then says her leader was right. She spits at him in disgust, and turns to leave. In the operations room, Huang thinks he didn't raise her to be weak. Our hero says this is ridiculous. The thing really broke. Half panicking, he wonders what he's supposed to do now, and even calls out to the organizers, asking if he can just leave. In the end, he keeps moving while cursing the whole mess. Xiaowazet wonders why she still hasn't seen any other candidates. Then something suddenly rushes past her at high speed. A candidate drops right in front of her, and behind her Jin shows up again, looking fully healed. Enraged, he shouts for Shin Shou. She doesn't hesitate. She turns and runs. As she escapes, she wonders what he did to that guy, and whether he killed the other candidate. Then something suddenly jumps out in front of Shou. It's Jim, staring at her like he's lost his mind. Then he drops down and starts pounding her, while she does everything she can to block the blows. He grabs her by the hair and tells her to scream. After that, he says he'll make her die slowly. Jim keeps beating her without stopping. Every hit is clearly hurting her. Yanking her close, he mocks her. Go ahead and cry for help. Maybe someone will come save her. Then he laughs and reminds her the comms are broken so no one's coming. While he enjoys himself, Xiaobei suddenly drives 2 fingers into his eyes. He jerks back with a scream and lets her go. Covering Xiaobei knows she has to recover fast. She needs to get away. But something starts changing in his eyes. As she crawls off as fast as she can, the man suddenly calls her name. A moment later, he grabs her by the neck again, and growls that the game is over. His eyes glow red with fury as he tells her to die. But then something pulls his attention away. Daesung shows up just in time and asks what he thinks he's doing. Thrilled, Jim blurts out that it's number 104, then drops the battered girl to the floor and starts cackling. He greets number 104, saying he's been searching for him. Then he vanishes from sight and thanks him for showing up. In the next instant, Jim is right above him, but he stays calm. He takes a small step, slips past the attack and heads straight to Xiaobei. Jim freezes, confused about how that worked. Kneeling beside Shou, the protagonist says the pain must be brutal, and since she's healing this slowly, the wound was probably deep. He glances back and finds Jim staring at him. With that same wild look, Jim says number 104 seems pretty talented, but Daesung ignores him and asks if he did this to her. Jim says she didn't understand her place, so he taught her a lesson, and laughing says MC will end up the same way. He answers with one word, no. Then he asks if this is the one who broke the meter, but Jim just keeps laughing at him. Clapping his hands, he unleashes a stormwave attack. Daesung notices his bracelet reacting to it. Jim says he forgot about the emergency shield, but since it's broken, the protagonist is out of luck. Before he can finish, MC rushes in and punches him in the face. Jim is sent flying and skips across the ground. Holding his face, he snarls at Daesung. He doesn't let up and fires off fire cannon. Jim panics and tries to block it. A rain of shots tears toward him, but he insists his talent isn't below the protagonist's. Then something catches him off guard. Daesung is suddenly right in front of him, with his summoned soldiers behind him. MC says this bastard is really pushing his bad temper. In the operations room, someone reports that the second floor network is back. The manager asks about the third floor, and the woman says server replacement is still going on. It'll take another 30 minutes. He orders security to the second floor and tells them to wait at the third floor gate. The girl confirms it. Lee tells the manager to take his time, then mocks the whole thing. Weren't these supposed to be hunter candidates? And Captain Huang thinks he really is his snake's child. Just then, the door swings open and someone rushes in calling for the branch manager. He says the security team reported 1 death and several injured on the second floor. The manager is stunned and asks what happened. Lee only watches with quiet satisfaction. Captain Huang, though, looks uneasy. On TV, the news says the hunter test video feed has been down, and there's been no update for the past hour. Sean-ho realizes that's where his friend is taking the test. He grabs his jacket and runs out, thinking he has to get there now. Back at the test site, something is moving insanely fast. Jim starts running, thinking that person is the devil itself. Then something flashes past him and tears off his leg. Jim screams in agony and crashes to the ground, rolling hard. He can't believe it. Then he remembers he only has one regeneration ampule left from the wooden golem. Daesung says even bugs from hell can regrow after being cut, so Jim's no different. Jim screams at him in pure fear. Back in the control room, someone says the system is restored, and another tells them to call security. Shocked, Lee stares at the screen and asks what's going on. Everyone sees Jim on his knees in front of Daesung. He begs for his life, saying he has no regeneration ampules left, and asking to be forgiven. The protagonist repeats, regeneration ampules, then says that's a problem. He'll have to cut him in half and see if he multiplies. Jim panics, realizing an ampule won't save him if he's split in two. MC also notices the camera is working again. Seeing that, he decides he'll let Jim go if he answers 3 questions honestly. Jim looks shocked and asks if he means it. Then Daesung flicks his weapon up and holds it over his head. He warns that one lie means getting cut in half. Jim is terrified of him. Daesung starts with the first question. Did you do all of this at the test site? The general of the Habma clan grows nervous, and Captain Huang tenses up too. On the screen, Jim is frozen, not sure what to say. He presses him. Was he the one who ruined the test? Jim stammers, trying to think fast. Daesung mocks him for thinking so hard, and asks if he should just slice him in half first. Maybe that'd be more fun. Jim breaks and screams that yes, he did it all. Every bit of it was him. The protagonist thinks over the answer, while Jim stays stiff on the floor. In a hard voice, Daesung asks who ordered him to do it. That's question 2. Jim thinks he might live through this. So he says the leader of the Habma clan ordered him to weaken the other clans, and he only followed orders. MC asks, Habma? In the operations room, people turn to General Lee and ask if what John Jin said is true. They ask if he's really the leader of the Habma clan, and someone calls him Lee Sukwu. Annoyed, Lee thinks John Jin is a dog. He shouts that the bastard caused all this and is trying to pin it on him, then orders everyone to grab him now. But someone calls out to leader Lee Sukwu. The manager says they'll hear his explanation through the Hunter Inspection Agency. Lee curses, knowing he can't fix this from here. After straightening himself, he says fine, they'll appear before the inspection agency when called. People whisper that Lee Sukwu actually bowed his head, wondering what's happening. Sometime later at the test site, Lee walks along, cursing Jang Jin for turning on the man who raised him. He says he'll grind him up like rat meat. One of his men calls out to him and asks if he really had to bow that low. He stops in place. Lee calls him an idiot and says if he'd said even one wrong thing, Shuang would have gone for his head. Nearby, someone clenches a fist in anger. It's Huang, watching all of this with fury. The manager thanks him for putting up with the association, but Huang says that's not why he held back. He turns to leave, thinking they're all trash. On the phone, the manager says the full security team has been sent in, and the test is over. He orders emergency protection activated, and the injured moved out. Inside the test site, Daesung says Jim waits nervously for the next question. He asks if he has any points left. Jim asks what he means. He thinks if he lies, he gets cut in half, and even if he still has 1 point, he might get cut in half anyway. No matter what he says, the bot suddenly announces that Han Daesung placed first, and the test is over, thanking everyone for their work. Daesung says it ended pretty suddenly. He even gives a dry little congratulations. After all, he's an amazing S-class hunter. Then, in the very next second, Arsnui, just like he said, cuts him in half. Daesung says Jim still had a point left, so why couldn't he answer properly? Then something around Sho catches his eye. He looks over and sees green energy covering her. Back on the snowy mountain peak, the security team reaches the portal and orders the injured to be taken out first. Inside the 3rd floor, they report another injured person and call for a stretcher. On the Hunter Association board, people are saying the Habma clan should be broken up and that 104 did well, among other comments. Someone snaps a notebook shut, while the old man closes his eyes and thinks. A woman walks up and tells the president all 10 clans have arrived. He thinks about the person who came to the association today, just so he could see him, and lets out a tired "my god." She says that even with just what he showed on the 1st floor, Han Daesung already looks S-class. The old man asks if he's the first monster since Li Chang. Pointing at a document, he says, "Secretary, mail this to Han Daesung." Then he adds that no matter what, they have to bring him into their association. The woman answers, "Yes, sir." Outside the building, several cars are lined up. Inside, the place is packed and noisy. One man asks how the test ended, and another says the video came back. The Habma clan is finished, and no one knows if Jim acted alone. Then the bot announces the passing rules changed because of the incident. Admission will be based on the order candidates cleared the 1st floor. On the screen, Han Daesung is listed as rank A. Chong Ho calls Daesung and asks where he is. Then he freezes and repeats, S-rank hunter's bathroom, asking why he's in a place like that. Somewhere luxurious, someone takes a drink, while Daesung relaxes in a massage chair. The doors swing open, and someone shouts his name, Shang-ho looks confused and asks how this even happened. Da-song says he has no idea. The president's secretary told him to rest there. Shang-ho is stunned. The president's secretary, he says this is completely insane. Da-song says the secretary told him he's a rank now, with a shot at reaching S rank. Shang-ho is thrilled. He says this is huge, and with that kind of money, the protagonist could even buy a whole building. MC looks pretty pleased with that. Then Shang-ho says there's chaos outside, since everyone thinks he could become rank. In the lobby, people argue over him. One says to bring him into their clan, another wants the contract ready, and someone else wonders if he's world-class already. Then the elevator reaches the first floor. People notice someone coming, and realize it's from the association. Everyone rushes over. A bunch of cameras start flashing at the old man. He loudly says he passed the hunter license test. The crowd keeps snapping pictures, congratulating him, pushing for interviews and asking his name. He introduces himself as Da-song. That makes everyone freeze. They ask if he's Han Da-song. Questions start flying. They ask about the incident, the fire on the first floor, and what caused the broadcast problem. Then someone says Da-sung looks different. On the big screen, the old man is listed as Han Da-sung, with a rank shown at the borderline. Elsewhere, the rescued candidates are losing it. One says he's done, and would rather become a farmer, while others curse Jim. A guard reports they searched all the way to the third floor, but still couldn't find Jim. He answers a call and says yes, they'll close the portal for now. Annoyed, he wonders if that bastard really got out alive. The news reports an accident during the hunter test, while most of the candidates were still fighting. At home, Ajuma says Da-sung needs at least one more set of clothes since he always wears the same thing, and she wonders if she should get a job. On TV, they say Da-sung got a rank with a rare skill, and experts think he could become the 6th awakened S-class. His mother is stunned. Then she yells for her daughter from inside the house. The girl runs over and asks what happened. Her mother points at the news and asks if she heard what they said. She stares at the screen in shock and blurts out that her brother being A rank is insane. Just then, the door opens. Ding Song walks in and says he's home. Both of them just stare at him. Feeling the tension, the protagonist asks what's going on. Meanwhile, at the Habma clan headquarters, an inspector announces that all activity tied to the Habma clan is now completely banned. Every hunter there, no exceptions, will be pulled out through official action. Lee says his name is Lee Suk-woo, and calls it ridiculous that the man with the potential to be number 6 ended up like this. Thinking about him, Lee says he trusted him too much. He should have doubted himself, but didn't. Jim won't be the one to bring him down. Only he can do that. The inspector tells the clan leader to come with him to the investigation office. Lee starts laughing. Then he slams his hand onto the table. He says this kind of thing happens when you take on dangerous work, then asks if they're dragging him in just because he was connected to Jim. As his aura starts rising, the inspector asks if he plans to come quietly. Lee turns to manager Kim Song-soo and asks if he knows how he got that position. He says the promising 6th-ranked Lee Suk became clan leader after the old leader died mysteriously, and there's proof he was tied to that death. Lee asks what they expected, sending 2 rabbits into a snake pit. He adds that Park lost his judgment the moment he got old. The inspector shouts for Jung-woo to get ready. The other inspector tells the manager he never said any of that. Then he warns that if they don't want to die to that bastard, they need to kill him first. Lee says his position was never something he got for free. Both sides get ready to fight. But out of nowhere, the other inspector drives a sword into his own manager. Stunned, the manager calls out to Jong-woo. The man struggles to answer, insisting it wasn't him. Lee mocks them, saying the inspector's side has plenty of problems too if they're killing each other. The inspector asks Lee if this is his ability. Instead of answering, the man tells Inspector Kim Song-soo good luck and activates puppet aura. Threads of energy whip across the room. One man screams. He watches his boss collapse, dead, shaking. He apologizes and keeps saying he didn't do it. Sometime later, the double doors swing open. The clan leader walks through the hall with his men lined up behind him. Lee says maybe he should let the association president know what happens when someone dares touch him. Elsewhere, Cho is being treated. Hwine stands over her hospital bed. The doctor says her aura is shattered, so she can never work as a hunter again. He goes silent, his eyes filling with rage. Furious, he thinks the time has come to judge Lee Suk-woo. Back home, Daesung's mother says no, she can't watch him do something that dangerous. Jisuko agrees with her. She says the news proves he's become someone important, but dangerous is still dangerous. MC remembers Chanho joking that if someone wants to be a hunter, 99% of families will fight it, and the other 1% will throw them out. He smiles, thinking Chanho was right. His mother says that as his mom, if he gets hurt again, or something goes wrong like last time, she won't be able to bear it. Daesung cuts in and says he already signed with Chanho's clan. Jisoo asks if he means Chanho's clan, then realizes he signed with the Seoul clan. Suddenly he opens his inventory and reaches inside. His mother is stunned, and Jisoo asks why he's suddenly doing magic. Then he drops a bundle of cash onto the table. Daesung says it's the advance from the Seoul clan. He tells his mother to pay off every debt and use the rest for living costs. It's a huge amount of money. Still shocked, his mother asks when he got paid already, while Jisoo gets excited that they even gave it in cash. The protagonist asks why they're so surprised. He says he'll make even more later. tells Jisoo to focus on school, and promises his mother he'll handle the house. From now on, he says he'll protect both of them. The two are moved, but neither says a word. Awkwardly, he asks what kind of reaction that is. Wasn't this supposed to make them happy? Ajuma wipes her tears and says it's fine. Jisoo admits she's still worried, but the money is changing her mind. Daesung thinks that if this is what you get for returning from hell, then maybe it's not so bad. Somewhere else, a terrifying monster appears. With a roar, it gets ready to attack. A man. Then another man rushes in, slams his knee into the monster, and tells it to get lost. The hit sends the creature flying. After that, he asks the rookie if he's exhausted. The rookie, desperate, tries to call him agent, but the man just turns and walks off, leaving him on the ground. He tells the other man to keep today a secret. Then he glances back at the rookie and tells him not to give up. Later, that man is found dead. His partner cries over the body. The association manager and the president arrive at the scene. The inspector blames himself, saying he never thought Lee could be this insane, and through tears he begs them not to let that bastard go. Crying and furious, he swears he'll cut off that bastard's head. The president calls for the branch manager, and the man answers right away. He orders the Hunters Association force to move in and take all of them. Shocked, the man asks if that includes everyone at the port. Park orders him to dismantle the Habma clan and arrest Lee for insubordination. Later, at Daesung's house, someone groans about all the noise and wonders why it's so loud, while the phone shows 101 messages. MC, looking half asleep with dark circles under his eyes, checks the screen. He wonders why he's getting so much annoying spam. One message tells him to call back as soon as he wakes up. A little later, outside the house, Daesung calls Seon-chan and asks what happened. Seon-chan says he won the bid for a C-rank portal, which instantly gets him excited. To the protagonist, that means one thing now: money. All he has to do is go in and clean it out. Elsewhere, security vehicles race toward their target. At the Habma clan headquarters, the cars stop and officers pile out. They head straight for the clan building. Under A-rank awakened Kim Kai-hong, the team quickly forms up. Sion Man orders Hunter Team First Assault and the 2nd Cavalry Regiment forward. He says if they resist, subdue them like anyone else, and if awakened fighters get in the way, they can be killed. Kin gives the order to move. The assault team closes in on the building and pushes inside, but the leaders suddenly stop in the main hall. Bodies are everywhere, and some are still breathing. Shocked, one man asks what the hell happened, and turns to his superior for orders. All around them, injured people cry out for help. The leader orders the cavalry regiment to fall back, while the rest stay with him. More bodies lie scattered everywhere. In a chair the center of the hall, Captain Huang sits there, worn out from battle. The path beyond him is covered with more bodies. They keep moving through the Habma headquarters until they reach a larger chamber. Someone shouts, asking where that bastard Lee is. Then he spots a broken body on the floor. The Habma clan leader looks dead. More people rush into the hall. The assault leader demands to know what happened here. He steps closer, shocked at the state of the body, and curses under his breath. Crouched nearby, the operation leader tells Jung Woo to stop, and says Lee is already dead. Even so, the man keeps shaking with anger. He turns to Captain Huang, and says this went way beyond personal revenge. Huang explains he only handled the outside. He wasn't the one who killed Lee. That answer catches him off guard. Elsewhere, in a pit area, the news reports that Lee of the Habma clan was found dead. Right now, the main suspect is Director Huang from the Soul clan. More awakened members of Habma were found dead too, and drugs were recovered at the scene. The old man swears, asking why nobody is answering him. He thinks he built the Dorman clan himself because no one would take him, and if this keeps up he'll starve before he ever sees a monster. Then his phone suddenly rings. The old man snatches it up. Surprised, whatever is on the screen instantly lifts his mood. A car races through the city. Chen-ho says Daeksong turned down. Around 10 clan offers. His friend adds that their homes are already packed with hunter gear. Anyone can notice. MC brushes that off, thinking they'd pass out if they saw the stuff he brought back from hell. Then he asks if a C-rank portal pays well. Chen-ho calls him crazy, then says clearing one cost 50 billion, about 30 billion after taxes and fees. Stunned, Daeksong asks if the cut is really 40% and calls them crooks. Chen-ho says there are still other cores he can sell to make more. He adds that he called the Dorman side too and asked if he would really be fine by himself. He stops at one word: alone. Then he tells Chen-ho to come with him. Chen-ho goes quiet, sweating. After a beat, he asks what the protagonist just said. MC tells him he already registered him as his Dorman, but the paperwork was annoying, so he had Jisoo handle it. A little shaken, Chen-ho thinks this bastard is really going to get him killed. Meanwhile, the military has sealed off the portal zone. A while later, the two of them arrive, and a soldier asks to see their portal permit. Chen-ho takes out the papers and hands them over. The soldier looks startled as he reads them. The form lists just one hunter, Daeksong, and one operator, Chen-ho. Caught off guard, the soldier says this is a group portal, and asks if they're serious. Usually a C-rank team needs about 100 hunters. Chen-ho says that's exactly what he told him. He asks if an A-rank like him still can't go in, but the soldier says rules are rules. In the end, the soldier orders the barricade opened. muttering that these guys are insane, and he wants no part of it. Chen-ho still asks if the protagonist can rethink this. He warns that even with S-rank potential, this is still a C-rank team portal, and the top 10 clan members won't risk themselves if it weakens the rest. Daik-song grabs him and tells him to trust him. Panicking, Chen-ho begs for 1 second so he can get away. He says they should just go home. If anyone has to jump, it'll be him first, so MC better not call him disloyal. MC ignores that and drags him in. Elsewhere, Lee lies on the ground, worn out and terrified. Dark energy wraps around him, and he cries out, begging to be saved. He starts to rise into the air, screaming. Still pleading for help, he sees something like a black eye open in front of him. Then an arm pushes out of it. It reaches straight for the Hobma leader. A second later, that hand tears out his heart. Lee feels the deadly blow hit. As the arm slips back into the portal-like space, the Hobma boss drops to the floor. Later, agents and the association director review the footage in a meeting room. The director brings up Suk and asks if they still can't tell who gave the order. The inspector says there was only one camera, so there's no solid confirmation. An autopsy was done, but they still couldn't identify any aura-based skill. Park can only mutter, well, shaken. He says that means it really was a ghost. Back at the portal site, the military keeps moving around. The old man arrives, thanks them for their work, and introduces himself as Ga, the hunter handling today's byproducts. The soldier looks confused and asks why processing is here so early, when the portal only started 30 minutes ago. He asks if Daesung is the one inside today, then says to wait a second. After checking the paper, he confirms it. The old man lights up and says, great. He thinks this is a team portal, so he got lucky nobody else answered the doorman call. If this works out, the hunter inside could become a huge star, like winning the lottery. Back on test day, inside a cave on the snowy mountain, something strange happened there. Jim keeps healing and thinks he wants to live. He wants to survive and get revenge. Then something appears in front of him. It asks if he wants revenge, and if he'll allow it. The giant eye stares at him and laughs. Meanwhile, back in the portal, someone has just gone in. Daesung studies the area, while Chanho looks nervous. Chanho hates this already. It's his first time inside a portal, and he's never seen anything like it. He says they called it a team portal, but the number here is huge. Chanho asks, where? Then he sees it, an army ahead. Chanho asks what those giant things are. Daesung says this is abandoned land, and those are class 3 lizards, a protected species. The creatures rush them, screaming for food. The protagonist pulls out his massive sword from his inventory. He says a pack this big is perfect. Then he tells Chanho to watch carefully. He bursts forward at full speed. Chanho can only stare in shock. Daesung jumps over the swarm and crashes down on them like a meteor. The terminal shows Hellfire's third skill has activated. Dar MC uses Volcano, driving his weapon down and setting off a huge blast. The lizards catch fire before they can fight back. Some try to flee, while others only scream. A few seconds later, the whole army is gone. Daesung stands alone in the burned-out mess, and Changho wonders if that's really his friend. He looks over the heap of dead lizards. He thinks it smells like roasted seaweed. Changho calls him a bastard. He says Daesung could have warned him. What a jerk. Hiding power like that and acting fearless. The protagonist says fine, he'll show him now. Then Changho suddenly says he's made up his mind. They're doing this. MC has no clue what he means and asks, doing what? Changho says they're making a new clan, one that goes beyond Korea, a clan with global power. Outside, people are shocked because the portal seems to be cleared in less than an hour. A soldier panics, says it might be a portal fracture, and orders headquarters to be contacted at once. Another confirms it. The old man points ahead in surprise and tells them to look, someone's coming out. Right then, Daesung walks out casually, with an overexcited Chanho right behind him. Chanho proudly announces that the portal is cleared, so they can start handling the byproducts. The soldier is stunned. It's already cleared. How is that even possible? The old man hands over a Dorman clan card and says he's the hunter who took the test with him last time. He explains that he's handling the byproducts today, and Daesung notices the man has the same name as him. Changho asks what kind of Dorman clan this is, if he's the only one here. The old man says he started the Dorman clan himself, so this won't take long. Changho gets curious when he hears the man's name is also the protagonist. The old man says he'll change his name later, so it won't be a problem. He says he'll reinvent himself, so the name MC won't matter. From now on, call him Lee the 1,100th, and come visit again. Chang visit again. Changvo then tells MC to go with him. Later, in a high-rise building, a man shows them an apartment, praising the view, the interior, and the materials. They check out the fancy luxury place. Excited, Jisoo calls her mom and says every room has its own bathroom. Ajuma asks the agent how much the apartment costs. He says the property is valued at 17 billion, and the current asking price is 18 billion won. She freezes at 18 billion, and the realtor says yes. Prices jumped because a Hunter Association office is nearby. He adds that safety matters more than anything now, and he heard her son recently became a successful hunter. Jisoo proudly says her brother is an A rank, almost at S class. Ajuma says she's bragging again, and the agent says he thought Daesung looked familiar. He says he likes the place, and asks if paying in full gets a discount. The man says an A rank can get a special contract, and because hunters help protect people, he can knock off about 2 million. It's pricey because an S rank lives there too. The protagonist asks how low it would go if he were S-class. The man laughs and says if he were S-class, it'd be around 10 million as a deposit. Both women are left speechless. Dae-sung figures that means he could buy the place for 8 billion. Later that night in the city, everything seems normal. A woman glances back, worried that someone is following her. She starts walking faster. Then she bumps into someone. Startled, she asks who he is. The strange figure tells. He says she was chosen, so she should be thankful. The woman is horrified when she sees him clearly. Sometime later, at the National Police Agency, inside the autopsy unit, someone says this woman died the same way as Suk, only this one was in Seoul. She's the 10th victim. One officer says they can't delay a public investigation any longer. Another thinks only an awakened person could have done this. He says just when portal disasters seem to calm down, now they have a serial killer. One investigator asks the boss to let him take the case, promising he'll catch the killer. For now, the boss says they have no choice but to assume it's the same one who killed Suk. Still, he refuses and says their main focus should remain tracking portals for headquarters. He adds that they'll release the case to the public and get full support from the investigation agency. Somewhere in a lab, someone begins waking from a deep sleep. Now the person Jin, the rookie who used to work with Lee, wakes up covered in signs of surgery. He scans the room, trying to figure out where he is. Nearby, someone is focused on work in another part of the lab. At the panel, the scientist notices he's awake and lights up. Walking over, he jokes that Jin is yelling and flailing like a newborn. Still panicked, Jin asks where he is. The young man doesn't answer right away. He asks if this place looks like the lab in the Manhwa building. Then Jin realizes, it's the awakening infusion room with the ampule. The scientist says the ampule from Lee Suku worked very well, and he made a special request to the high priest to save Jin. At last, he introduces himself as Roman, the eldest of the Hansei. Remembering those eyes from earlier, Jin asks how he's still alive. The man answers that he was reborn as one of the Hansei. Jin stares at him, confused by what that means. With a smile, the scientist promises him even more power, and asks if he'll help them rule the world. Meanwhile, at the Seoul clan building, with a resignation letter on the desk, someone says she had no choice but to become an S-rank hunter. On the phone, John-ho says the top priority is clearing the portal. Then he cuts himself off. The caller wants an S-rank promotion before buying a new house, and now asks if he can bid on every portal. Caught off guard, John-ho wonders when he started caring about houses, then agrees. He says there's still a lot to handle, and tells Han to pick up the gear he needs from the market, which makes the young man remember something. Out on the street, he realizes he forgot the equipment. A terminal asks if he wants to complete the ruler's field implementation. He tells it to begin. The terminal lists 6 field types: Predator Forest, Ghost King's Territory, Flame King's Territory, Exterminator's Nest, and 2 more. Daesung picks field number 5, Ballarks, Iron Fortress. The terminal explains that each field ruler had their mind erased by heavenly transcendent beings, and the mission is to defeat them. Another prompt asks if he wants to start Protocol 212, Iron Castle, 45 years in the past. Our boy gives, a flood of images rushes through him like downloaded data. Daesung watches it all and gets ready. He already knows this fight won't be easy. A portal opens before the fortress. He carries a wooden shield marked with a sun. In his other hand is a strong curved blade, like a scimitar. Daesung enters the map, clearly unhappy with this gear. Frustrated, he mutters that they made him weaker for this mission. Back at the Hunters Association, newspapers are full of alarming reports about someone who caused major trouble there. The branch chief tells a worker to send official notices to every clan and post one on the Hunters bulletin board. Then someone walks in asking for the manager. The 2 men turn to the newcomer and wait. The messenger reports that a team failed to clear a B-rank portal with the Ocean Clan. An employee says that clan is one of Korea's 4 major clans, tied to Baek-hai-rin, and known for ranked awakened members. The messenger explains the monsters didn't match Baek's aura-type skill, so the team needs support from another S-rank hunter. The chief notes that if the portal isn't cleared within 12 hours, fractures begin. At least the request came from Baek-hai-rin himself. Using Hai-rin's name, the manager orders them to locate S-rank Lee Chung-shik and Seo Dong-chul and ask for their help. The young man wonders who would ever turn down a request from Baek, Korea's top healer hunter. The messenger says one person might, River Soyeon of the fortress, because the 2 are rivals. The manager cuts in and says to use air transport if needed. The others immediately get how serious this is. Elsewhere, part of the city feels eerily empty. Meanwhile, at kids play together under an adult's watch, one boy brags that he's the strongest hunter and will beat the other. But the second child gets upset and says he doesn't want to be the monster because he hates them. A man steps in and asks how she thinks her father fights monsters. This is Seo Dong-chul, a level 2 S-rank awakened from the Crow clan. The boys strike fighting poses and shout, "Monster." He plays along, acting like the monster while the kids gang up on him. A nun rushes over, calling for the director. With the boys still hanging on him, he asks what happened. She tells him the Hunters Association sent an urgent message. He asks her to watch the children and says he has to head to the gate. As he leaves, she tells him to be careful and not get hurt. He answers with a grin that he's South Korea's greatest hunter, so everything will be fine. Meanwhile, on Jeju Island, hunters gather at a C-rank portal to close it. Then someone calmly walks out of the portal. Lee. It's Lee Chang-sik, an S-rank awakened from the Chosun group and Korea's #1 hunter, looking bored by how easy it was. The gathered hunters line up in 2 rows and bow in thanks. His apprentice tells him the association sent an official request in Bak Hairin's name, asking for help with another portal. He wonders why a hunter that strong would need backup. As a helicopter passes overhead, Lee remembers that the young woman was very beautiful. Elsewhere, someone stands over an active portal. Hen. He has no idea what's about to come out. A horned creature slowly begins to emerge. Once it's fully out, the beast kneels on its weapon, and Daesung spots it from below the stairs. The enemy then releases a power that covers its whole body. Difficulty unknown. Description: defeat the gatekeeper. Time limit none. Objective: eliminate the enemy. Reward conquest points and tank implementation. Han knows that in his current state, a direct fight means certain defeat. For this mission he only has Priest Odie's sword and the Great Ice Giant's shield, so he sits down and starts thinking of any way to win with that setup. He tries to remember the creature's weakness, but nothing comes back. Then he stares at his weapons, searching for an answer. Suddenly, an idea hits him: the ice shield. He looks back at the warrior dragon still waiting for him. In the next second, he quietly says, "Eureka." Somewhere else in the city, guards seal off the entrance to a B-rank portal and keep reporters behind the tape. A reporter says the Ocean Clan is preparing a second assault, after failing the first one. 2 guards get annoyed, wondering how these vultures always find out so fast. The crowd watches the Ocean Clan arrive with Baek, and asks the woman for an update. Baek Hairin, an S-rank hunter of the Ocean Clan, stands before them as reporters throw questions at her about the failed raid and even her dating life. The crowd is totally charmed, praising both her looks and her skill. She walks up to a reporter and politely asks to borrow his microphone, leaving him stunned. Then she explains that they will stop the B-rank breach with help from Korea's 2 best hunters. The reporters murmur, wondering who could outrank their favorite, and a couple names come up. She confirms it. The 1st and 2nd ranked hunters in South Korea, Lee Chang-sik and Seo Dong-chul, are joining them. People are still trying to figure out how those 2 got there so fast. Lee praises her for standing firm even after the first failure, but privately thinks she loves attention, and probably leaked the news herself. Cheerfully, she walks over and tells the 2 men they should head in together. The reporters scramble to send the update, while one writes a flashy headline about the B-rank breach and the Lee So-bak trio. Out of nowhere, a fireball shoots forward and heads straight for the target. It's Han, launching fireballs at the warrior dragon. The enemy doesn't seem bothered at all. Then it opens its eyes and unleashes a deep, powerful roar. Han realizes the real fight starts now. The beast has awakened. He grips his weapons and braces for what comes next. One mistake will get him killed instantly, so now he has to stay sharp. The enemy mocks him, asking how a rat like him dares to challenge it. But before it can act, the warrior loses balance because of something on the ground, and the beast realizes, thanks to a puddle of water, the warrior dragon crashes backward like a felled tree. Han instantly sees his chance. He powers up his aura and charges. Rushing to the beast's side, he reaches chest level and lines up his attack. With the scimitar raised high, he brings it down. As the beast turns its head, he spots a sealing mark. He strikes that seal with his sword, and with that, the enemy starts breaking apart right in front of him. It crumbles into ash and scatters away. Han is relieved he vaguely remembered the weak point on the creature's neck. Dropping the sword and shield, he says he won't need them anymore. The terminal announces that Han defeated the enemy and may now enter the castle. Mission complete, and the implementation reaches 33. Han stops and realizes he needs a weapon before going any farther. Spears are stuck in one of the castle walls nearby. Further in, he spots a floor trap packed with deadly spikes. The terminal updates the mission: go to Balaric's chamber. There's still no time limit, and the reward is conquest points plus 5 extra points. Daesung touches the wall and feels like something is hidden there, so he keeps running his hand along it, searching for a clue. That patience pays off. He finds a brick that moves and pushes it in. Right after that, part of the wall slides away and reveals a secret door. He steps up to it, waits for it to open, and gets ready to go inside. A terminal tells Han this is Balaric's treasure room, and he can use it for 5 minutes. He enters a huge chamber filled with weapons and armor, and the countdown starts, but he already knows what he wants. About a minute and a half passes before he heads straight for his target. On a shelf, 3 different weapons are hanging. The terminal explains that the Black Dragon Slayer sword is deadly against dragons in hell, and all its skills are built for that purpose. Han tells himself it isn't as strong as the Hellfire sword, but without it, he'll lose the moment he enters Balaric's chamber. With the sword in hand, he still has 3 minutes left in the treasure room. Nearby, a set of paladin-like armor catches his eye. There are also piles of treasure, gold, jewels, and chests of every size. When the timer drops to 2 minutes, he thinks this place must be worth a fortune. Then the terminal announces that Balaric's chamber is open. The implementation has reached 66%, and the 5 conquest points were added. Han steps in. He mutters that this is the final fight. A strange monster lets out an angry roar. Dong-chul complains that it's hurting his ears, and says they need to shut that mouth fast. He squares up against the giant beast. Drawing on his power and his weapon, he blasts off the ground. While rising, he sets up a counterattack. Then he swings with everything he has. A huge, and he turns back, yelling for everyone to attack. Now, the hunters rush in together, shouting as they charge. They hammer the monster without stopping, screaming for it to die, but one of them realizes he can't even cut through it. From the back, Harin cheers Dongchul on and tells him to finish it. Then someone behind her calls her name and asks if she'll really go on that date, if he says so. She turns, shocked by Chang. A moment later, she uses her healing aura. Feeling better, he gets up and says, "Nice." She asks what his problem is. He turns to Harin and says it's a gift. The gift is a dangerous monster corpse, a class 2 ogre king. Stunned, she asks if he took down an ogre king by himself. He hugs her and asks if that doesn't make him look cool, but she gets mad and tells him to let go. Someone suddenly yells to avoid Jisoo and bring the injured guy back. Using his power, Dongchul remarks that it's been a while since he had to carry anyone. As he heads back to the fight, he reminds her not to forget that date promise. Then he bursts away and disappears. Confused, she wonders when she ever promised that. Back with our hero, a massive palace stands before him. Daesung realizes he's finally reached the final boss. He tells the system to open the enhancement potions and starts picking from them. Dozens of colorful potions appear in front of him. The terminal says the absolute ruler has 120,000 conquest points and asks if he wants to use the potion. He orders every enhancement potion to be applied. At once they react to his command and boost his strength, agility, power, defense, critical hit, and resilience. Satisfied, he calls them amazing potions and says it's time to go. The giant double doors open, revealing a huge hall. Inside waits a creature in powerful armor, holding a deadly weapon. Smiling, he says it's been a long time, Balark. The creature just stares back in silence. Then a loud crash comes from the side, and a huge red dragon appears at the boss's feet. It moves toward Han, who readies himself for the battle. The terminal confirms that he resists the red dragon's fear effect, so Han gets ready and activates blood naturalization. Elsewhere, a streamer appears and greets everyone on this YouTube channel, introducing himself as Dragon7. He tells viewers they're kicking off the weekly hunter rankings. First place, he says, is Immovable, the youngest son of the Chibble family, who hunts as a hobby and leads the Chosun clan as its president. He also mentions the director of the Hope Orphanage, a man who calls himself the father of the orphans. Then he moves on, saying the hunting grounds have bloomed again, this time with Bekaran. He reports that this week's B-rank portal crisis was solved in just 6 hours by the Lee Subek pair. Then, something catches his attention. Sitting at his computer, he mutters that he's seen this guy before. A solo clear on a team-type portal sounds impossible, but he still feels like he knows him. Excited, he wonders if it's that older guy from the other day. Sometime later, at the Habma clan, word spreads that the Seoul clan leader was arrested, and Daesung cleared a Type C portal alone. Someone notes that portals are being cleared faster and faster. One guy calls out to Jae-xie and asks him to go drinking, but Jae-xie says he has things to do at home and is heading back instead. The other guy says that's fine, and they can do it another time, and Zhang agrees while staying at his computer. He studies a map marked with glowing red points. Then he says they're running out of options, and he'll need to change the mood. Elsewhere, the huge red dragon breathes flames as it watches our hero. Without warning, it fires a blast at Daesung. He reacts right away and answers with a simple strike that lands cleanly on the dragon. The monster roars, raging and spitting fire, but our hero Daesung says it feels like the old days. It's been a long time since he's been covered in an enemy's life force like this. At last, the huge boss rises and joins the fight. Our hero slips past that heavy attack with ease and barely even has to move. Calmly, he says that was nothing. The giant creature growls back at him. Then the giant starts attacking the black-haired fighter again and again, but he knocks every strike aside with ease. After forcing the knight back, he decides it's his turn. He releases the power he built up and pushes forward with fierce blows. But the fortress ruler doesn't slow down, and Han Daesung starts getting pushed back. Glancing at Balark, he asks how this thing can be so strong. Suddenly, the monster lets out a scream that shakes the whole iron fortress. Then wings spread from its back. Balark unleashes the Brontosaurus cannon skill and charges at the intruder, declaring 1 attack, 1 death. In the end, the massive monster is decapitated. Han Daesung looks back with a grin, amused that the lizard became a dragon. Then a white liquid starts pouring from the dead monster's head, and a new creature begins to take shape. Even the ruler of hell has never seen anything like this. The Snow White being appears furious, and demands to know who disturbed the rest of the holy apostles. Red blood keeps dripping near its feet. Elsewhere, a fanatic squeezes the last blood from his heart, and prays to his lord that the sacrifice works. Then something starts rising from the red puddle, and a portal opens in front of the man in the raincoat. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association, a scientist gets a call at work. He introduces himself as Jake, director of portal search engines. The fanatic reports to his master that the sacrifice with the hearts he collected was a success, and that he used the ones gathered earlier. Hearing that, the man smiles. The scientist says he'll notify the Hunters Association. After that, his underling asks when the ritual should be finished, and the man in red replies that once they have enough scapegoats, he'll end it. Several alerts pop up before Han Daesung, warning that an unknown creature entered the system. The system identifies it as a powerful celestial, then starts glitching. He can tell right away that this thing is insanely strong. Another message appears, saying he can now use his own power because the terrain implementation is complete, and it asks if he wants to activate it. The ruler of hell smiles and says the timing couldn't be better. Then enormous energy erupts around Han Dae-sung. Seeing that, the celestial smirks, calling him a tiny bug that thinks it can stop the universe, and orders him to die. A violent explosion tears through Balark's iron tower. The celestial assumes nothing is left of him, but out of the smoke, a black-haired boy bursts forward with sword in hand. In the next instant, he drives the blade into the snow-white monster. Then the battlefield goes still for a moment. With a red-eyed grin, the celestial asks if he really thought that weak attack could hurt him. But the ruler of hell was never counting on that. Han Dae-sung uses hell's final skill, one that only works in hell, and whose power depends on his realization level. The monster is dragged into a vast echoing space. It looks around in confusion, as a glow forms behind it. Han Dae-sung's skill, fiery pond, eternal suffering. As the celestial faded away, he couldn't believe a mere bug had pushed him this far. He tried to warn the other celestials, but the black hole swallowed him whole. Then the system popped up for the ruler of hell. The elite celestial was dead, the system was restored, and the mission would end once he took the ruler's throne. He moved toward the place he had earned. Then Han Dae-sung broke into a run for the golden throne. The moment he touched the base of the throne, it started to change, and a staircase rose up in front of him, leading straight to the seat. As he climbed, messages from the imprisoned demons appeared before him. They were thrilled to see this happen. Soon another notice appeared. The Balark mission was cleared. Han Dae-sung gained 2 S-class skills, Terrain Exchange and Balark Celestial. He could now summon defeated enemies into his shadow army. The monsters bowed to their new master and swore eternal loyalty. Han told them to be quiet. They were too noisy, and he'd call them when he actually needed them. Once seated on the throne, he decided the plan was simple: close these portals and make some money. At the same time, the Hunters Association issued a first-level alert. A level 8 portal had been found in Gangnam's Dogokdong. Before ordering a full evacuation, they chose to send in an operation team first. Chief Leader Park Chung-ho entered the observation room and asked if this was the same portal that caused the disaster 5 years ago. The chairman confirmed his fear. What stood before them was definitely an A-level portal. Park Chung-ho rested a hand on his chin and thought it over. Then he quickly ordered them to call every hunter they could and request backup from the World Hunter Organization. The dark-haired subordinate bowed and said it would be done. Meanwhile, the system showed the ruler of hell his updated stats. Han Dae-sung's physical realization had reached 48, and his magical realization was 41. He also got a new skill, Terrain Exchange. It let him swap part of the real world with terrain from hell. Right now, the only area he could use was Balark's Ethio Iron Fortress. Reading the notices, Han realized his realization level was still too low, so he decided to pick up a few more skills. Standing alone on an empty platform, he activated Terrain Exchange. This was recorded on page 124 of his diary, 3 years ago. Then the Colosseum before Han Dae-sung slowly began to change. Back at the Hunters Association, the top leaders gathered around a round table. Several other important figures joined the meeting online. After checking that everyone was present, the chairman began the meeting on how to deal with the A-level portal in Gangnam. A police bus moved through a crowded street in Korea. Hwang Jong-hyun sat inside, surrounded by escorts. He kept wondering who the killer could be. Lee Suk-bo wasn't someone who could be killed easily. Even a skilled mercenary would have struggled. So the bearded man knew a powerful person had to be involved. More than anything, Hwang Jong-hyun hoped his student was safe. Then the hospital room door opened, and a nurse walked in with a fresh meal cart. She noticed the patient hadn't touched the last tray either. The nurse told Shin-chan she would take the food away since there was no point leaving it if the huntress refused to eat. On the bed, the girl tightened her shaking fist. Shin-chan barely heard the nurse. She was lost in thought, blaming herself for what happened to her master. Meanwhile, the meeting continued. An old man named Ryu Jones, head of the Fortress clan, said their huntress son had been missing for a month after going out to investigate. Then Cho Hankyu, deputy head of the Marble clan and brother of Cho Hunho, the 5th-ranked S-class hunter, explained that his brother had been in Silicon Valley developing aura weapons, but after hearing what was happening in Korea, he was rushing back home. Hearing that, the chairman said Lee Chong-shik, So Dong-kal, and Baek Hae-rin would lead the attack this time. Dong-kal agreed, saying they had no other choice. If they failed to stop this, everyone could die. The blonde boy, though, barely cared. He only agreed because Baek Hae-rin was going, and she had promised him a date. That made the girl mad. They already had one, she said. She even bought him meat and dessert. How could he forget? Lee Chong-shik still refused to count it. A real date should be just the two of them, and since she brought Dong-kal along, it didn't qualify. Furious, she snapped that if she called it a date, then it was a date. Watching them argue, Dong-kal felt embarrassed to even know them and said they could settle that nonsense later themselves. Instead, he suggested asking for A-rank volunteers to join the mission. Everyone liked the idea. If 3 S-class hunters cleared an A-level portal, it would be a huge moment for Korea. After hearing everyone out, Park Chung-ho ordered them to gather at least 100 A-rank volunteers and 10,000 aethers. That shocked the leaders, since 10,000 aethers was the association's yearly stockpile. Jake sat quietly among them. listening closely to every part of the association's plan. Before long, alarms rang across the city, warning of a level 1 danger, and telling all residents to take shelter in the association's bunkers. Heavy rain poured over the construction site. A uniformed man rushed up to the 2 guards in raincoats and handed them the order. With that, the assembled hunters got ready to begin the operation. Not everyone in the crowd was pleased. It had all happened too fast, and some had only come to watch the top hunters. Throwing his bat over his shoulder, so Dongkal said they should finish this fast so the 2 could go on their date. Hearing that, Lee Changshik told the older man to stop showing up. The black-haired man said he had no interest in getting between them. He just told everyone to calm down and wish each other luck. The place inside spread out before them. Looking back at his squad, so Dongkal ordered them to check their gear and spread out through the area. Lee Changshik told Bai Kairin he was going to scout nearby and warned her not to wander off. As soon as he left, the girl contacted the black-haired man and reported that hunter number 1 had gone to investigate. He got annoyed, saying Lee Changshik could have sent that through the radio himself. Then he turned to the others, passed along the report, and ordered the hunters to split the main camp into 2 lines. The hunters immediately started carrying out the order. Meanwhile, Chanho stood in his office, praying his friend would finally answer the phone, and this time, luck was with him. The dark-haired man picked up and asked what he wanted. Holding back his anger, the guy in the suit asked why he'd ignored his phone for so long when there was an emergency. Instead of answering, Chanho heard Han Dae-sum talking to his mother, telling her not to pack so much useless stuff for their new home. Dropping into his chair, Chanho asked if he was moving. Han said yes, then asked what had happened. Chanho told him an A-level portal had opened in Gangnam, and now the association was calling in every hunter above B rank. Han was surprised something that big had opened so close to his home, but he still didn't get what kind of portal needed that many people. So Chanho explained that 5 years ago, this same portal caused cracks in other portals too. Back then, 3 S-class hunters barely managed to close it. Even while hearing that, Han could still be heard telling his mother not to take any kitchen stuff because he'd buy everything new. Then he shut his eyes and wondered if closing this portal would get him promoted. That bold question left Chanho speechless. Inside the portal, a pack of blood wolves appeared. They were ranked at danger level 2, and their favorite prey was human blood. Hiding behind a rock, so Dongkal reported wolves at 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. Then one of the hunters spotted another pack at 6 o'clock, and sent the warning over the radio. The black-haired man's eyes narrowed when he realized their squad was surrounded by blood wolves. Aethers are created when monsters inside a portal are defeated. Right now, they range from E-class to S-class. Humanity was heading toward collapse because of uneven growth, environmental damage, and reckless use of natural resources. Then Aethers appeared. Their special energy helped humanity avoid that destruction. More importantly, if aura weapons are charged with Aether, and that power is infused into an awakened person, their abilities improve by a huge amount. Aura weapons matter for attacking portals, and Aethers matter just as much for strengthening hunters. So Dongkal grabbed a bottle and told the senior hunters to load up on a feather. At once, the assault team injected themselves with ampules filled with some unknown drug. Their aura spiked hard, and they were ready to fight. The blood wolves charged. Then something like a meteor slammed down in front of them and sent the beasts flying. The hunters realized that Blur was Lee Changshik, the top-ranked hunter. As he ran across the battlefield, he hated having to use this power, but he had no choice. In the next second, he unleashed his aura at full range, and a massive wave burst out from his body. The blood wolves froze, drool hanging from their mouths. Then, a white-haired young man darted in front of them and pulled all their attention. So Dongkal told the girl to guard their rear while Lee Changshik drew the monsters away. The team split up at once and moved in different directions. While fleeing the pack, the blonde hunter told the elder to keep running straight. A quick glance back confirmed the wolves were still on him. He fixed his eyes ahead. Then the number 1 hunter saw Dongkal charging in, fully powered by ether. Seeing his teammate ready, Lee Changshik passed the lead to him. A second later, the black-haired hunter launched himself off the ground. He shot into the air and used his lightning attack, the one that can hit huge numbers of enemies at once. His bat slammed into the ground, and a blinding flash burst out. Electric current ripped through the blood wolves' bodies. Baekei Rin activated her speed aura. It spread over the allied hunters, boosting them and restoring the energy they had burned through. The team was amazed by how strong the effect was. At the same time, Lee Changshik began to slow down, then turned and ran back into the fight. Seeing that fearless move, the other hunters got fired up and followed his lead. Meanwhile, in the ruins of an abandoned city, people were buying small packets filled with something unknown. After the guy in the pink jacket got his dose, the man in the suit called the next person in line. Then his partner rushed out from behind a wall and yelled for everyone to run. Now, that could only mean one thing. The dealers bolted from the scene. One curly-haired man couldn't believe he'd fallen this low. Suddenly, bright police headlights washed over them. A voice from the car ordered everyone to drop their weapons and surrender. If not, they'd be charged with illegal drug trafficking. One black-haired man gripped a crude blade and cursed under his breath. Then the patrol car door cracked open and someone in dark shoes stepped out. The man smirked. He never thought the entire Red Horse clan would sink this far and become trash. The group tensed up. They hadn't expected anyone to know who they were, and now they wanted to know who was facing them. Then Chang stretched out his hand and invited his old comrades to see a new world. They were speechless, because standing there was a man who was supposed to be dead. Meanwhile, the last blood wolf inside the A-rank portal was killed. The hunters weren't that shocked. They cleared such a hard portal without losing anyone. With 3 S-rank heroes there, some expected nothing less. Baekhae Rin moved from one wounded hunter to the next, and one of them was thrilled by her power. If he had an ability like that, he'd never leave the portals. She didn't look pleased by the compliment. She reminded him her skills burn through money fast. They need A-rank aethers, and with Dongkal using one too, they're sinking deeper into debt. The black-haired man realized he felt better even without treatment. He was already starting to build resistance to her yelling. Then Li Changshik appeared behind her and joked that Baekhae Rin was chirping like a bird. Her anger vanished and turned into fear. Elsewhere, the other hunters were checking the monsters' bodies. One of them got excited after finding a B-rank aether. Then his head burst apart. The terrified hunters rushed toward him, but they were too late. The portal boss sat before them, angry and starving. The area around the portal in Dagoktan was still on edge. The military had set up a defense line within 3 kilometers, and hunters from every region gathered in case something went wrong. The news reported that the legendary trio of S-rank hunters was still fighting inside the portal. They also mentioned how quickly they had cleared a B-rank portal before, and a girl asked if that was true. Her co-worker, who was near the danger zone, said it was. Last time they cleared one in 6 hours and 21 minutes, but this operation had already lasted 10 hours. That's why the association was calling in A-rank hunters from everywhere to finish the job. The Hunters Association watched the whole situation closely. The chairman asked a nearby staff member when the International Hunters Association would arrive, but she said there was still no official reply. The black-haired man pointed out that they were stuck in the dark because they had no contact with the team inside. The woman answered that the military and local hunters were already in place, and Cho Han-yul should arrive in 8 hours. Until then, all they could do was trust the 3 S-rank hunters. The chairman told them to keep trying to reach the international side, and if anything happened, his voice cut off. He refused to say the worst out loud, and chose to believe in today's heroes. The hunters preparing for the next clash raised their bows, and a storm of arrows flew at the giant demon wolf. The beast easily slipped past the shots and rushed the hunters like they were nothing. In the next moment, it lifted its huge paw to crush them. Then a dark figure in a raincoat burst out from the group. Hunter number 1 met the giant head-on, and blocked its strike. Right after that, he used his skill, Sword of Pleasure. He swung with all his strength, but the monster caught the attack with its claws. After the failed hit, Li Changshik jumped back. The demon didn't let up and pressed the attack on the young hero. The blonde hunter kept parrying the monster's blows, but the assault never slowed, and the strain on his body started to show. Humanity's hope began to bleed. The blood wolf moved in to finish him with the next strike, but so Damkal stepped in and saved his partner. Now the black-haired hunter felt just how heavy those blows really were. At the same time, Baekhae Rin had to heal the boy in the dark robe. After getting patched up, the blue-eyed man looked back and told her he owed her his life. She shut that down right away. All that mattered was that he could stand again. They still had work to do. Li Changshik took the order from his beloved with a grin, and instantly charged his blade with Athor to the limit. At the same time, So Damkal kept fighting the fanged beast alone. Then the blonde hunter came flying in and used his aura skill, Tiger Claws. The rough-looking man glanced at the reckless guy and let out a heavy sigh. A moment later, the hero unleashed his tiger aura and carved the mad wolf again and again in a matter of seconds. After that, the beast crashed to the ground. The hunters who saw it started shouting their hero's name. Standing by the dead blood wolf, the blonde man calmly fixed his hair and pointed out that he hadn't done it alone yet. Somehow all the credit went to him again. Then a terrifying roar hit the hunter's ears, and no one understood what was happening. A horde of the same monsters appeared in the distance, along with their leader. It was a smaller wolf in metal armor, but the power pouring off it was insane. The hunters panicked. They had barely taken down one, and now there were many more in front of them. Seeing that, the blonde Li Changshan went speechless, but the squad leader stayed calm and ordered everyone to pull themselves together at once. Outside, the scarlet portal began to glow in strange new colors and spark violently. The Hunters Association confirmed it was a break. A level 8 portal break. Everyone in the control room was stunned. The girl with glasses said in horror that this shouldn't be possible, while the portal was still being attacked from inside. The chairman had no choice but to consider the worst, that the 3 S-rank hunters had been wiped out. He immediately ordered the emergency alert sent to every reserve hunter in the country. The staff at the equipment stations moved fast and grabbed their phones. Meanwhile, a 3-toed foot stepped onto the concrete. It belonged to an armored wolf wrapped in overwhelming energy. Stepping out of the portal with the rest of his pack, he looked around, declared today a feast, and announced that the hunt was on. At the reserve hunters' gathering point, Jin approached the newly arrived hunters, checked his tablet, and quickly asked if the Damfansha clan was present. Then 3 rough-looking hunters stepped up. They were all B rank, and the dark-haired guy wondered what kind of strange clan name they were using. Next, he called over the Chandel clan. It was just 2 flashy, very strong B rank guys. Seeing those clowns, the guy with earrings looked ready to cry. Then it was the Daesung clan's turn. A plain-looking guy in a shirt stepped out and introduced himself as Han, the 1100th. He was an A-rank hunter. Jin Kihan was surprised to see such a young guy, since he'd once been told to keep an eye on him. Still, that wasn't important right now. Soon, the person leading the reserve force said they had been gathered for a counterattack to stop the portal from breaking open. Hearing that, the grumpy ruler of Hell muttered that a support team like them wouldn't be going inside the portal, or even standing near it. Then he figured it would be better if Chong-ho contacted him soon. A second later, he remembered he usually never answers calls himself. Suddenly, a loud blast came from the building with the portal. Everyone there froze in surprise. Jin Ki-hin turned pale, scared to even guess what it meant. But for Han Dai-sung, it was good news. An hour before the portal burst, the battlefield had already been soaked with the blood of fallen and brave fighters. A savage wolf charged at its next target, but a hunter with a shield stopped the heavy strike. The impact forced the boy to slide across the ground. For someone at his level, this enemy was way beyond him, but he still refused to back down and faced his fear. The boy with the spear rushed in, hoping to land a hit on the monster. One four-eyed beast leaped up, ready to crush the tiny human with its weight. Then Donkal appeared, blocked the blow and blasted the monster with electric aura. After that, the black-haired S-rank told the recruits to get ready if they didn't want to end up as food for these lousy dogs. Suddenly, one blood wolf's paw was cut clean off and dropped to the ground. A panting Lee Chung-shik had taken down his target, but he wasn't the only one pushing himself against those hellish beasts. The blue-eyed kid looked at Sao Donkal. His strength was fading, and he had no idea how much longer they could hold on. Then a memory flashed through Dankal's mind. An absolute protector had been placed on the table in front of him. The chairman explained it was a German-made device built from an S-class core for a counterattack. Hearing that, the senior hunter couldn't even imagine how much something like that must cost. But the chairman said the chief executive got it as a gift. He also said all hunters were like children to him, so no price mattered if it helped them come back alive. Moved by that, So Dankal asked him to pass along his thanks and promised they would do everything they could. The chairman bowed, said he believed in them, and wished them luck. Back on the battlefield, Dankal decided it was time to use the absolute protector. He looked around, asked if everyone was ready, and a few seconds later said he was starting. Setting the white cube on the ground, Dankal activated it. Soon, the cube lit up, and S-class aether began leaking from its sides. Not long after, a protective dome formed over the hunters. The hunters were stunned. Right in front of them was a top-class protector they had only seen used before in the exam. The wild monsters slammed into the dome, but their attacks did nothing against such a high-grade artifact. Dankal couldn't help feeling proud of the device made in Germany. Then the leader of the Blood Wolves appeared in front of the barrier. He kicked off the ground and launched himself at the dome. Then he hit it with a massive blow that warped the barrier's polygon patterns. Seeing that terrifying hit, the fighters got scared. At this rate, the monsters might actually break the protector. But suddenly, the spot that took the hit bounced back like jelly, throwing the wolf and his cloak away from it. Realizing how troublesome this defense was, Vals ground his fangs. Meanwhile, So Dankal and the other hunters laughed at the crazy sight. Then a young man asked the black-haired hunter what they were supposed to do next. Picking his nose, the man said there was no plan, they just had to hold out. So Dankal told the others that when nothing works, the first thing is to stay alive, the ideas can come later. He added that the other S ranks should understand exactly what he meant. Lee Changshik and Baek Heron, however, had no clue. The other hunters started talking among themselves, worried because they still had no plan. While they talked, a hooded stranger hid among them. The madman who created the portal was watching everything from inside the group, and he didn't like that things had stalled. So he pulled out a strange artifact and decided to change the plan a little. In the next moment, the portal flashed, and cracks spread all across it. People were shaken, and couldn't understand how that was even possible. Through the torn portal, the real world and an abandoned building could be seen. At that sight, the armored wolf smiled and said they still had some sense left. He decided that place would be perfect for his feast. Near the portal, military forces were trying to keep the demonic creatures away from Korea's crowded streets. But suddenly, the blood wolves broke through the line of fire, and tore into the soldiers with their claws. Then the armored monster rose above the others, and landed on the road. The soldiers opened fire at once, but the metal bullets only buzzed around him like flies. With one swing of his huge weapon, the monster sent the helpless bugs flying in every direction. A moment later, drones began circling above the armored beast. The wolf studied the strange little machines, then decided to wipe them out with his breath. His powerful roar made the flying electronics start failing, and the video feed on the screens cut out. Furious, the chairman slammed his fist on the control panel. Then he turned to the nearest worker and asked where the monster squad was. The shaken employee answered that they were now near Building H. The dark-haired man ordered a high-level satellite screen connected and told them to send reserve units to the portal. Night covered Korea under a bright moon. A quadcopter moved through the dark sky. A kid called 7th Dragon Yong Sol greeted his viewers. He was streaming right from the scene, risking his life for the video. From a rooftop, he took control of the drone to capture the best footage and chase his dream of becoming the biggest streamer. After calming himself, he asked the chat to type 1 if they could see the drone feed and 2 if they couldn't. The chat flooded with 1s when people suddenly started warning him that something was behind him. The blonde thought they were just joking around while he was risking his life, until he turned around. A giant wolf was sitting right in front of the streamer. It licked dried blood from its beard, and part of its last victim was still hanging from its mouth. The boy went pale and started sweating. Then a severed limb dropped onto the rooftop. Terrified, the streamer jumped back and fell to the ground. The blood wolf opened its jaws wide and lunged at the helpless kid, and he started screaming for his mom. Then the monster's huge head suddenly flew off and shot past the streamer. In the next instant, the ruler of hell stood before the boy in armor, holding his legendary sword. The blonde kid couldn't say a word. His whole body was in shock. At the same time, the dead monster's head was flying off the skyscraper, and the drone caught everything on camera. Staring at the fierce dark-haired man, he realized it was his old savior, Han Dae-sung. The next second, the ruler of hell vanished from the roof. At once, the streamer scrambled back to his drone controls. The guy who grew up in the ghetto now stood on the marked ground, and in front of him was a strange wolf in a red cloak. And not just one, all of its brothers were there too. But the dark-haired man wasn't bothered at all. Smiling, he asked when so many stinking dogs had started roaming this area, and where their pathetic owner was. Hearing that, the monster in armor bared its fangs in fury. With an axe in hand, it charged at the careless bastard. A bright flash burst out from the clash of the two strongest fighters, but somehow, the road stayed intact. The great Han Dae-sung casually blocked the attack and asked if it was his turn to hit back. Elsewhere, citizens crowded the entrance to a bomb shelter near the Fells building, demanding the doors be opened. Some of them found a live stream showing the battle, so everyone there ended up watching the idol stream. When he saw the viewer count had passed 100,000, the guy swallowed hard. What shocked the blonde even more was that the kid who had saved him still hadn't died and was still fighting. Glancing back, the streamer wondered if he should finally run for shelter. Ion, who was in the control room, saw the live stream too and told the chairman to watch it. The chairman looked at the phone, recognized the figure, and ordered them to put it on the main screen right away. At the same time, Han Dae-sung appeared before the hunting association leaders. The staff recognized him right away. He was the boy who had just ranked first on the exam. But like everyone else, the chairman couldn't understand why he was out there alone in the middle of this. A pack of blood wolves rushed the armored young man. In the next second, they seemed to swallow him whole. But Han Dae-sung had already slipped away. Standing off to the side, he mocked them and asked what they were looking for. The wolves turned on the Lord of Hell with killing intent in their eyes. Then they charged again without a thought. Han Dae-sung drove his stormblade into the ground and said one word, rage. A wild blaze instantly swallowed the charging wolves. Their screams filled the air as the monsters burned alive. Soon the weakened beasts collapsed onto the asphalt, but the pack leader didn't stay still. Seeing his brothers suffer, he swung his huge axe. The force of the strike blew the flames away. Before long, the wolves got back up and thanked their master. The armored wolf told them to finish clearing the other areas, while he handled this insolent human himself. That only made the ruler of hell smile wider. He liked seeing a dog act so sure of itself. So he decided to show who really ruled this land, and began calling up his demons from hell. The space around the Devil King started to twist, and a terrifying power poured out of him. Once again, the ground was covered in strange light. Even the bloodthirsty wolf flinched at that foul energy. The nearby streamer was just as confused and had no idea what was happening. Then, a figure appeared in the sky, crouched on top of his beast. The guy started stuttering when he realized it was a real dragon. But Han Dae-sung wasn't done. He kept summoning more troops. Watching from the control room, the chairman could only stand there with his mouth open. That night, Korea witnessed something no human should have been able to see. Faced with that sight, some hunters even started begging their lord for mercy. Soon, Han Dae-sung stood surrounded by his powerful servants. Even the dumb wolves lowered their heads in fear at that overwhelming power. Han Dae-sung then declared that the big dog was his, while his summoned demons cleaned up the rest of the trash. Baylor, riding his dragon, faced the helpless monsters, while Jin Ki-han and a reserve squad watched from the side. Without warning, the winged beast bit into one of the wolves. Its jaws snapped shut, tearing the monster apart. Seeing this, Jin Ki-han couldn't make sense of anything. Were the demons killing each other, or was the dragon actually on their side? Then a huge morning star crashed down on another wolf and crushed it. After that, the summoned demon lifted his weapon and kept hunting. The helpless wolves tried to run from the slaughter, but Balor wasn't about to let them go. He couldn't understand how such low creatures dared resist someone as noble as him. The blood wolves could only whine in fear, but the demon showed no mercy. Meanwhile, inside the sealed bomb shelter, everyone stared at their phones and watched the battle above. No one could understand the madness. Monsters were attacking other monsters. At the same time, the doors to the association's control room opened, and Han's friend walked in. Chan, who introduced himself and said he was on the same team as Han Dae-sung. The chairman, clearly worked up, thanked him for coming so fast and asked him to answer their questions at once. First he asked what Chan-woo could tell them about him. Back in the fight, the armored wolf realized the dark-haired man's power wasn't from this world, and only one question remained. Who was he? Still smiling, Han Dae-sung asked the mutt if she really couldn't tell who stood before her. Then he stopped holding back his demonic energy and slowly walked toward his enemy. The wolf in metal armor declared himself the king of the white wolves. Then he lunged forward and ordered the arrogant man to bow. The red-cloaked beast unleashed a brilliant strike, so strong the ground split under the ruler of hell's feet, but Han the protagonist blocked it with total ease. Then the dark-haired man asked in a chilling voice, "Are you done?" At that moment, the wolf lost all his confidence, and his instincts screamed at him to run. Han Dae-sung started swinging his sword so fast his movements couldn't be followed. Only after images were left behind, the White Wolf King barely managed to hold the blows back with his axe. While attacking, MC asked, since when an A-rank gate boss had turned into some lousy dog. Then his sword slammed into the ground again. The red-cloaked monster barely dodged the insane attack. Han Dae-sung looked back and asked why the dog was rolling around. The beast stayed silent, too shaken to answer. Lowering his sword, he told the Wolf King to go ahead and try something. Instead, the cowardly king turned and ran from the real monster. Seeing that, the dark-haired man stopped and asked if running was really the best he could do. The terrified wolf kept racing forward, trying to get back to his own territory, because he wasn't ready to face such hellish power. Suddenly, Han Dae-sung appeared beside him, and said a dog shouldn't be jumping around on two legs. The monster pushed himself even faster, but the Lord of Hell was about to turn him into an obedient dog. Then Han the protagonist tripped the fleeing beast. In that instant, the werewolf understood just how helpless he was, and his life flashed before his eyes. The king of the White Wolves went flying through the night streets like Sonic. Satisfied, Han Dae-sung told him nobody had given the dog permission to crawl back to his kennel. Then the summoned dragon opened its jaws and charged straight at the armored wolf. The White Wolf regretted ever coming to this planet, but it was already too late. The snow-white dragon crashed down with a devastating blow. Its huge paws smashed the little pest into the asphalt. After that, the dragon rose back into the air. Meanwhile, the battered wolf was on the verge of death, but the Lord of Hell had no plan to spare him. Drawing his sword, he demanded the monster's core. At the same time, So Dankal turned around and asked if everyone except the wounded had made it out of the portal. When the hunting party looked back, they saw an empty street covered with soldiers' bodies. Grinding his teeth, the squad leader cursed his superiors. No one from the International Association had come to help. Checking the injured, Bai Green said she'd try to heal whoever could still be saved, and the rest needed to head for the portal boss right away. The black-haired S-class hunter was ready to charge in, but Lee Changshik's friend asked him to wait and prepare first. The red-eyed hunter refused. He'd rather not waste time, even if he had to fight half-dressed. Then he rushed in with the others. At the construction site where the portal had opened that evening, Bai Breen stayed behind to help the victims. Then she suddenly felt a warning sign. Looking up, she saw exactly what it meant. An enraged white wolf was right in front of her. The monster lunged before the defenseless huntress could even cast her shield. Then the beast shot past her, and its severed body kept flying down the street. Standing before the stunned Baek Hye-rin was her savior, the great Han Dae-sung. She couldn't say a word, and just sat there with her mouth open. The Lord of Hell looked at her, and asked if she was a hunter too. Still speechless, Baek Hye-rin couldn't believe what she'd seen. These monsters had overwhelmed top-ranker Lee Chang-shik, yet this stranger killed one in an instant. Suddenly, a white-haired hunter attacked the Lord of Hell, but Han Dae-sung dodged the pathetic strike with ease. Seeing her teammate's reckless move, Baek Hye-rin shouted out to Lee Chang-shik, and the squad leader moved too. Hearing his allies, the blue-eyed hunter finally realized the figure before him was a man, so he stopped near the group. The top S-class hunter couldn't take his eyes off Han Dae-sung. It was hard to believe this stranger had dodged a sword strike so easily. Realizing his mistake, the white-haired man quickly apologized. He had attacked because he thought Han Dae-sung was a monster. That answer surprised everyone there. Han Dae-sung then asked why he thought that. Lee Chang-shik explained that only portal monsters gave off an aura like that, but this stranger felt even stronger than any of them. Hearing that, Han Dae-sung was a little surprised. He hadn't expected a hunter who could sense his demonic energy. After a short exchange, the white-haired man finally introduced himself properly. He was Lee Chang-shik, CEO of the Chosun clan. With a faint smile, the Lord of Hell gave his name, Han Dae-sung. Not long after, the young hunters gathered in the chairman's office, where he thanked them for their hard work. So Dong-kul quickly pointed out that the chairman's gift saved a lot of hunters. But the blue-eyed man wasn't focused on praise. He wanted to know how the monsters got out. Then Baek Hye-rin carefully asked who Han Dae-sung really was. She didn't buy the idea that the association had a secret weapon hidden away, and he seemed to come out of nowhere. What bothered her most was how someone stuck in a hospital bed for so long got this strong so fast. There was also one silent figure at the meeting, a masked man named Cho Han-ul, leader of the Marble Clan, and fifth in the rankings. After hearing everyone out, Park Chang-ho got to the point. If they wanted the full story, they should ask the kid himself. But first he had another question. Did everyone agree to promote Han Dae-sung to S rank? The black-haired hunter in the red tie replied that their vote barely mattered. Now, the public had already accepted him as an S-rank hero. The girl voted yes right away, hoping fewer people would be thrown away and used up. Lee Chang-sik agreed too. Even if Han Dae-sung didn't want the title, he deserved it for clearing an A-rank portal by himself. After that, the gray-haired old man turned to Cho Han-ul and asked what he thought. The masked man answered that, in his view, Han Dae-sung had been S-rank from the start. That answer left the room stunned. Around the same time, Yeonmail started a special stream with a guest appearance from Mr. Anderson, the head of the clan of Pickers of Squabbles. The young host quickly asked how he knew Han Dae-sung, and the old man said their strange connection began during the hunter exam. Elsewhere, someone kept hammering a mouse while checking YouTube City's recommendations, where the new hero was shooting past every ranking. Chun-ho sat in front of the monitors in total shock. Social media was exploding with Han Dae-sung's name, and just adding Lord of Hell to a video sent the views straight past 1 million. The kid in the suit could hardly believe it. They had hit the jackpot. Then his office door suddenly opened. Han Dae-sung stepped in. Chun-ho happily greeted the new star, jumped up, spread his arms and called him the clan's greatest treasure. But Han Dae-sung wasn't amused, reminding him that he'd once told him to run if things got dangerous. Embarrassed, Chun-ho quickly said he was only worried his friend might get seriously hurt. Still, none of that mattered. Now, Han Dae-sung was the best. Han Dae-sung let it go and asked why he'd been called here. Grinning, Chun-ho told him it was time to get his S-rank hunter license. Soon every TV channel began covering the event. The Hunters Association had drawn huge crowds and reporters from other countries, all because interest in Han Dae-sung had exploded after he closed the Gangnam portal. What impressed people most was how many of his summons helped clean up the monsters that escaped. A red carpet and stage had been set up in front of the Hunters Association. A black Mercedes rolled up and came to a stop. Then the man dominating every headline stepped out. Han Dae-sung arrived with his loyal friend Chun-ho. The moment fans saw the young hero, they started shouting his name. People of all ages and from many countries had gathered there. Han Dae-sung hated the attention. He hadn't expected Chun-ho's talk about his rising fame to be this real. Chun-ho cheerfully nudged him and told him not to look so gloomy. He should wave to the fans instead. So Han Dae-sung gave in and raised his hand. The crowd instantly erupted, and one person even shouted for him to marry them. Soon, on behalf of the association chief, Park Chun-ho thanked Han Dae-sung for closing the A-rank portal and helping prevent major damage. Han Dae-sung answered that he was only doing his job. The gray-haired old man ignored that modest reply and called for his secretary. A small box was opened, revealing a gold badge engraved with the letter S. The brown-haired guy stared in disbelief. He never thought he'd see an S-rank hunter's badge up close, something normal people could never touch. Then Park Chan-ho officially congratulated Han Dae-sung as South Korea's 6th S-rank hunter. Along with the license, the association would provide whatever support it could, so he shouldn't hesitate to ask. That made Han Dae-sung perk up. He asked again if he could really request anything, and the old man nodded. A smirk spread across Han Dae-sung's face. At that same moment, Roman sat in his office. He was furious because all his prey had been taken from him, and he blamed Han Dae-sung. The old man then remembered Cho Hyun-sheng's warning that this new hero was on a whole different level, and wondered if the association could deny him any request at all. He pushed the thought aside and looked at Han Dae-sung, who was deciding what to ask for. Then Han Dae-sung opened his eyes and asked for permission for his summons to raid portals on their own. The man's eyes went wide, and sweat formed on his forehead. One day, in a house in the capital, someone sat at a gaming computer in an apartment, clicking a mouse. She was watching the news, and every report was about Han Dae-sung. The girl grinned and said his name. This was Inferno, Ryu-seong from the Fortress clan, ranked 5th among hunters. She was sure a chosen one had appeared, someone who could solve her problem. She got up from the desk in pink socks and wandered through the house, humming a favorite tune. A little later, she opened one of the doors and let her father in with a sly smile. The man was stunned. He shot up from his chair, unable to believe it. His daughter Son hadn't left her room in 6 months because of social phobia. But this time, she had a reason. She wanted something. Hearing that, the old man asked, still in shock. Elsewhere, the leader of the Ohiesu clan was furious. With Han Dae-sung slowly taking over all the portals, the rest of the hunters were being left with nothing, and he wasn't the only one upset. A lot of people hated that Han Dae-sung ignored business rules and practically monopolized every portal. After hearing this, the man felt a headache coming on. His worst fear had come true. No one expected the guy to clear dungeons with summons this fast. Ohiesu kept ranting. They had stayed afloat by selling cores and loot from portals, but now they could barely even pay their clan members. The black-haired man was miserable. Letting only Han Dae-sung raid portals was like dropping a giant catfish into a pond of small fish. After listening to all the complaints, the man still didn't know what they wanted him to do, since that permission came straight from the head of the association and was beyond his authority. Ohiesu demanded that Han Dae-sung's rights be limited at once, let him raid only up to B-rank portals, and let other clans join the A-rank raids. That, he claimed, would help all hunters in South Korea. The man in the suit said he understood how everyone felt, and would try to do something. Meanwhile, in one of the skyscrapers, a notification popped up on the screen, showing another loss. Seeing it, Han Dae-sung ground his teeth. He couldn't understand how he kept losing at this stupid game. Then his phone started ringing. This wasn't the first time someone had tried to reach him, and Chan-ho didn't get why he had to keep shouting. After hearing his friend yelling, Han Dae-sung said he hadn't picked up because he was busy with something very important. The high-rise where the new clan had settled was now called the Dae-sung clan, and its leader was Chan-ho. The association called them in to change the portal bidding rules, and the black-haired man couldn't tell where this was going at first. The man in the suit explained that from now on, they could only bid on B-rank portals and above. For A-rank gates, they'd have to work with other clans. Jang Ho pointed out that Dai Sung's portal monopoly had pushed small and mid-sized clans into money trouble. Dai Sung didn't mind. By now they'd already made plenty, and had no reason to keep taking low-rank gates. The brown-haired man carefully asked if he was really fine with that. Dai Sung had no reason to be mad. He'd already made a huge pile of money. Jang Ho agreed. Unlike other clans, they didn't need a big team to clear portals, so their costs stayed low and each raid brought real profit. That's how they were able to buy this clan building. After hearing that, he and Dai Sung said they should just focus on clearing the biggest number of valuable portals and leave the smaller ones to everyone else. Looking at him, Jang Ho realized this jerk really did have a sharp business mind. Then the brown-haired man brought up the gear Dai Sung had handed over to sell earlier. He didn't think hunters would buy it, since the gear couldn't be charged with ether. That disappointed the ruler of Hell, who had already counted on that money for more buildings. Still, Jang Ho said not to give up yet. There was a professor named Park Dong-hak, who might be able to modify the equipment so it could be sold. Hearing that, the ruler of Hell repeated the name. Jang Ho quickly explained that this professor was a top expert in aura weapons, and also a friend of the Soul Clan leader, but he added that they couldn't set up a meeting through Hwang Jung-hyun, since the Soul Clan leader had been arrested. Even so, Jang Ho already had someone else in mind who might know where the professor was. After listening to that whole explanation, the emotionless Han Dai-sung tried to show at least a little surprise. Late that night, rain poured down, and a reflection in a puddle vanished under the falling water. It was a mysterious black-haired woman, walking on calmly through the storm. Her blue eyes were steady and sure. She was ready to do anything to return to the hunters. Then she kept walking. Meanwhile, inside a C-rank portal, the Unshackable Spirit Clan was in the middle of a raid, and one heavy fighter used a stun skill on a monster. But the creature grabbed him, and the hunter called for his leader, who was about to finish it off. A Tenso Hiri, Su charged the ogre, and in the next instant, sharp blades sliced it apart. The shredded body dropped to the ground. Hiri Su turned back and saw his squad already celebrating their win in the C-rank portal. Then something suddenly caught his attention. A group of strangers was coming toward them through the desert fog. Soon Zhang Jinchul stepped forward, mocking the weaklings who had crossed his path, though he had no plan to let them off. A second later he gave the order. A horde of humanoid mutants rushed out from behind the blonde man. The squad froze in confusion, because these weren't hunters, they were monsters. Looking at the twisted faces of the charging creatures, the worried leader of Unshakable Spirit ordered his men to get ready to fight, fear slipping into his voice. The desert turned into a killing field, but the battle ended fast. Soon the defeated leader of Unshakable Spirit was touched by Zhang Jinchul with 2 fingers, and in the next moment, he used his transformation power. Right away his face began to warp. When he opened his golden eyes, Zhang Jinchul had taken on a new form. He had become the new Ophiuchus, and now ruining this rotten world would be even easier. Meanwhile, the news reported a serious issue. Missing person cases were rising fast. It was already the 12th case this month, and the strangest part was that 10 people had vanished at once. Han Dai-sung's family watched the report with interest. Han Jiso was shocked. What kind of place were they living in, if 10 people could disappear at once? She even joked that maybe it was aliens. Their mother wasn't laughing and told her not to leave the house for now. Then their mother turned to her son and asked if he was hungry. When Han Jeswo looked around, she jumped and scolded her brother for sneaking up so quietly. A moment later, their mother asked what he wanted to eat, and the embarrassed ruler of Hell asked for lots of meat. After that, he looked back at the TV and fell into thought. At the same time, a figure in a white robe approached a strange altar. A dozen hearts had been placed in a vessel meant for sacrifice. Then Elder Hans began chanting, starting the ritual. Soon, the hands he held tight began to glow brighter. The torn hearts lit up too and started to tremble. After that, the man in white stepped away from the altar and faced his followers. At once, the people in red robes dropped to their knees to greet their great god. A man named Roman said they were lucky, because in Cannes there was someone tied to Han Dai-sung. Because of that, the elder chose to pass on the Lord's will to the blonde man and ordered him to kill Han Dai-sung. That cultist was Zhang Jinchul, and he was thrilled by the mission. Now he could finally take his revenge with his new powers. At that time, a soccer ball rolled to the seashore, and a black-haired boy ran after it. But the moment he bent down to pick it up, a strange light shined across his face. The boy looked toward it in surprise and lit up with joy at the sight of a beautiful flower. The adults nearby didn't share his excitement and turned to see what was happening in the water. Out in the sea, a scarlet portal opened and twisted the space around it. Soon, a girl with glasses reported the news to her boss, saying the sea portal was thought to be A rank and that police and the military had already been sent to protect civilians. Straightening his tie, the man replied that a water portal like this could be close to S rank, which made the situation far more serious. Entering the observation room, the chief asked if requests for raid support had been sent to every clan. The woman answered that the top 5 were already taking part in the bidding. That shocked him, and he asked again, what were the hunters thinking, competing over an A-rank portal like this? Adjusting her glasses, the girl simply said the rules were the same for everyone. That only confused him more, and sweat formed on his forehead. At that time, in the main building of the Han Daisun clan, the clan leader was baffled, wondering why someone this important had come to see them. Clearly, this was not his day. Sitting across from him was Devalniso Donkal. He formally greeted the clan leader and said he didn't like wasting time, so he would get straight to the point. After hearing that, Chamho said he was fine with it. Smiling with his arms crossed, the red-eyed hunter Pridlojal working together with his Vorinth clan to clear the new portal. The brown-haired man, already overwhelmed, brought his hands to his face and was just about to turn him down politely, when the office door suddenly burst open. Standing there before Sodongkol was his old friend in a white jacket, Lee Changshik. Now Jangho was completely losing it, because another man ranked first in Korea had just walked into his office. Lee Changshik was glad to see his friend too, but he had one question. What was the man in front of him doing here? So Dongkol had said he would sit this one out and let the others handle the portal while he played with the kids, so why had he shown up now? The blonde man didn't waste time arguing with his shameless friend, and instead turned politely to leader Chang Ho, inviting him to join the Shosan clan for the water portal raid. The situation kept getting worse, because this hunter wanted the same thing as his comrade. Soon, in the Ocean clan meeting room, a girl named Baekhae Rin announced that she would do everything she could to help Hunter Han Dae-song, in thanks for saving her life. She openly declared that the Ocean clan planned to fully support Hunter Han Dae-song in the coming water portal raid. Everyone there was stunned. A huge story had just been born. The new S-rank hunter saving the famous Baekhae Rin would blow up social media, and today's announcement could mark the start of a Han Dae-song and Baekhae Rin team-up. The vice leader of the Marble clan, and Cho Han Okun's brother, turned to the younger man and said that at his request, they had announced their readiness to provide the Dae-song clan with a newly developed S-rank aura weapon. Cho Han Okun couldn't understand why his brother wanted to raid the portal with Han Dae-song, but he was here anyway. While the other leaders kept buzzing around, the masked man simply said he wanted to see for himself. The black-haired man asked what exactly he meant. Clenching his fist, the Marble clan leader said he wanted to witness a power that went beyond S-rank. At the same time, Han Dae-song picked up a golden pendant and a watch. Then he ordered the summoned demons to enter those items and guard his family. The shadows accepted at once and swore they'd give their lives if that was what their king wanted. A red portal opened in the middle of an empty park. Soon, Han Dae-song stepped out. A half-dressed girl leaned in and quickly asked if that portal was the source of his power. He ignored the question and asked what kind of little pest was standing in front of him. Putting up with that attitude, the girl introduced herself. They hadn't met yet, but her name was Ryu Soon, and she belonged to the Fortress clan. After hearing that, he asked how this Fortress brat even found him. She snapped back that she wasn't a brat. Her name was Ryu Soon. Then she suddenly moved closer, catching the Lord of Hell off guard. He glared at her and asked what she thought she was doing. Looking straight into his eyes, Ryun Sheng said they were alike, and that she really needed Han Dae-song's help. Without wasting a second, he shoved her away and told her to leave him alone. Then she vanished, which actually startled even the great demon lord. In her place was a small knitted doll. Staring at it, he wondered if the girl was some kind of ninja. Then he felt demonic energy coming from the doll. Meanwhile, people gathered at the pier by the sea. A white flag with the Fortress clan symbol waved nearby. The clan members were waiting for the operation to begin. Then something huge flashed across the sky, and everyone thought it was a dragon. They were right. It really was a dragon, and on its back sat the monster called Han Dae-song. The crowd split apart, making a path for the new legend. But Dae-song ignored the excited looks and walked right past them, then suddenly stopped. Ryun Sheng was sitting in front of him, furious enough to tear apart everyone on the pier. Then she felt someone watching and snapped back to herself. At last, the noise in her mind went quiet again. Dae-song didn't care much about her mood. He just asked if she was from hell too. The girl jumped up, repeated the question, then insisted that yes, that place really was hell. She was from hell. Exactly hell. As she kept repeating herself, Dae-song just stared, wondering what was wrong with this kid. She cut into his thoughts and rambled that everything only became possible around him, and when he was near, the awful noise disappeared. Then she suggested they forget the portal. Her rant was cut off by Baekhae Rin, who told the witch to stop talking nonsense. Dao Xiaobei frowned and muttered that another parasite had shown up looking for attention. Dao Xiaobei ignored that and announced she'd been put in charge of Han Dae-song's support team. The whole thing was being watched by a very pleased Jin, disguised as Oh Hyuk Soo. The ruler of hell noticed that nasty grin and thought that more and more people were trying to use him. The Hell Witch kept glaring, thinking everyone else was useless, but Baekhae Rin was the worst of them all. Baekhae Rin wasn't happy to see her either. She asked if Ryu-san really thought that wild stare would scare her, especially after she'd already healed the hunters hurt by that curse before. The witch caused plenty of trouble in that raid, vanished without a word, and now came back without even saying thanks. As the Lord of Hell walked off, the two girls practically started a war behind him. He glanced back and asked if they were done fighting yet. The crazy woman lit up, thinking he was on her side. He wasn't, and she was shocked he noticed without even turning around. Soon Dae-song got onto the lead boat with Ryu-san. Then the hunting team moved out. Standing on the boat, the ruler of hell wondered what sin got him stuck with this. Meanwhile, the Inferno Witch enjoyed every second because the voices were finally gone. But she wasn't the only problem Han Dae-song had to deal with. He still didn't know Jin was watching him. Before long, the boats reached their destination. One after another, they entered the portal. Inside the red portal, everything was completely dark. Bai Kai-rin knew that invisibility this bad, they were wide open to a surprise attack. So she used one of her light-based detection skills. A glowing orb rose into the air and lit up the area. The hunters were amazed by the universal S-rank huntress's skill, but Bai Kai-rin ignored the praise. Something else worried her. Other than the boat engines and the sound of water, there was nothing. The sea was dead silent. Then she warned everyone that something was coming, and told them to get ready. At that same moment, the hunters loaded their cores and prepared to fight. But when they looked into the water, they were confused. The creatures there looked harmless, almost cute. The tense hunters relaxed a little. It almost felt wrong to kill something that adorable. When suddenly one of the boats was launched into the air. The cause was Queen Geiger, a dangerous first-rank species. Bai Kai-rin was shocked. It was her first time seeing a free monster like this. And she wasn't the only one. The other hunters had no idea how to fight it either. Then those cute little creatures started pouring out of the monster's mouth. The moment one of them struck a young hunter, everyone realized how badly they'd misjudged the situation. Still, no one died. When the careless hunters got trapped, a flying dagger instantly cut the bindings. The blade soon curved back like a boomerang into its owner's hand. It was Han Dae-song. Seeing him step in, the hunters smiled. He might get them home faster than expected. Then the monster dove under the water, ruining the ruler of Hell's hopes. Annoyed, he turned to the brat and said that if she helped him, he'd solve her problem. The girl could barely believe it and kept asking if he really meant it. He told her he stood by his words, so she needed to stop bouncing around and drag that bastard out from under the water. Ri Yun-sheng happily agreed. At the same time, Bai Kai-rin struggled to keep her balance on the boat. Then the ruler of Hell spoke over the radio. He told the hunters to handle the fast ones already closing in. She didn't understand at first, so she looked up and her eyes widened as cold sweat ran down her skin. A swarm of vicious insects was heading straight for them. While the hunters fought the hellish creatures with everything they had, the blonde man stood there calmly watching. Then Jin said with a smile that it was time to begin. After that, he activated his stealth power and declared the hunt for hunters open. At the same time, Ryo-sean took off her clothes and used a skill called Alluring Scent of Death. Dae-song watched, already expecting something like this. The next second, she jumped overboard. The others were too stunned to even try stopping her, and just like that, she was gone. Meanwhile, inside a cafe, an unknown person slowly climbed the wooden stairs. The girl was already seated at a table, staring out the window. Tianho walked over, pleasantly surprised. He had arrived 10 minutes early, yet she was already there. Adjusting her cap, she said she had only just arrived too. He didn't dwell on it, introduced himself properly, and she did the same. Her name was Shin Chun, from the Soul Clan. While the two talked quietly at the table, the Hell Witch kept sinking deeper into the dark sea. At a certain depth, she stretched out her hands and spread her aura, drawing the monster in. Purple energy filled the water, and then the witch smiled. She had a fish on the hook. A giant monster was already rising from the bottom toward her. Soon, it burst out of the water, and at that same moment, Bai Kai-rin ordered everyone to focus on the fight. Then she raised a barrier to block the enemy attacks. At that moment, the black-haired Lord of Hell guessed the monster had swallowed a fake doll instead of Ryu-seon, just like she tricked him before. That hardly mattered now. The girl had done her part, so Han Dae-song could finally begin the hunt. He kicked off the boat, spread his demonic wings and shot straight at the giant monster. Once he got far enough from the boat, the creature fired tentacles with bait at him. He calmly sliced them apart and shut the attack down in an instant. When Queen Geiger saw that didn't work, she opened her huge mouth. Then a system notice appeared before the ruler of Hell. It said his unique skills had changed to match how fully he understood his own superiority. Because of that, a locked skill was now open. King's Breath. It released a cloud of flame, and if the enemy couldn't put it out, the fire would keep growing until the cursed target was gone. Seeing his old skill return, the black-haired demon smirked and called out, "King's Breath." A massive stream of pure fire burst from him. It plunged right into the queen's fanged mouth. The monster snapped her jaws shut to keep anything else from getting in. But Han Dae-song said that was already enough, and told her to enjoy the meal, because what he cooked was burning hot. The heat was so awful that Gejera opened her mouth again, smoke pouring out as her body started to swell. A moment later, the monster dropped dead, and the sea shook. Raizion watched the inferno in shock. She expected him to be strong, but Han Dae-song still went far beyond that. Now the girl from the Fortress clan hoped the king could finally get rid of that sickening noise for her. Pulling her hand from the water, Raizion asked her master to solve her problem. He coolly answered that the battle wasn't over yet, so she had to wait, and he was right. Bang Thohair was still holding up her barrier while she and the hunters fought off the insect-like monsters. Even now, the black-haired woman was still helping the Inferno Witch get what she wanted. Another swarm of flying creatures charged in. Bang Thohair held firm and used shock shield. The other hunters struck with aura-covered weapons and fired at the enemies around them. She turned to her allies and ordered them to focus. At the same time, another boat with unknown people was coming closer. The newly arrived hunters called out to the leader and said they had cleared their side, so they came to help. Hearing that, the girl smiled, thanked them, and told them to cover the 11 o'clock direction. After that, the men exchanged cruel looks. Their boss, Zhang Jin-chul, was right beside them under stealth. Now they had their real mission. First, finish off the big S-rank fish, Baek Hai-rin. While the exhausted girl kept her barrier up with the last of her strength, the attacker quietly landed on her boat and moved in from behind. Then he suddenly felt a strange pressure that made him uneasy. Jang Jin-chul instantly turned toward it, and the fear in his eyes came back at once. Only one censored curse filled his mind. Standing before the rat hiding with invisibility was the unreachable Han Dae-song. Then the black-haired man looked at Baek Hai-rin and asked if she still wasn't done. Trying to defend herself, she said they were all doing their best. He stepped onto the deck, asked sharply where that best was, and told her to move back. Watching him pass, Jang Jin-chul forced himself to stay calm. He hadn't been noticed. Maybe this was still his chance to rip Han Dae-song apart. After reaching the hold, the ruler of hell used Eyes of the Four Pillars of Fate. The skill marked every hostile target within 1 kilometer. Then he called up Hellfire again. A fireball like a meteor dropped from the sky. Its light washed over everyone there. Then the summoned flames split apart and flew in every direction, hitting monsters and people alike. Seeing that, the hunters were shaken by how cruel their new hero seemed. Then one of the nearby boats exploded. Baek Hai-rin couldn't take it anymore, and demanded that he stop before he killed their own side. But the ruler of hell couldn't see where her people were. When he turned around, Jang Jin-chul appeared before them, furious. And we censored his next words too. The hunters stared at the blonde man and demanded to know who he was. Then Han Dae-song recognized the bastard, and was honestly surprised he was still alive. Jang Jin-chul pulled out a syringe filled with some unknown drug. Gritting his teeth, he jammed it into himself. After that, he swore that today he would rip Han Dae-song's mouth apart and get his revenge. But right after that brutal speech, he tossed the syringe away, and blood started pouring from his mouth. Then he left the ship, leaving the hunters behind. The ruler of hell didn't even know what to say, so he just looked down at the water. The others finally recognized the attacker as Jang Jin-chul from the Red Horse clan. The problem was, they'd heard he died during testing. Then the water around the boat turned dark. The newcomers panicked as black smoke filled the air and cut visibility. A second later, demonic limbs shot at them. One hunter was pierced through almost at once. Another attack went straight for defenseless Baek Hai-rin. She tried to raise a barrier in time, but it looked like she was a second too late, when a bare hand grabbed the demonic limb right in front of her face. The Lord of Hell had saved the S-rank huntress again. Now he was ready to beat that annoying bastard down. A creature no one had seen before rose from the water. With one casual motion, it overturned the allied boats. The new S-rank King Geiger stood before the hunters, hungry for revenge. The mutant attacked at once, aiming to destroy the one who hurt him. Dozens of tentacles shot toward the man floating in the air. The ruler of hell didn't rush. He only watched the incoming attack with clear annoyance. Meanwhile, the talks continued. Jang Ho said that if the girl helped them, they would back her fully and spend whatever it took to free her mentor and the leader of the Seoul Hwangjeon clan. Shang Chon sat quietly, studying the business card the man in the suit had handed her. Then she looked up and asked how she could help. Jang Ho said they wanted to know where Professor Park Dong-haleg was. The girl looked out the window for a moment and flatly said that any information about Professor Park Dong-haleg was top secret. Before sharing it, she would need to speak with the clan leader. Back at sea, the hunters whose boat had been destroyed were now in the water, and all of them were in serious danger. The black-haired man was furious, because if he used that skill now, everyone nearby would die. Several attacks slammed into Han Dae-song at once. They sent him flying kilometers away from King Daijera. Even so, he stayed on his feet, and more demonic tentacles rushed at him. Soon the ruler of hell was wrapped in sticky limbs. Now the crazed Jang Jin-chul planned to tear the helpless man apart, and wished him a quick death. 3 sharp-tipped tentacles lunged in, ready to pierce his body. Then an explosion tore across the water, and the rising spray blocked the view. The hunters watching the fight waited for Baek Hai-rin to give orders, but she couldn't believe what she'd just seen. Then Han Dae-song's voice came from behind the desperate hunters. When she turned, the girl couldn't even tell when the black-haired man had gotten there. But there was no time to think about that. The ruler of hell told his allies that if they wanted to live, they needed to leave right away. Another boat came in to rescue the hunters in the water, while the black-haired man kept his eyes on King Daegu. Then he launched forward on his wings. Another one of his skills was Extreme Rage. It blasted out powerful magical flame and set fire to everything in its path. Han Dae-song used it that very second. At the same time, the crazed human-like creature looked around, wondering where Han Dae-song had gone. But the moment the monster looked up, another thought hit him. Why was this one man so absurdly strong? Then a crushing blow erased the monster's body completely. As he broke apart into nothing, Jang Jin-chul cursed his enemy and swore he'd keep cursing him even in death. But the ruler of hell stood at a distance, watching the remains burn. He didn't hear a word that bastard said, while everyone else stood frozen in shock. Ryu Seon praised her new master. Then another system notice appeared. It said the power of Han's essence, the operator of measurements, had spread through his body, and Han Dae-song gained 2 new skills, stealth and transformation. The ruler of hell kept floating above the water, staring at his hand. At the same time, the system announced that he could now use ethereal aura. But that wasn't what interested the black-haired man most. He was more curious about the unknown entity from Han. The Samik clan had arrived. Several boats moved toward the red portal. The Samik clan's top carriers came with their leader, Anderson. On the deck with him was the famous streamer Yen Gil, who already had 1 million followers. This time, he planned to film a special stream about sea portal transport, something only Anderson could make happen. Then a 100,000 won donation popped up, and even more viewers flooded in since he was the first to cover shipping like this. Back at the Fortress Clan's Thorn Center, Ryu-san was still fighting her demonic energy with everything she had. Then Han Dai-song flicked a bit of magic straight at her forehead. She got mad, saying she asked him to get rid of the annoying ghost, not hit her. Han Dai-song told her the real problem wasn't a ghost, it was the magic stuck in her head. Now that he had suppressed it, it wouldn't bother her anymore. Holding her forehead, she tearfully asked what he meant by magic. He gave a short answer. It was something like ether, but he had no idea where she got that power. Smiling, she guessed it probably happened when she entered the awakening portal. That instantly caught his attention, and he wanted to hear more. The witch called her master over, wanting to whisper it to him. When he leaned in, Ryu-san said this was top secret information, but she was willing to share it with her master. She explained that sometimes a special portal appears inside monster portals, one that can awaken hidden abilities. Ryun-sheng had wanted that power so badly that she entered it despite the risk. Hearing that, Han Dai-song realized a portal like that might even open into hell. Then a system alert appeared. A celestial being had entered the king's domain, and an emergency pandemonium quest had started. Seeing the notice, the demon lord just scratched his head, already sick of these system problems. Without wasting time, he turned and said he was leaving. Ryun-sheng almost stopped him, but only watched him go. Then an idea hit her. A sly grin spread across her face. Elsewhere, in a special prison for hunters, an officer knocked on a locked cell and told prisoner 108 that he had a visitor. Inside the dark room, a black-haired man sat on the wooden floor. He was Huang Zhonye, the former head of the Soul Clan. Soon, an officer opened the meeting room door, and a man in prison clothes walked in. The short-haired Shun Choyong greeted her leader warmly. The gloomy big man brightened right away, happy to see his student safe. Later, Shun Choyong left the prison, walking slowly as she thought over their talk. He had told her Park Dong-haek might know how to restore her broken aura reservoir, but since the Red Horse was tied to it too, she needed to think carefully first. Once again, the cursed Red Horse clan was making her life worse. After entering Pandemonium, the Lord of Hell got an alert, saying the king had arrived with his servant, but he didn't remember ever earning that title. Then Ryu-shan popped out from behind him, looking around the strange place with excitement. Startled, Han Dae-song spun around and asked how she got in here. She pressed a finger to her lips and sweetly asked him to teach her how to control magic too. Another alert appeared, this time about his servant, Ryu-shan. Now he could see all her abilities. One skill especially stood out, instant death. It gave her a small chance to kill an enemy in one hit, though if the caster died, just like that, Han Dae-song had one more burden to carry. And for the first time someone was calling him teacher. Watching her cheerful face, he guessed that when he put a magic mark on her, he had accidentally registered her as his servant. He scratched his neck, unsure what to do, then remembered there was a bigger problem right now. Suddenly he grabbed Ryu-shun's hand and pulled her along while ordering the system to load the Ghost King's domain. At the king's command, Pandemonium began loading data about the celestial being's invasion of that domain. The world around them started to break apart and shift. Clinging to his hand, Ryu-shun asked what was happening, but he didn't explain. A bright light swallowed them both, and then Han Dae-song opened his eyes. One look around, and he was completely thrown off. A new alert told Han Dae-song he was trapped in an underground prison, where magic was sealed. The quest target was the Ghost Collector, and the reward was 100,000 merit points plus 1 servant skill point. Looking at the shackles on his arms, the ruler of hell realized he was stuck for now. Then Ryu-san suddenly appeared in front of him, happy to see her teacher again. The room they landed in was far from pleasant, and the tools on the table made it clear nothing good happened here. Still, the witch seemed weirdly amused by it. Han Dae-song apologized for pulling her away from her fun, and said he needed a favor. Ryu-sung gladly agreed. Dropping to his knees, he asked if she could remove the cursed shackles. She wondered why he didn't just break them himself. He explained that the shackles sealed his magic. Once she understood, she happily agreed to help her precious teacher. Not long after, he was free. Rubbing his sore wrists, Han Dae-song asked how she did it. Ryu-san proudly said her skills were perfect for a place like this. That was when he noticed her stats had gone up. A noise outside the wooden door suddenly cut them off. He told her to stay quiet. The jailer was coming. A huge creature with a ring of keys at its lower back was making its way down the corridor. This was the local jailer, known as the Ghost Collector. Ryun-shing immediately wanted to kill it. That made Da-song glance at her in surprise. At the parking lot of Yan'an Market, a white car pulled in and parked. Chang-ho stepped out, and someone from the next car called to him. The man in the suit looked around calmly and walked over. Shin-chan was behind the wheel of the second car. She told the head of the Han Da-song clan to get in because she was taking him to Professor Park Dong-haek's research lab. After Chang-ho got inside, they started the car and drove out of the lot. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Elder Han stood in a robe, reading a report. He was a little annoyed that the trash who gained power from the monster ampule died so pathetically. Still, it didn't bother him much. He had already made enough samples, and a new creature was growing in the incubator. Then an alarm rang through the lab, announcing that new test subjects had arrived at the entrance. Glancing at the monitor, the mad scientist grinned. He had almost forgotten they were coming. Chang Ho and Shan Chan pulled up to the building with the lab. Elder Han had no plan to waste this chance. Besides the ruined A-rank hunter, the leader of the Dasong clan had shown up too, and both could become excellent material. A handmade voodoo doll rose into the air, and Ryun Sheng formed aura tongs from her demonic power. She launched 2 needles, one for weakness, one for paralysis. The moment the aura tongs pierced the doll, the ghost collector froze in place. Then more needles followed, bringing exhaustion, unconsciousness, and sleep. The curses weighed the monster down so badly that only its sword kept it from collapsing. Then a weapon filled with aura stabbed through the jailer's chest. As the blade was pulled free, the helpless monster dropped dead. The jailer, who should have been a major obstacle, went down far too easily. A system window appeared, congratulating Hang Dasong for defeating the ghost collector. He got the promised 100,000 merit points and 1 servant skill point. The quest was now 33% complete. Ryun Sheng was pleased. Her guess was right. In this place she really was getting stronger. Hang Dasong didn't comment on that. Instead he told her to hide more dolls ahead, because the path only got more dangerous from here. Ryun Sheng was shocked. She had never told him about that skill, so she asked how he knew. Without stopping, he said he had simply checked her status window. After hearing that, she hurried after him. Soon, the forest path led them into a strange maze. A new message pops up. The second area is the garden maze tomb. The goal is simple: escape the maze. But there's a catch. The death energy in this place drains their life, and the only way to get that strength back is by taking down the nature keepers inside. Han pauses and says he's cleared this path before, so getting out won't be hard. Still, something feels off. After thinking for a moment, he turns to Ryun Sheng and asks for one of her dolls. She doesn't get why, and asks him to explain. Taking the doll, Han says he'll go ahead first and give her a sign when it's safe to move. Ryun Sheng is touched, thinking he's protecting her by going alone. In truth, Han just wants a moment away from her whining. He explains that the line about the keeper restoring vitality is a trick. Fighting it only wastes time, and that means their life force drains even faster. After a brief pause, Han focuses and lets out a slow breath. Then he bursts forward into the maze. Moving at full speed, he tears straight through the hedge walls. That's how he enters the death tomb. Suddenly, several thorny vines shoot out behind him, trying to skewer the intruder. It doesn't work. They're too slow to catch Han. He already knows touching those thorns slows him down even more, so fighting them is pointless. Running is the only answer. But when he looks at his hands, he realizes he's aging faster than expected. Then another problem appears. A giant monster in a dark cap blocks his path. The creature spots him and raises its tool to strike, as if Han needed this huge brute in his way too. A second later, the monster swings with crushing force. But the old man drops to his knees and slides under the blow, dodging it cleanly. He gets back up at once and keeps running. Now the exit to the cursed maze is right in front of him. Han speeds up and dashes for the way out. But just then, another cap-wearing guard drops in above him, ready to finish him. His sword crashes against the shovel, throwing off sparks. Han manages to block the sneak attack, but he's almost out of time. From the corner of his eye, he spots thorn branches closing in. That's when he realizes he's completely screwed. Moments later, the plant wraps around the helpless old man. Meanwhile, the others park the car and head deeper inside. As they walk through the hidden underground passage, Changbao points out that this place is really hard to find. Shinchan says she's only been here once herself. After a few short words, they keep moving. Soon they stop in front of a massive elevator. Changbao asks why a place like this needs such a huge lift. The girl in the cap admits she has no idea, and says it definitely wasn't like this before. A moment later, the metal doors begin to open. An unfamiliar person in a white coat stands before them. He introduces himself as Professor Park Donghaek's assistant, and tells them to call him Java. At the same time, Ryu Sien is crouched down, making little animal shapes out of her aura. Then she hears Han's voice, and the little creations pop apart. Han is annoyed that she didn't answer sooner. He orders her to turn into a doll, and she gets to work right away. Lowering her hands, the witch gathers her power. In the next instant, she vanishes. After transforming, she quickly looks around. Then she feels something huge and insanely powerful behind her. The sudden pressure shocks her. Panicking, Ryu Sing rushes toward the doll to save herself. But the being behind her doesn't attack. It speaks. It's Han. Staring at him, she can't understand what happened to him. Han has no interest in explaining and tells her to follow. Then he slams a massive paw against the ground. A small burst of his aura pours out. The force splits the ground down the middle of the maze. Soon, a dark tunnel opens in front of them, leading into the unknown. But Han didn't create it. A violent rumble shakes the huge underground chamber. Then a horned skull starts rising from below. A few seconds later, the hellish monster fully emerges. At the same time, Han gets a new mission: defeat the Ghost King, infected with a celestial particle. The two of them watch the crazed monster from cover. Han quickly says they're already too late. The demon is being tortured by an unseen voice. ordering it to repent and listen to the doctrine of the highest heavens. Unable to endure it, the monster loses its mind and starts smashing its own head against the floor. Seeing that, Han, still in his guard form, says the Ghost King has already become a full puppet of those heavenly bastards. Killing the body and taking the soul back will be a pain. Then he turns his eyes to his student with clear interest. Without hesitating, he calls up the servant skill list. One skill catches his eye: instant death. It uses 99% of vitality and magic for a small chance to kill the target, but if it fails, the caster dies on the spot. That's exactly what Han wants. He immediately puts 2 points into instant death. A surge of power wraps around the half-dressed witch, and she has no clue what's happening. A notice appears before her. Instant death has leveled up. Its success rate is higher now, and the worst failure no longer means death, just losing consciousness. Han tells Ryu-san to stay quiet and explains that he just boosted her strongest skill. She's stunned that he can even do that. Looking at her hand, the red-haired witch says she can feel how much stronger she's become. Han now wants her to use that attack on the monster, smashing its head into the ground, but Ryu-san hesitates. The target looks terrifying. Han gives her a thumbs up and tells her it'll work. The witch rises from her knees and folds her arms. Then she takes out a doll and fills it with demonic energy. Watching her, Han silently hopes this works, because if it doesn't, he's in serious trouble. A second later, Ryu-san drives a needle into the doll's head and calls out the skill: instant death. Purple light flares across the monster's skull, then the giant body drops to the ground. Han is thrilled for a split second that it worked, but then he hears another body hit the floor. Fear flashes in his eyes as he turns. Ryu-san is lying there in front of him, and that can only mean one thing: it failed. The infected Ghost King regains itself and starts to rise. Seeing that, Han uses every buff he has. Then he pulls his legendary sword from his inventory. The two monsters face each other, both giving off overwhelming power. Han follows up by using another blood neutralization skill. The Ghost King doesn't wait either, and draws its bone sword. The moment Han sees that, he charges in. He's shocked that this bastard called out the blade of sin against him, and he demands the Ghost King die like it's told. Their swords slam together, sending sparks flying across the battlefield. Then Han's weapon is knocked right out of his hands. In the same moment, the bone blade tears into flesh, spraying blood through the dungeon. Even Han is shaken by that result, and his tense expression shows through the mask. But the Ghost King isn't done. It instantly uses a skill called absorbing a living soul. After that, Han's defeated body starts fading away. The great ruler of hell is being devoured by a pathetic insect, and his final words are pure curses. Soon the strongest hunter and the ruler of hell vanishes without a trace. Even so, his angry words still reach the soulless monster from inside the sword. Meanwhile, a black car speeds through the crowded city streets. Adjusting her cap, Shin-chan apologizes to the man in the bathrobe for not warning him that she decided to bring someone else along. Caught off guard, Xiaobei asks who she means. At the same time, a bright light fills the underground parking lot. A black car pulls up beside the white one and stops. Soon, a figure in dark shoes steps out. The unexpected guest is none other than Cho Hun-yul, the leader of the Marble Clan. The girl introduces the new arrival to the scientist and says the Marble Clan leader also wants to work with Professor Park Dong-haek. Xiaobei calmly replies that she should have told him in advance. The masked man stepped up, introduced himself, and said he truly respected Professor Park Dong-haek as a fellow aura engineer. Xiaobei, really Elder Hans, was thrown off. He never expected someone this important to walk right into his trap. Cho Hun-yul quickly greeted Chang-ho too, but the guy in the dark jacket got so flustered he almost forgot he was a clan leader. The masked man also gave Shin-chan a small wave, and she answered with a slight nod. Then the blue-eyed woman turned to the professor's assistant and said everyone was here, so he should take them to Park Dong-haek, or should she call him herself? Inside, Elder Hans was furious. He hadn't expected her to bring backup, and now he wanted to tear her apart and turn her into a monster. Xiaobei quickly said that wouldn't be a problem, and the professor would probably be glad to see them. A little later, the man in the white coat led them to the lab and told them to wait a moment for the professor. With that, Xiaobei turned and walked out. The metal doors shut behind him with a heavy clang. Cho Hun-yul barely cared about that. What really bothered him were the jars filled with who knows what. Then Cho Hun-yul interrupted the mood and handed them the aura protectors he had made. He explained that the red bracelets were meant to be worn on the wrist. The gift caught Chao Hum by surprise, and Shin-chan quickly thanked the masked man too. The blue-eyed woman added that her leader Huang Jiunion had told her to bring Cho Hun-yul along just in case. Hearing that, Cho Hun grabbed his head. He'd totally forgotten he could ask the Marble Clan leader for help upgrading weapons. All at once, gas started pouring into the lab through the vents. The group looked up in shock as the room rapidly filled. The masked man immediately realized what was happening and warned them it was a trap. That made Shin-chan and the guy in the jacket freeze in disbelief. A frantic pounding suddenly echoed from the sealed door. After a hard struggle, the Marble Clan leader managed to break it down. But as Changko came out through the toxic haze, he realized the danger wasn't over. A pack of enraged orcs was waiting right in front of them. Cho Hun-yul didn't panic for a second and drew his blade at once. He stepped forward, ready to fight the huge monsters and shield the other two behind him. One of the orcs had already raised its weapon for a killing strike at the still frozen masked man. In an instant, Cho Hun-il cut through several orcs with blinding speed. Right after that, he reached out his hand, and a warm light began to gather. The power was so intense, it started burning away his clothes. Still, it paid off. His fire beam lit up the room, and the orcs were split apart before they even understood they were dead. That was the kind of power Cho Hun-il wielded as leader of the Marble Clan. The others rushed over to thank their savior, but Cho Hun-il was more worried about the awful smell filling the lab. Elsewhere, Elder Hans, the mad scientist behind this, watched everything closely. Even though the intruders were still alive, he was smiling. Anyone who breathed that gas wouldn't escape his creatures. Now he was ready to test even stronger monsters. Meanwhile, inside the Blade of Sin was a place called the Field of Souls. Thousands of faceless beings cried out, begging to be saved. Then one trembling figure raised a hand and told the others a new soul had arrived. The sinners rushed toward the newcomer like a swarm, eager for fresh prey. But the stranger didn't move at all, even as the creatures closed in. They kept coming, getting closer and closer until the distance was almost gone, and then the Lord of Hell spoke. The faceless souls clearly had no idea who they were facing. They had it backwards. They were the ones about to become dinner. The crowd clearly hadn't expected that. Back in the dungeon, the Ghost King slowly dragged his sword after swallowing Han Dai-song. Then he stopped in front of the half-naked, helpless Ryu-san. He lifted his blade to stab her, but suddenly something strange stopped him cold. The bone sword twisted in his hands and turned its point toward him instead. The Ghost King cursed and yelled for it to stop. Then Han Dae-song's smug voice came from the sword, mocking the monster for still not understanding his situation. Sweat even began to form on the bone skull. A moment later, the monster was struck down by its own blade. Humiliated, the Ghost King glared upward in fury. Soon after stabbing himself, he began to fade away. The strange bone sword that killed its master dropped to the ground with a loud crash. Fade Seni Array. Then a system window appeared before the Lord of Hell, saying the area was cleared. He earned 100,000 merit points, and one more servant skill point. After leaving the Field of Souls, the black-haired man scratched his head and grumbled that every quest like this had to come with some stupid headache. But no sooner had he said that than a strange yellow energy started leaking out below the blade. Seeing it, the Lord of Hell realized with annoyance that the trial still wasn't over. A female figure appeared and demanded to know who this black-haired nobody was. Another notice popped up for Han Dae-song, telling him to settle the law of causality by defeating the heavenly being. He didn't bother introducing himself, and instead told the stranger she should speak first. After all, she was the one who barged into someone else's place. She raised her hand and asked again if he was really the ruler standing over these mindless creatures. Without waiting for an answer, she struck hard and ordered him to repent for his sins. But the demon dodged somehow, leaving the heavenly being stunned. Before she could say anything else, she noticed a strange glow racing through her right arm. In the next second, that heavenly arm rotted away into nothing. Seeing this, the demons trapped in pandemonium praised their dark god and begged him to take revenge on heaven. Han Dae-song was already getting sick of all that noise. Dropped to her knees, the heavenly being wondered how this unknown man, who wasn't even the main deity, could speak with the demonic beasts of the abyss. That caught his attention, and he asked what she meant by main deity. Suddenly glowing golden chains appeared from nowhere and wrapped around the helpless celestial. When she saw the heavenly apostles behind her, she immediately begged for mercy and admitted her mistake. It didn't matter. Their red eyes made it clear the judgment was final. Han Dae-song looked at the new arrivals with open contempt and asked what they thought they were doing. The apostles ignored him and announced to the woman that she would be erased for breaking the law. Being brushed off like that made the Lord of Hell angry, and he tightened his grip on his blade. Then he charged the apostles on demonic wings. The heavenly beings barely had time to react in horror to the attack before their severed parts started dropping to the ground. Bound in golden chains, the heavenly woman could only watch that terrifying power from the side. The only way she could explain it was by telling herself the apostles must have been weak. Their defeated bodies, glowing with warm light, slowly dissolved into the air, and once they were gone, the heavenly maiden's wound split open, and blood burst out in a heavy stream. She cried out in pain. Another system notice appeared, congratulating the Lord of Hell on finishing the task. It said the Ghost King's domain was now at 100%, the heavenly beings were gone, and the Ghost King with all his forces now served Han Dae-song. Dim and bleeding, the young woman stayed on her knees, staring upward. The light around her faded fast, and she couldn't believe the main deity had rejected her and cast her out of heaven. In the next moment, her power drained away so fast that she twisted in pain and began to sob. Soon, where the celestial had been, there was only a helpless little child. The black-haired man watched in total confusion, unable to understand what the hell had just happened. And then it got even stranger. In front of Han Dae-song, the crying child turned into an egg. After seeing that, he gave up trying to question any of this. The only problem now was figuring out what to do with the egg. His first idea was simple, just smash it. But a notification appeared, congratulating him on obtaining a heavenly egg, and saying it could be turned into a demonic beast that would obey him. So the black-haired man immediately chose to begin the demonic transformation. The egg in Han Dae-song's hand started glowing wildly. A system panel soon appeared above the burning shell, showing the transformation process. All he could do now was wait and try to figure things out once it was done. Meanwhile, a rusty radiation warning sign hung on one iron door, and then that metal door slammed shut with a violent bang. All of this happened right in front of the people under the Marble Clan leader's protection. Chunho straightened up, angry and confused about what any of this meant. At the same time, Jisoo answered with the obvious. Professor Park was in trouble. Then Lee slowly lifted his left hand, getting his allies' attention. He looked up and the masked man spotted a two-headed monster above them, on the upper platform. One black-haired head hung out of the creature's body, drooling as it got excited over fresh hunters. A giant ogre with a huge iron club stood in front of them, but this wasn't a normal ogre. There was a human head growing from its body. Chunho and Jisoo stared at it, completely unable to figure out what they were seeing. The masked man, clearly shaken, said it was an experiment that fused a human with a monster. The insane black-haired head noticed the girl in the group and said she'd look perfect as another head beside him. Jisoo didn't take that well, and pulled out her pistol. A storm of bullets slammed into the chimera. It did nothing. The monster barely reacted and mocked the attack like it was just a little sting. At the same time, Lee vanished from sight. The Marble Clan leader rushed the disgusting chimera. After blocking the hit, the monster complained about getting attacked without warning. Lee ignored the rant and raised his hand again. In the next second, one of the ogre's heads exploded. The remaining head flew into a rage, furious that some tiny human had killed its pet. The Marble Clan leader took a small step back, tightening his grip on his weapon as the black-haired monster prepared to crush them all. The masked man brushed off the threats and charged again, but suddenly a morning star came flying at Lee from nowhere. With that weapon, the one-headed monster easily smashed the Marble Clan leader into a wall. Lee dropped to the floor at the base of it. The monster moved in to finish him off, but at the last second, the masked man vanished from under the strike and saved himself. Then another burst of bullets hit the monster. It was Jisoo again, firing her gun. Staring at her, the black-haired head decided he'd ask the professor to attach her head as his new partner after all. Elsewhere, Jisoo curiously looked over the strange egg in Han's hands when the shell suddenly cracked and bright light spilled out. A moment later, the egg broke apart into glowing dust, and the Inferno Witch happily told her teacher that something had hatched. A creature they'd never seen before floated in front of them. Soon, the little flying fairy turned to Ji and asked if she was her master. Han cut in and ordered the flying bug to tell him everything she knew about heaven, but the magical creature apologized and said she remembered nothing about it. Annoyed that all that effort got him a useless moth, the ruler of hell slowly drew his sword. Then, Ji stepped in and begged Han not to kill it. She said she'd be happy to raise the pet herself, though he had no idea what nonsense she was talking about. Then the Inferno Witch quietly urged the new creature to show their teacher something useful if she wanted to stay alive. The pet quickly remembered one thing. It had a heavenly store. Suddenly, a counter popped into the air. Jisoo was stunned by it, and even Han didn't know what to say. A real hunter shop had appeared in front of them. It was filled with potions and artifacts, and there was also a huge selection of ranged weapons. After looking around for a bit, Han noticed a strange item and called the moth over to explain it. Flying closer, the pet said it was a one-time item that revealed important information about the near future. A system window told Han that the future diary's info would stay true for 24 hours and could only be bought once a week with merit points. After checking the details, he bought it right away. Then a pen and a sheet of papyrus floated up before Han, and a few moments later, several names appeared on it. Changho, Jisoo, and Lee. Seeing those familiar names jolted him awake, and whatever was written next made him tense up for real. Meanwhile, outside the Hunters Association building, a strange scarlet portal opened, and Han stepped out of it with his new student. Han immediately tried to send Jubei away, but she refused to leave because she was his student now. She called out to Han again, but he wasn't in the mood, and made it clear he wouldn't repeat himself. After that, the Inferno Witch decided not to push him any further today. Back in the lab, Lee lay defeated on the ground, smoke rising from his body. Then steam started pouring out of the man in the suit. The monster watching him had no idea what was going on, but the answer was simple. The Marble Clan leader was releasing all that smoke because most of his body was mechanical. Now Lee got serious. He suddenly lunged at his enemy and drove a heavy punch into its jaw. The massive monster actually staggered from the hit. Still, it wasn't ready to go down. Even after taking the blow, the twisted creature said that still wasn't enough. Then Lee's hand came up in front of his face, already set for the next strike. The Marble Clan leader unleashed his aura quantum cannon, and in the next instant the man-made monster was blown apart at the molecular level. Its bloody remains dropped to the floor in front of the mechanical fighter. But Lee wasn't in good shape either. He had burned through too much aura. Seeing that, Jubei-su worried about the Marble Clan leader's condition. Meanwhile, Chan-ho could barely believe Lee had really packed his body with aura weapons. Turning to them, the black-haired man said his body needed time to recharge its ether core. But he also had a bad feeling, like they were all still playing into that bastard's plan. As the hunters stood over the fallen monster, the real mastermind watched them through the security cameras. Han hadn't expected to use his secret weapon this soon. The mad scientist pressed a button, saying he'd rather capture them mostly intact, but he had no choice now. At that moment, Lee sat on the floor with his legs crossed, trying to recover his lost energy. Watching him, Xiaobei couldn't help wondering what his own odds of surviving beside an S-rank hunter really were. Suddenly, one of the metal doors started to rise, and a new enemy waited for the already battered hunters. A dark figure stood behind the half-open door. Once the light hit it, they realized it was another nightmare monster. Watching his creation enter, Han decided he should at least recover some bodies before they got torn apart and eaten. The hunters now faced a new creature named Goldman. After one look at it, Jaizu drew her aura blade and said the thing was monster class. Lee disagreed. Judging by its presence, he said the creature was probably S rank. That stunned everyone there. The monster kept moving toward them, dragging a butcher's blade across the metal floor with one paw. But the Marble Clan leader had no plan to sit back and get pushed around by some horned beast. The puffed-up creature clearly hadn't expected that kind of nerve from a mere human. Lee's fist shot toward Goldman's face, but the red-eyed monster dodged with ease and instantly went on the counter. Goldman suddenly grabbed the Terminator's arm, and in that moment, the black-haired man realized he was slower than this thing. Blood splashed across the lab again. The Marble Clan leader's hand flew off, torn clean from his body. Chen-Homo, shocked by the brutal fight, shouted no. Jebe-Su rushed in to help her comrade, without hesitation, and cursed the monster in fury. She slashed at it, but the test subject suddenly disappeared. A second later, the bloodthirsty Goldman was behind the unguarded Jisoo. Its strike sent the black-haired girl crashing into the wall. She survived only because of the protector she'd been given earlier. By then, Lee had already charged his mechanical arm for a devastating hit. Noticing that, the red-eyed creature moved at terrifying speed. Before he could react, the Marble Clan leader lost his second hand too. Then the masked man took a blow to the head so fast he never saw it coming, and he blacked out. Goldman slammed the S-rank hunter's head into the metal, and got ready to finish the helpless Lee. But Chanho couldn't watch anymore, and shouted for the monster to stop. His voice pulled the bloodthirsty demon's attention away. Goldman's silhouette began to fade into the air. In the next second, the red-eyed monster was right in front of Jang Ho. Even with death staring him in the face, the man in the suit stayed calm. Goatman smirked at the nerve of such a tiny human. Jang Ho smiled and said he knew someone way scarier, and that Goatman would die today. That set the monster off. He raised his hand to finish Jang Ho. Terrified, Jang Ho shut his eyes and waited for the end. But the blade never landed. Black shadows shot in and stopped it. Goatman froze, unable to figure out what just happened. Strange demonic hands with eyes had shielded Jang Ho. The monster quickly jumped back. He could feel danger coming from the black substance blocking his blade. Then Han Dae-song, the ruler of hell, stepped out of that dark mass. The blue-eyed girl never thought she'd see him again, especially here. Glancing back, the black-haired man asked his friend with a grin if he'd been slacking off. Jang Ho was thrilled to see his crazy friend, and bragged that he wasn't dying today. He was Song Jang Ho, an S rank after all. Then Goatman's hooves suddenly appeared in front of the defenseless Shin Cho-yong. Jang Ho could only cry out her name. Goatman swung again, but the black goo stopped the blade and saved her too. Shin Cho-yong stared in shock at the demonic hands protecting her. Even Goatman looked just as stunned. The red-eyed monster snapped his head toward the strange guy in the t-shirt. Han Dae-song didn't put up with that kind of attitude from some bug, so he used his aura stealth skill. He vanished instantly, leaving the monster shocked again. Goatman kept looking around, unable to tell what was happening. A moment later, rage started boiling out of him. It got so intense that everyone there grabbed their heads. Jang Ho thought his eardrums were about to burst. After a brief pause, the red-eyed monster looked around carefully and slashed straight into empty space. It wasn't a miss. Han Dae-song had blocked it. He was even a little impressed that the monster tracked him by sound. Meanwhile, the mad scientist kept watching through the cameras. Elder Hans recognized Han Dae-song at once as the biggest threat to Eastern headquarters. Without wasting time, Jiaobei decided to release the chimeras he'd been saving. He pressed the red button marked with a skull. The system announced that deadly poisonous chimeras were being released, and self-destruction would start in 3 minutes. The villains got up and headed for the exit, saying that even Han Dae-song wouldn't leave alive. An alarm then rang through the lab, saying 30 minutes remained until self-destruction. The others had no idea what was going on. Chan Song wasn't happy either. He was already sick of one problem after another. Before he could think more about it, several sealed doors started opening. Soon, crowds of chimeras stood before the ruler of hell. Goatman was with them as their leader. Looking at Yuto, Chom-ho was horrified by how many people this bastard must have experimented on. Shin-chan agreed and said this wasn't a lab anymore. It was a monster factory. Cho-hanwol, still against the wall, quietly explained that these monsters were made with awakening ampules. One look at the masked man told Chom-ho that the Marble Clan leader couldn't help, so the brown-haired man turned to Han Dae-song and said he'd have to handle this alone. The ruler of hell thought that if it were up to him, he'd burn this whole place down with the ultimate stage of the volcano, but with his allies nearby, he couldn't do that. Instead, Han Dae-song chose to use a territory shift, the Ghost King's possession. A huge wave of power burst out from him, impossible to ignore. The chimeras panicked the moment they sensed it. Cho Hanwol snapped fully awake when that massive pressure hit him. Chom-ho and the black-haired girl had never seen anything like this before. Thick smoke slowly swallowed the laboratory, and when it cleared, the lab was gone. Everyone had been moved somewhere else. Even Han Dae-song's friend didn't know he could do that. Shen Chongyong could barely believe it, and thought it was real teleportation. But the Marble Clan leader understood the truth. This wasn't teleportation. Han Dae-song had changed the entire area itself, and that was terrifying. Then the Lord of Hell summoned an undead army. The furious chimeras screamed, ready for a bloodbath, when soldiers of the dead began rising from the cracked ground. Before long, the Lord of Hell's army was assembled, waiting only for his command. Then the black-haired man gave a single order: kill them all. At once the undead charged forward. The crazed chimeras rushed to meet them. Soon this dry land would be soaked with the blood of the ruler of Hell's enemies. Han Dae-song then told the others they were safe here. After that he vanished without another word, leaving them frustrated and confused. Meanwhile, Elder Hans was escaping in an elevator when the whole cabin suddenly started shaking hard. A warning popped up on the screen, saying the elevator had stopped in an emergency. But Java cared less about the message than the real problem: why the cabin had slowed down and why there was now a hole in it. Han Dae-song was peeking in through that hole. The moment he saw him, sweat rolled down the mad scientist's face. Han Dae-song didn't stop there. He climbed into the elevator and walked straight toward him. As he got closer, the black-haired man mocked him for ordering the hunt and then trying to run away. A bit shaken, Hans admitted Han Dae-song had gone far beyond his expectations. Spreading his arms, he said Han Dae-song had won and that he was ready to die by his hand. But the ruler of Hell didn't rush to kill him and grabbed him by the shirt instead. Han Dae-song could tell the man was planning something. He just didn't know what yet. Hearing that suspicion, the tattooed man started to worry. Then a cruel smile spread across Han Dae-song's face as he remembered a useful power he'd gained in the Ghost King's domain. A system window appeared, saying Han Dae-song had temporarily received the Ghost King's unique ability. Leaning in, he used that temporary skill on Han's ghost eyes. With it, Han Dae-song looked deep into hidden memories. He saw Hans lying on the ground, helpless and gasping for air, when an all-seeing eye suddenly appeared before him. He also learned where Lee Soga came from and how he got the mutagen ampoule. The ruler of Hell saw the horrible experiments the man had carried out and how he brought Jinsel back to life. But among all those crimes, Han Dae-song noticed something important. Hans had poured out liters of blood. For that, the Lord of the East, Elhim, rewarded him with a special body. After enough sacrifices, even if his body died, he'd revive in a new one. Hans had been thrilled by that gift. That joy didn't last long. Han Dae-song slammed the man in the robe into the corner. He was disgusted that someone like Hans could gain an unclean, long-lasting body through so many sacrifices. Now that he knew the truth, Han Dae-song smiled and told him he wouldn't get an easy death, no matter how much he begged. Meanwhile, only 1 minute remained before the lab self-destructed, when the doors to the control room suddenly opened. Another goat in a long robe stood there. The monster put a key into the lock and turned it. Right away, a voice announced that self-destruction had been cancelled. Hearing that, Goatman let out a relieved breath. Then the red-eyed monster wondered what the hell was even happening anymore. Suddenly, the doors to the observation room were blown open, and the one behind it was Han Dae-song. Without missing a beat, the black-haired man blurted out his surprise at seeing another goat. The red-eyed monster was also shocked and asked who this young man was. Han Dae-song didn't answer. Instead, he asked the goat in the robe the same thing. The monster then introduced himself as Park Dong-haek, director of this research institute. Han Dae-song didn't see that coming. Soon after, he pulled his friends out of the other dimension and brought them into the observation room. After hearing Shin Cho-yong explain everything, the red-eyed monster couldn't believe Leader Huang had been locked up. He rose from his chair, realized it was his fault, and told them not to worry. In his monster form, Park Dong-haek said the Soul Clan leader should be freed soon. He had plenty of proof that Jev had illegal ties to the Red Horse Clan. While the monster explained everything, Jong Ho leaned over and quietly asked his friend if this was really Professor Park Dong-haek in front of them. She couldn't give a clear answer. All she knew was that the voice matched Professor Park Dong-haek, the man she had met before. Chow Hun Ho just stared in shock. He could hardly believe the professor had fully fused with a monster and still kept his mind. Park Dan Ho also praised the results of the weapon research. A moment later, the robed monster asked Shin Cho Hong if she had come because of trouble with the Aura Reservoir, and she said yes. Park Dan Ho said using fusion ampoules made sense in a case like this, but he couldn't promise a full recovery. Then Han Dae-song cut in and asked the goat if he had anything actually important to say, like what he had been doing while the institute was falling apart, and why he showed up looking like this. Park Dan Hyuk looked a little awkward and shut his eyes. Then he started explaining how he became the first fusion test subject. He believed Aura Awakening alone wasn't enough to fight the powerful monsters coming through portals, so he and the dying Javu began testing a human-monster fusion. Javu wanted to use it to extend life, while the professor wanted to make the human body stronger. But after years of work, the plan still failed, so the machine was set to enter hibernation automatically if the test went wrong. Chang Hong cut in, confused. If the professor looked like this now, didn't that mean the experiment worked? Touching his goatee, the man said it was hard to explain, but after a heavy impact damaged the hibernation device, his original body died, and the experiment ended up succeeding. Hearing that, Cham Hong realized the experiment only worked because the device had been hit hard enough, and Han Dae-sung turned away from his friend's eyes. With a grin, Dae-sung added that Professor Kozel also knew where Han's base was. That last part caught Cho Han-ul's attention, and everyone else's too. Jong Ho quickly asked Dae-sung who Han's people were. The black-haired man said they were like monsters from another world, the ones making the portals appear. That answer sent chills through the guy in the jacket. At the same time, Javu woke up chained to a strange bed. The man from Han couldn't tell what Han Dae-sung was planning, so he started screaming for him to just kill him already. Then his sharp yelling was drowned out by sparks snapping from the metal. The moment he saw the long, sharp spikes in front of him, he went quiet. That silence broke when the one in charge suggested they start their game right away. Seeing the humanoid monster before him, Javu panicked and desperately asked who he was and what he planned to do. No real answer came. The masked monster only said he would enjoy tearing the boy's filthy body away from his soul for centuries. Terrified, Javu broke into a sweat and asked him to say that again, unable to believe what he heard. Meanwhile, inside Han's wormhole, 4 unknown figures sat around a long table. One of them, the Lord of the East, Elhim, began by saying something unexpected had happened in the East. The Lord of the North, Volks, asked if a new variable had appeared, and what exactly had happened. The Lord of the West, Corinna, mentioned hearing that Japanese hunters had recently cleared a highest rank portal. The Lord of the South, Ezar, already impatient and hungry, slammed his fist down and demanded the answer. Elhim calmly said he had lost 2 powerful dimensional operators in Korea. That shocked everyone there, because it meant someone powerful was in Korea without their knowledge. So the Lord of the East asked for a highest rank operator to deal with that insolent man. Ezar suddenly stood, wanting to handle it himself. He rose from his seat, and with his arms crossed, Elhim coolly asked why Azar hadn't gone to investigate in person already. The Lord of the South frowned in disbelief, then after a brief pause, smirked and asked if Elhim really thought he could lose to some aura-awakened human. Still perfectly calm, Elhim corrected him. Their enemy was not aura-awakened. That single detail made the rulers of Han visibly tense. Elsewhere, Chief Executive Park Chang-ho sat in his office, quietly thinking over the report he had received. Soon the gray-haired old man opened his eyes and asked if it was really true that Han's people were kidnapping humans and creating monster portals. The man in the suit answered that the information came from Hunter Han Dae-sung. Realizing it was likely true, the old man shut his eyes again and said the world would fall into chaos if this became public. Then the same Maguna spoke to the department head again, saying even the reactor matter was enough to give him migraines. Because of that, he asked Jin Ki-hun to investigate everything in secret. The black-haired man accepted the order right away, but said he had one request. Meanwhile, at a Korean prison, the head of the Seoul clan, Hwang Jun-in, was finally released after a long time behind bars. The bearded man was called from the side at once. It was Shin Chun, glowing with happiness. The black-haired girl even teared up from the rush of emotion. He just smiled, praised his student, and joked about why she came to greet him without tofu. She reminded him that he was allergic to soybeans. Then she cut the warm reunion short, and told Hwang Jun-in that someone wanted to see him. Hearing that, the black-haired man looked at Shin Chan, in total confusion. A little later, he walked to the car, opened the door, and found a talking goat inside greeting him as his old friend, Professor Park Dong-haek. Seeing that, Hwang Jun-young was completely speechless. Once he recovered, he started yelling at the old goat. Deep down, he had always feared something like this might happen, but he still couldn't understand what had happened to the professor. Park Dong-haek brushed it off, saying it didn't matter now, and told him to get in. Then the white car doors shut hard. As Shun Chan drove, the head of the Seoul clan kept making things more tense, still stunned by the professor's madness, until Park Dong-haek told him to drop it. But the black-haired man kept going, saying he never imagined he'd one day be talking to a goat. Grinning, the professor shot back that being a goat was still better than being an ex-prisoner. Soon night covered the streets of Korea. Late that night, a girl walked along the sidewalk, nervously checking around her. Suddenly, a creepy voice sounded behind her. She turned and saw an unknown figure standing there, with a twisted smile. Her voice shaking, she asked who he was and what he wanted, but instead of answering, the man only asked who he was. Then, a knife flashed past the maniac's throat. Low-rank hunter Ho Chung had stepped in to protect the girl. Blade in hand, the young hunter said he was glad to finally meet this killer kidnapper. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, he told Mrs. Mijin to call Captain Jin for help. After sending a quick signal, the girl ran off, and the maniac seemed amused that the whole thing had been a trap. Ho Chung couldn't understand why the bastard still looked so relaxed even now, so he focused fully on defense. Then the stranger stuck out his tongue and mockingly asked if this hunter was the one who stabbed his boss by hand inside the Red Horse building. If so, the boy should be thanked for taking revenge for them. That made Ho Chung freeze. Now the pieces finally fit together, and he realized these people and Lee Soga had been connected all along. Driven by anger, the boy in the suit charged straight at him, shouting that he was supposed to be the one to kill Lee Soga. The hooded psychopath only smiled, and easily slipped around the furious attacks. After judging the hunter's skill, Yellow-Eyed mocked him, asking how someone this weak planned to kill the head of the Red Horse clan. Blinded by rage, Ho Jung ignored the taunt, and swore he'd kill the maniac for revenge. Then the stranger caught the weapon, aimed at his throat with just 2 fingers. Seeing that overwhelming gap in power, the boy finally came to his senses. But it was already too late. His words had pushed the psychopath far enough. In the next second, the smiling stranger traced one smooth line with his hand. Ho Jung stood frozen as blood started leaking from his neck, and he realized he couldn't die here. Then his head came off, and blood burst from the stump. Turning back, the killer looked at the corpse and remembered, a little concerned, that Jake had told them not to kill association people. Then he smiled again, remembering Jake had just died at the research institute. As he walked, the psycho tried to remember his boss's name. It wasn't Jake, it was Javu. Still, one thing was clear, that man was gone now. Leaving the body behind, he wondered how far the woman could have gotten. The department head watched the video they got of the killer. He shut the laptop hard and said Ho-jung had bravely recorded the murderer right before dying. Jimut stood there in silence, with nothing to add. Then the chief turned to him and asked if they had identified the killer. Jin answered right away. It was Cho Chun-sik, a D-rank awakened one who had been active 3 years earlier. He added that, based on Jung Jin-chul's attacks, the Red Horse survivors targeting hunters at the sea portal, and this latest case, Hans had probably pulled a lot of hunters into its group. Hearing that, the department head thought of Zhou Wu from the portal search team. Jun said Zhou Wu had likely entered the association with a fake status, and Chan Ho had also reported that Zhou Wu died at the research institute. Straightening his red tie, the department head told him to inform the other S-rank hunters about Hans. He also ordered the whole association to move. Those freaks killing civilians had to be hunted down and ended for good. Elsewhere, a loud slam hit a desk in one office. An S-rank hunter looked at the worn-out Chan Ho and said he hated wasting time, so he'd get straight to it. The tense head of the Daesung clan had no idea why this guy came here, but he still agreed to hear him out. Sejong Kao asked if Chan Ho knew about the Fruits of Hope Foundation he ran. Chan Ho did. It helped kids who lost their parents to monsters. Glad they were on the same page. Sejo explained that this year they wanted to build homes and give those children proper families. The problem was money, since there weren't enough portals bringing in funds. Chan Ho understood this meant a huge amount for a good cause, and he didn't know how to respond. Xiao Bei shook his hand gratefully and said if they ever needed S-rank power, they could call on him. Chan Ho scratched his head and awkwardly admitted nothing was settled yet. He still had to discuss it properly with Hunter Daseung. Even that was enough for Xiao Bei. As he left, he thanked him and asked for an answer soon. After that, the office fell completely silent. Holding his head again, Chan Ho tried to recover from the shock. He'd just been asked for 400 billion for the Northern Development Fund. At the same time, a man in a black robe was running along the coast. It was Lee Chong-shik, a top S-rank hunter, and his daily training stopped when he sensed someone nearby. A huge muscular man in sunglasses stood before him. The blonde hunter cautiously asked who he was and why he was here. The man ignored the question and attacked at once. Lee Chang-shik easily dodged the sloppy hit. As he slipped behind him, a shockwave tore past, showing just how strong this enemy was. Even so, the blue-eyed hunter said slow attacks like that wouldn't touch him. Then Lee Chang-shik fired back, but the man in sunglasses blocked it. The dreadlocked fighter stretched out his thick arm and praised him in English. Then he pointed downward and used a skill called neodymium. Right after that, he charged again. Lee Chang-shik tried to dodge with speed like before, but suddenly his legs wouldn't move. The foreigner bragged that he was the coolest. Realizing he couldn't evade, Lee Chang-shik had no choice but to block. An explosion went off right where he stood. Meanwhile, at the orphanage called Nadejda, Seo told the nun the good news. In the first half of the year, they expected support from the Daesung clan to build homes where children and caregivers could live safely. She was happy, but couldn't believe the MC clan would really spend that much on them. The S-rank hunter in the tracksuit explained that clearing S-rank portals brings in crazy money, so funding shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Seo looked away, sensing danger. Turning, he spotted an unknown figure outside the window. He jumped up and ordered his sister to take the children and volunteers to the monster bunker right away. Caught off guard, she froze and asked what was happening. He didn't explain, just told them again to run now. Meanwhile, an unknown man in a colorful shirt rushed toward the children's shelter. The man slowly opened his eyes as the threat drew closer. In the next second, Xiao burst around the corner with a baseball bat. He swung at the stranger with all his strength. Then the tracksuit-clad hunter jumped back from the blast of power. He skidded to a stop in his sneakers. Xiao tensed, feeling like his blow had been blocked. And he was right. The monster in front of him was completely unharmed. Annoyed, Seo said he'd only wanted a quiet day, but it looked like he'd have to work up a sweat. The stranger pulled his right hand from his pocket and aimed at him. A shot of aura burst from 2 fingers. Seo knocked the attack away with ease. After that, he checked the leftover energy. That's when he realized his enemy was far stronger than he first thought. At the same time, another unknown figure approached House 210. Inside, Raixiong looked very pleased. She was thrilled that she'd finished making a doll of Daisong using his hair. It looked just like him, even carrying the same proud aura. The huntress known as the Hell Witch couldn't handle how adorable it was, and hugged the tiny version of her master. Far away in hell, he was picking his ear over piles of defeated enemies, and couldn't shake a bad feeling. Outside the house, a red-eyed woman gathered power into her fist, hoping to finish her mission fast. Soon, black smoke swallowed the whole villa. Inside, Rai Yushang suddenly yawned and wondered why she felt so sleepy. A moment later, the Hell Witch passed out. Soon she was snoring on the floor, still holding her beloved doll. The doll, however, wasn't sleepy at all. It was the finest version of Damisong. By then the front door was already unlocked, and the intruder stepped inside. A strange object formed in the woman's hand out of nowhere. Lifting the staff, the red-eyed girl declared this place would become an altar of death. She calmly looked around the living room, when something small on the floor caught her eye. It was the tiny Daesung doll. One look at it gave her goosebumps. She'd never seen such an ugly, nightmare-like doll. The black-haired doll had no clue what this crazy woman was talking about, or who she was calling ugly. Unable to stand it, the caster remembered that if she burned the medium, the doll would vanish too. So she used the Colossus Chakra Raging Flame. The red-eyed woman burned the beautiful hair of the little ruler of hell, and he cursed her for it. Then furious, he charged at the woman with a kitchen knife. Now he wanted only one thing, her death. Seeing how insane the tiny fighter was, the caster used the Colossus Chakra again, this time blessing. Even with the barrier up, the doll slammed into it at full speed, trying to pierce through. In a rage, the cute little Daesung threatened to cut her to pieces and send her to the top as soon as possible. The little Lord of Hell kept raining down blows, and soon the barrier started to crack. The red-eyed girl couldn't believe her spell was breaking against a ridiculous doll. Terrified, she staggered and lost her footing. Then little Daesung the Ripper got his revenge. Her wild scream was music to his ears, and peace finally returned to the house. Meanwhile, the doors to the observation room flew open. The breathless department head rushed in after getting report after report about ruptures, but the girl with glasses corrected him. These weren't ruptures, but fights breaking out all over the city. One employee reported a battle near the Han River between Li Changshik and an unidentified force, and another clash at an orphanage between an unknown person and Dankal. Hearing that, the black-haired man stiffened. One thought hit him right away. Was this Han's people again? The chief quickly said the Shozian clan was closest to the Han River, so they would back up the shelter, then ordered the rapid response team to move out at once. Meanwhile, back at the shore, the foreigner rubbed his chin and admitted the Korean hunters were doing better than he expected. Li Changshik answered with the best English he could manage, and basically told the enemy to get lost. At the same time, the man in sunglasses decided it was time. He reached out and started twisting space itself. That force dragged the blonde hunter straight toward the center. Then warm energy suddenly wrapped around him, and the pressure from that strange power vanished. The man with glasses was confused too, and needed a second to understand. A figure in white sneakers appeared between them. It was Baekhae Rin, showing up to help world-famous Li Changshik, who was getting pushed around. Seeing his old friend, the blue-eyed hunter thanked her, and promised he'd repay her, but she was focused on something else, and asked if the man in front of them was one of Han's entities. The blonde guy had no idea what she meant. Her expression darkened, and she asked if he really hadn't read the association notice sent only to S-rank hunters. Before he could answer, a group of hunters rushed over, deeply worried about their leader. The foreigner wasn't happy that the distance ruined his fun, and his anger flared. He fired off a magnetic strike. Seeing the attack coming, the S-class hunter used an aura skill, Shield of Light. Baekhae Rin blocked it with ease. Even so, the lower-ranked hunters could barely endure that kind of power. At the same time, Li Changshik suddenly told a subordinate to bring him his weapon. The hunter immediately handed over a shield sword. Drawing the blade, Li Changshik told his enemy that now he was dead. But the foreigner, hand at his chin, realized he'd already used too much energy without even catching the real target. So he decided that was enough for today, and left. Li Changshik didn't chase him. He just said he was exhausted like a bee. Then the blue-eyed man suddenly passed out. Everyone was shocked and his subordinates rushed to get him medical help. Meanwhile, in the shelter's underground bunker, the nuns stayed there with the children and volunteers, just as the S-rank hunter told them. Some kids worried about the director, so the women tried to calm them by asking if they remembered Dankal's catchphrase. A boy in a red shirt jumped out and shouted, "I'm the #1 hunter in Korea." That got laughs and helped everyone relax. Meanwhile, their hero kept desperately holding off the non-stop shots. The hunter couldn't find even one opening to strike back. The muscular blonde man crossed his arms and said it was time to finish this. A strange bloody aura started pouring from his hands. The battered Sonko glared at him and saw he was preparing another weird attack. Then the blonde man used the Colossus power, Blood Rain. Blood rained down on the S-rank hunter like hundreds of burning arrows. To stop it, the black-haired fighter used an aura skill. Lifting his metal bat, he called down a thunderstorm. The two powers crashed together and exploded. Soon the smoke slowly cleared. Inside it stood the furious figure of the high-rank hunter. He was covered in blood. He hadn't fully blocked the attack, and the worst part was knowing he couldn't die here. After that, the black-haired guy collapsed. The muscular blonde man's hands were shaking. That fight had pushed him hard, and he'd needed all the power of the blood colossus he was given. He glanced around, then quickly left the scene. Meanwhile, Ryu-sun woke up, touched the blood on the floor, and used her skill, Blood Memories. Seeing what had happened, she realized her sweet Chucky Daesung had bravely saved her. Meanwhile, the news reported on the explosion near the Han River Park. At first, people thought it was a portal rupture, but that was ruled out. The area was sealed off. Witnesses said an unknown person attacked Li Changshik, and there was also news of an incident at the Nadezhda orphanage run by So Dong-kal. Watching the report closely, the protagonist's mother grew worried because her son hadn't come home for days. She immediately started looking for her phone. Just then, a sleepy Jisoo walked over and asked why her mom was still awake, saying Changpo had told them not to worry about her brother. But this was the first her mother had heard of Changpo contacting them. so she demanded to know where Daesung was and what he was doing. Jisoo said she didn't know, and honestly, didn't need to. That answer set off a fight in the luxury apartment, with the mother scolding her for acting ungrateful to the brother who'd done so much for them. Xiaobei quickly begged her to calm down. Meanwhile, another sinister figure was on that same skyscraper. It was none other than the maniac Cho Chun-sik. Drooling, he planned to kill one victim and take the other hostage. The apartment's residents were fast asleep when a creepy shape appeared outside the window. It was that same wanted psycho who made sacrifices. He covered his hands with aura and tried to slip inside quietly. But the second he touched the glass, a force blasted his hand back. A faint light began glowing from the sleeping black-haired woman from the pendant her beloved son Daesung had given her. The killer never expected MC to place a protective barrier over the apartment. Then a bright beam suddenly pierced Cho Chun-sik through. Caught completely off guard, he coughed up blood in shock. The helpless maniac had been skewered like meat on a stick. The shadow guard told the miserable human that its mistress was asleep, and if he wanted an easy death he should bite his tongue. Cho Chun-sik was stunned. The summon had activated even without Daesung nearby. Shaken, he tried to tell the shadow it was all a misunderstanding, but the guardian refused to listen and said the Lord would question him personally. Meanwhile, over the sea, the water suddenly grew violent. A demonic dragon rose from the sea, carrying a figure on its head. Then a notification appeared. The quest Sea of the Demonic Dragon was complete, and the full power of the ruler of Hell's body had been released. Standing atop the blue dragon was Han Daesung himself. The true Lord of Hell had returned. A guardian approached the red-eyed man and reported that a rat had been caught trying to harm his lady. Soon, in the Lord of Hell's kingdom, a chained prisoner sat before a massive staircase. It was Cho Chun-sik, who had no idea where he was. Then slow footsteps sounded behind him, getting closer and louder. Han Daesung walked through the hall while hundreds of messages from abyss beasts praised their god, though he still didn't get why these freaks were so obsessed with worshipping him. Stopping near the prisoner, the ruler of Hell said he would pull his prisoners out of the abyss when the time was right. Then he turned to the changed Cho Chun-sik. The furious white-haired Lord of Hell wanted to know who this mutt belonged to. Meanwhile, in the southern altar of Hans, two captives stood before Elhim. He asked them about the assigned targets. The blonde man said he had taken care of Dankal's second S rank, but the muscular one couldn't say the same. He tried to excuse his failure, saying unknown hunters interfered, and without them, Lee Chung-shek would have definitely died. Elhim cut them off and announced that Guzman was dead, and Saget was missing. That shocked them, because Guzman had been sent after the weakest target. Then a snow-white monster approached, and said it would grant them the power of an apostle. In return, it wanted only one thing: Han Daesung dead as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in a Korean hospital, two guards in dark suits stood outside a room. Suddenly, the Tien rank hunter woke up. The black-haired man turned to the girl and ordered her to call a doctor right away and notify Mr. Head. From the hospital bed, the white-haired man demanded to know where he was. The girl beside him quickly explained that he was in a hospital because severe aura exhaustion had knocked him out. He tried to say it was embarrassing, but she cut him off and told him not to move yet. After that, Lee Chang-shik asked where Heirin was, and someone answered that she was with Seo Dong-kul. The black-haired man quickly snapped at him, asking why he said that. Then, the blue-eyed hunter changed his tone and asked what happened to Dong-kul. The men in suits hesitated to answer. Soon, they admitted that unknown attackers suddenly struck, leaving Seo Dong-kul in critical condition, and Heirin rushed to help him. That hit Lee Chang-shik hard. An S-rank like Dong-kul wasn't supposed to go down so easily. Hearing that, the white-haired hunter forced himself out of bed and demanded to know where Dong-kul was, but his subordinate begged him to calm down because his body still hadn't recovered. He only got angrier and repeated the question. Meanwhile, one phrase kept echoing through another room: rapid regeneration. Inside, Jin said it should be enough now, since the outside and inside wounds had closed. But Baek Heirin kept pouring everything she had into healing him. She refused to let him die. Then the ward door flew open. Lee Chang-shik rushed in. He saw Dong-kul lying there, unconscious and completely drained. Terrified, he told them not to say Dong-kul was dead, but Jin explained that he was in a coma. Medically, only his brain had stopped functioning. That answer made him furious, and he asked if the bastards from Hans were behind this too. The black-haired man confirmed it, and said the association was already doing everything it could to find them. Then Jin's phone rang. After picking up, he got shocking news from the department chief. A new S-rank portal had opened. The top hunters in the room were stunned. Then the whole room went silent. Meanwhile, a massive scarlet S-rank portal hung over the city. The higher-ups watched it closely from the surveillance room. Everyone there was shaken by how dangerous it looked. Still, the department chief tried to stay calm. Lee Chang-shik was down from aura shock. Dong-kul was unconscious, and Baek Heirin with the others were support types, not frontline power. So the black-haired chief declared a red alert, and ordered every registered hunter in the association to mobilize. After that, the Hunters Association exploded into action. Even so, the chief knew they really had only one hope left. Meanwhile, in the castle of the Lord of Hell, Han Dae-sung used ghost eyes to pull the truth he wanted from the fake killer. Staring straight into the man's eyes, he ordered him to reveal all his memories. Han Dae-sung then saw the past, how the man got his power and turned into a madman. Once he was done, he shut the skill off. Now he understood one thing clearly. The Popeye monster was probably the real boss. Elsewhere, people near the highway outside Seoul were being warned about the crisis. The news said residents were trying to stay away from the giant portal over the city, and many were fleeing the central districts. That evacuation was causing huge traffic jams. Unofficial reports also said the two strongest S-rank hunters, Lee Chong-shuk and Seo Dong-kul, couldn't join the raid because of their injuries, though the association still hadn't confirmed it. A blue suitcase scraped across the floor. Han Ji-soo was dragging it along when her mother asked what the suitcase was for. The pink-haired girl said they needed to leave the city right away because the streets were in complete chaos. But her mother refused. How could she run away when Dae-sung still hadn't come home? Ji-soo pushed back, saying it was time to stop worrying about that monster, since he crushed demons with no problem. Their argument stopped when the front door suddenly opened. The mother froze at the sight of her son's white hair while his sister guessed he had dyed it. But that wasn't it. The protagonist noticed the suitcase in the middle of the apartment and asked where they were going. Ji-soo quietly told him they were getting ready to evacuate because of the S-rank portal, and she'd even packed his things so he could sneak out with them. He just smiled at that and looked at his mother. Then he closed his eyes and asked them both to stay home and keep quiet, because this was the safest place in all of Korea. That was the reason he came back. He also admitted Ji-soo was right about one thing. He would crush the monsters and come back. Their mother agreed to wait for her son, but the pink-haired girl clearly wanted no part of this. After that, the ruler of hell turned and went to deal with the problem. At the same time, huge tanks rolled through the city. And not just one. Hundreds of heavy vehicles were moving into place for a military operation. All because of the giant scarlet portal threatening every normal resident. Soon, a dark figure appeared on a rooftop. It was Han Dae-sung. The moment he looked at the portal, he realized they were trying to draw him inside. At that same time, association staff stared at the portal and waited. Then the silence broke with a loud slap on a desk. The department chief was stunned that the bastards from Hans had managed to create an S-rank portal too. Right then, a girl with glasses checked her phone and said the Daesung clan had applied to clear the S-rank portal on its own. Hearing that, the chief shouted in excitement and drew everyone's attention. He straightened his tie and quickly apologized for losing control. Then he announced that the clan to handle the portal had been decided. Everyone else was to prepare for containment, and he ordered that message sent to every hunter team. The girl accepted the order at once. Meanwhile, people rushed to get the defense ready, while trained staff assigned hunter groups and gave them the best plan they could. One fighter asked his friend who would even enter those gates of hell, but the guy in the purple shirt had no answer. Then phones across the square buzzed at once. It was a message from the association, naming the clan assigned to the high-rank portal. A dragon silhouette suddenly appeared, and its roar was so loud people had to shut their eyes. The shadowy beast shot over the low-rank hunters' heads at terrifying speed. Everyone quickly realized it was Han Dae-sung's dragon, and that he was the one going to clear the S-rank portal. From the association control room, the chief executive watched their final hope. All they could do now was trust him, and he and his staff truly did. Reporters didn't miss the moment either, going live to announce that the Daesung clan would take on the S-rank portal alone. Then the ruler of hell, riding his fire-breathing partner, flew straight into the portal. A moment later, the white-haired hunter arrived inside the thread itself. As soon as he entered that other world, Daesung felt the freezing cold well below -70 degrees. Suddenly, a man with dreadlocks used a magnetic storm to knock the dragon down. It was the same guy in sunglasses who had attacked Lee Chang-shik before. The ruler of hell fixed him with a scarlet stare while the dragon prepared its breath of doom. In the next instant, a stream of blue fire crashed down on the man, in the summer shirt. The black-haired fighter instantly tried to block it, but when he realized he was too late, a blinding explosion ripped through the snowfield. Even that didn't end it, and with one look, Han Dae-sung saw the enemy trying to escape. So the white-haired hunter decided to finish it himself and leaped off the dragon. But the second he was in the air, red aura needles shot at him. Without panicking, he calmly drew his mighty sword and used King's Breath to blow the pathetic attack away. Another deafening blast shook the frozen land, and even the temperature rose a little. When the smoke cleared, the bloodthirsty ruler of hell stood there with his bare blade in hand. Glancing aside, Dae-sung told the bum to quit the nonsense and stop hiding like a coward. Then the dark-haired man appeared right in front of him. For a moment they just faced each other in silence, as the snowstorm raged. At last, the man in sunglasses said Dae-sung had gotten awfully bold for an ordinary hunter. The Lord of Hell wasn't in the mood for talk, and told him to start already. Smiling, the man with dreadlocks used the Apostle's power again, the titan of the overthrowing gods. His clothes ripped apart in an instant, and a new power poured from his hands. Now he had fully transformed, looking more like a monster than a human. Even so, the white-haired man barely reacted. He only noticed that his enemy had gotten a bit stronger. Seeing that calm face, the transformed monster wanted to find out how long the white-haired hunter could stay so relaxed. So the monster used the Colossus power again, this time calling down a giant meteor. The ghoul burst out laughing, thrilled that someone was pushing this hard just to make Dae-sung get serious. MC decided to humor the lunatic, and finally let his sealed magic loose. A massive force poured out of him and flooded the whole area. The red-eyed freak couldn't understand how a normal human could have power like that. Then another figure appeared behind the ruler of hell. It was a white-haired man, ready to strike. He knew even the flashiest move always has a weak point. Daesung calmly looked back at the coward behind him and asked why he was hiding like a rat in a grave. That one line wiped the confidence off the white-haired man's face. He couldn't tell if he had known all along. At the same time, the mutated brute finished charging up, and a burning meteor shot toward the ruler of Hell. Smiling like he'd been waiting for this, the protagonist used a skill called Fury of the Lord of Hell. In the next second, he swung his sword and the slash tore through everything in its path for thousands of kilometers. The mutant didn't even get time to react. Before dying, all he managed to say was, "Fuck." Daesung stayed where he was, completely calm. Behind Han Daesung, the meteor dropped in 2 pieces. Seeing that, the other man froze. Power on this level was beyond even him, and with shaking hands he tried to say the skill's name, but then the Lord of Hell grabbed him by the throat. Han Daesung lifted the helpless man by the neck and said, "Every skill leaves its user open." Annoyed, he then asked where Popeye was hiding. Right then, a strange eye opened in the rift nearby. And it wasn't alone. More eyes appeared with it. This was exactly what the pleased ruler of Hell had been waiting for. The next moment, he flicked his hand and tossed the muscular man aside. A creepy voice from the eyes said this power didn't come from an awakening, and Popeye wanted to test it himself. Suddenly, the yellow-eyed enemy used Hecaton's power, petrification. But it did nothing to the ruler of Hell. Instead, the muscular blonde man started turning to stone. Before he could even beg them to stop, he became a statue. After that, unknown red beams shot at the still Han Daesung. They couldn't hurt him. Raising his sword again, the white-haired man said it was his turn now. At once, the ruler of Hell used the ultimate bullet of fire and a blazing fireball formed in front of him. Then Han Daesung told Popeye to come out and fight. As soon as he said it, hellfire blasted every eye in sight, including the petrified man. The stone body broke into tiny pieces. When it was over, only glowing snow remained around the ruler of Hell. Even so, the white-haired demon knew Popeye was still alive, so he politely told him to come out. Another eye appeared and asked where this strange power came from, saying it clearly wasn't born on this star. Han Daesung didn't get why the creature cared so much, so he offered a trade. Answer his question first, and he'd answer too. The eye lit up with interest, but Daesung wanted a clear answer. Was Popeye agreeing or not? Then the red eye happily said it loved making deals. In truth, the monster planned to steal the bastard's soul the moment he let his guard down. After hearing yes from his enemy, the ruler of Hell asked his question. At that same moment, he opened his scarlet eyes and used ghost eyes. The monster had no idea what that was, and never expected to get tricked so easily. Han Daesung said he never trusted trash like this, so he ordered Popeye to show all his memories. Popeye tried to fight back, but it was useless. Then the ruler of Hell saw the Titan's planet, Hecker. A huge war was raging there between monsters and winged angels. The weaker race couldn't stand against them, and their people were wiped out. Not just the race, but the whole planet too. Still, some of them managed to escape in a spaceship. Soon the survivors reached Han's nebula. There they met an ally, who was shocked that the countless descendants of Hecker were gone, and only these few were left. Those survivors were the Lords of Hans, and the kid Popeye. Their group chose to open the space of a living star to revive the Colossus. To do that, they only needed to place a portal cube on the star and flood Earth with ethereal energy. A few years later, during a meeting of world leaders on the shadow side, powerful people gathered to talk about negotiating with aliens, who had sent them a giant mass of energy and promised immortality. Then, a cane tapped through the hall. An alien greeted Earth's leaders and announced that the time had come to grant them immortality. Then the owner of the memories tore out his own eye. Even so, Popeye still figured out where Han Daesung's power came from. He guessed the white-haired man was the lord of the trash universe called the Nebula of Demonic Beasts. Back in the frozen biome, the Lord of Hell was surprised that a creature carrying thousands of years of memories had broken free of ghost eyes. Still, Daesung guessed the final boss was the alien he saw at the end. Even so, the Colossus revival and this race's 1,000-year history were way too much to take in at once. Touching his neck, the ruler of Hell remembered he was still inside the S-rank portal, but he hadn't seen a single monster or gotten anything from this trip. Then something strange caught Han Daesung's blue eyes. A weird smoking object lay buried in the snow.